604. Yu Juanfu was actually a very straightforward woman. A loss was a loss. She was neither reconciled nor resentful. She stood up graciously and did not forget to bid farewell to Qin Pingan, and left. Yu Juanfu was thinking about the third round of Q asking fist that had been declined by Qin Pingan. My fist is not as good as his. What else can I do? I just need to increase my fist intent and punch faster. She did not believe Chao Ci's words. She did not believe that she could not catch up with Qin Pingan after losing to him. Qin Pingan cupped his fists and bid farewell without saying anything. The talisman boat landed on the top of the city wall. The four of them floated down. Many sword cultivators dispersed, calling their friends and greeting each other. For a moment, the sky north of the city wall was filled with sword lights crisscrossing. However, there were many people who were cursing. After all, no matter how lively it was, it would not be nice if one's wallet was dry. One had to buy wine on credit. Qin Pingan put on his boots and smoothed his sleeves. He first bowed to Mr. Zhong. Zhong Qiu returned the gesture and greeted him with a smile. Before leaving Lotus Root blessed land, Zhong Qiu had already asked the new emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom to resign as imperial tutor. Now that he had arrived at another great wall of sword qi, Zhong Qiu planned to be a pure martial artist. Fortunately, he could polish his fist intent in the place with the most sword qi. Maybe one day he would have a chance to meet Eugenie again. He was no longer the imperial tutor. Eugenie should be the immortal who had achieved the Tao. Both sides would not be reasonable. Qin Pingan had already exchanged glances with Chao Qingleng. Chao Qingleng understood and was not in a hurry to greet her teacher. She just stood quietly beside Zhong Qiu. At this moment, Qin Pingan looked at Pei Qian with a smile and asked, "Have you seen and heard anything along the way? Did you delay Mr. Zhong's study tour?" Pei Qian first pecked at the rice like a chicken and then shook his head like a rattle drum. He was a little busy. Master seemed to have grown taller again. How could this be? He was taller today and taller tomorrow. In the future, wouldn't he be taller than Luapa Mountain and Cloud-Splitting Mountain? Would he be taller than this great wall of sword qi? Qin Pingan rubbed her head. Pei Qian suddenly let out a cry of "Ayup," and his shoulders shook as if he was about to fall. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Master, don't you think it's strange? I don't know why, but my legs have been unstable from time to time. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, Master. It's just a sudden stumble, and it won't affect me from practicing boxing with old chef. As for copying books, it won't affect me at all." Pei Qian tiptoed and reached out to cover his mouth. He quietly said, "Shifu, Nguan Shu and Melier said that I often sleepwalk. Maybe I knocked myself one day like a table leg or railing or something." Qin Pingan suddenly understood. "I see." Pei Qian heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed a watertight reason. Everything was fine now. Then Pei Qian's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. Qi Jinglong slowly walked over with his disciple. The white-haired old man was crying. Why did that money-losing guy come so suddenly? He had been praying for the Bodhisattva to show up at the great wall of sword qi every day, the heavenly official to bless him, and the names of the sword immortals to give him some luck, but it didn't work. Qin Pingan asked, "When are you going to have a martial arts competition?" "There's no time like the present." "Today?" Pei Qian's eyes lit up, and the white-haired old man was relieved. They looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. The white-haired old man coughed and took the lead to say, "Martial arts competition, my ass." Pei Qian echoed, "Yes, alas, Whitehead is Mr. Lu's proud disciple, a cultivator on the mountain. I am the first disciple of my master, a pure martial artist. I can't fight with Whitehead at all. What's more, I haven't learned boxing for a long time, so I'm not good at boxing. Now I can only be fed by old chef, and I don't dare to fight with others. If we really want to fight, it won't be too late to wait until I master the crazy devil sword art." The white-haired old man was anxious. Even if you master that sword art, you are still a pure martial artist. You are a swordsman, not a sword cultivator. The difference is like heaven and earth. You can't fight with each other. Pei Qian was also anxious. What did he mean? Did he look down on my sword art? He was looking down on Pei Qian. Did he look down on my shifu? My shifu has always been a swordsman. Did my left guardian of the riding dragon, Ali, lend his guts to the white-haired old man? Pei Qian was furious. He heavily hit the ground with his walking stick. The white-haired old man, let's have a martial arts competition today. Now, here. Chun Pingon bent his 2 fingers and hit the back of Pei Qian's head with a chestnut. He said, a pure martial artist punching nonstop is to use today's me and yesterday's me. Don't fight with your personal feelings. The truth is a bit complicated. If you don't understand, remember it first and think about it later. Pei Qian turned his head and said with grievance, but the white-haired old man looks down on a swordsman. Shifu has traveled thousands of miles in Jianghu and always regarded himself as a swordsman. It doesn't matter if the white-haired old man looks down on me. I don't know him, but he looks down on Shifu as a sword cultivator. I won't agree. The white-haired old man felt that he was more brainless than Yu Zhuanfu. He wanted to slap himself. Pei Qian's fist intent was turbulent and flowing. It was as if there were thousands of quiet and serene trickles suddenly converging into a straight waterfall. In the past, Senior Chui of the Bamboo House taught Pei Qian and occasionally said a few words about Pei Qian. Among them, there was the waterfall in the sky, the sound of flying falls on the world to describe the sudden formation of Pei Qian's fist intent. There was also a dragon's 4 claws holding the 4 mountains, its back towering and its waist stretching horizontally, which was the foundation of Pei Qian's fist intent. Since ancient times when the old dragon made rain, the rain fell from the sky. Chun Pingon, Pei Qian's fist intent suddenly dissipated. He obediently said, "Oh," and lowered his head. What else could he do? The master was angry, so the disciple admitted his mistake. It was a matter of course. Senior Chui taught Pei Qian the most, not Chun Pingon, but Pei Qian. At least Chun Pingon thought so. Pei Qian learned Pei Qian's fist technique too fast and got too much meaning. As his master, Chun Pingon was both gratified and worried. The white-haired old man's eyes almost popped out. If I, the great white-head sword immortal, was so partial to Lu and respected him as much as Pei Qian, I reckon that Lu would have gone to the ancestral hall of the Grand Hui Sword sect to burn incense, and then secretly shed tears in front of the portraits of those ancestral masters. His lips trembled, and he was extremely moved, saying that he had finally accepted a good disciple that was hard to come by in 100 years for the ancestors of his sect. What's wrong with Chun Pingon? Did he drink too much at the wine shop and his brain was not clear? Or was it because of the previous fight with Yu Zhuanfu and the solid punch on the forehead that hammered his brain? Chun Pingon said seriously, the white-haired old man is half a family member. It doesn't matter if you usually fight with him, but just because he said a few words, you have to be so serious about Pei Qian and formal martial arts? Then in the future, when you travel alone in Jianghu, will you meet those who you don't know and happen to hear them say a few harsh words about Master and Luo Mountain? Will you use a faster and heavier fist to reason with people? It may not be so. After all, no one dares to say what will happen in the future. Even Master does not dare. But tell me, is there such a worse possibility? Do you know, as long as it's really that one, then it's 10,000. If that's the case, there are so many cultivators in the world who go down the mountain to experience the world. One mountain will only be higher than the other. The Jianghu is deep, and everywhere seems to be a pond, but in fact, it's a deep pool. You are alone outside and suffered a big loss. Others made a small mistake, but you relied on your fist intent and handed out a big wrong fist. Then other people's relatives, friends, and elders attacked you. Even if Master is willing to fight for you after the event, Master has that much strength. How many punches can he throw out with a clear conscience? When Master meets that person, he doesn't say a word and only punches with all his strength. How can Master knock him down with one punch and only say one sentence to him, saying that my disciple's fist is only small and the principle is big? Since that's the case, as a master, I will use a new fist to talk about the old principle with you. Pei Qian lowered his head and did not speak. The white-haired youth's mind was blank. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The youth only knew that his life was over. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhong, shall we walk around?" The group of people had a tacit understanding and left the place, leaving only the pair of master and disciple who had not been separated for too long, but who had been separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Chun Pingon said, "Master has said his own principle. Now it's your turn to say it. Master only listens to your heart. As long as it's from the heart, no matter if it's right or not, Master will not be angry." Pei Qian still did not speak. He clenched the mountain walking stick tightly. This was an unprecedented thing. Chun Pingon was a little helpless and could only say a little more. He said softly, if it was in the past, Master would not say these words in front of Cui Dongshan and the others. He would only tell you in private. But now you are the direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. Master has not spent much time with you. Moreover, you have grown up a lot and learned fist techniques. Instead of taking care of your feelings, I would rather talk to you in private. If you did not take it seriously, then Master would rather you feel that Master has made you lose face in front of so many people. You would complain that Master is unreasonable in your heart, but you have to remember these principles. Everything in the world. Surplus is a blessing. Only the principle cannot be surplus. If you can say it today, say it today. If you missed it yesterday, make it up today. If you do not teach well, it is the fault of the father. If you do not teach well, it is the laziness of the teacher. Master has told you so many troublesome rules, not because he wants you to walk the Jianghu by yourself in the future and have your hands and feet tied and not be happy at all, but because he wants you to think more when you encounter problems. Once you understand that there are no obstructions, then you can use your fists without fear. It is like this once in the Jianghu, and it is even more so 10 times or 100 times. Master does not need the disciple to fight for the master. Since the master is the master, he should protect the disciple. Pei Qian, do you know what the master wishes for? That is, the disciples taught by Chun Pingon, no matter if they are students, go down the mountain. No matter where they are in the world, their fist techniques can be inferior to others. Their knowledge can be inferior to others. Their techniques do not need to be very high. But there is only one thing. No matter who it is, they do not need to teach you how to be a person. Master is here. Master is here. One person is enough. Ooh, Pei Qian had already been choked with sobs. She hugged her beloved mountain walking stick, which she got along with day and night, and often whispered to it. She raised her arm, wiped her tears with her left hand, and wiped her face with her right hand. But she could not stop her tears, so she gave up. She raised her head, wrinkled her face hard, and choked with sobs. Master. The reason why I said that before is that if it is a real fight, as long as the white-haired old man treats me seriously, I will definitely not be able to beat him. But I am really angry with him. Anyway, I can't beat him, but I must use my fists. I am the first disciple of the master. I will not allow him to look down on the master and the swordsman. Even if I can't beat him, I will not be able to beat him. Chun Pingon scratched his head. Then I am wrong. I want to say sorry to you. Chun Pingon bent down, stretched out his palm, and helped her wipe her tears. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. Why was there snot on his nose? He hurriedly turned his head. When he turned his head again, he was beaming with joy. How could Master be wrong? Master, take back the word sorry. Ooh. Chun Pingon pinched her cheeks. You're so naughty. He almost couldn't help taking out the sword-cultivating gourd to drink, but now he didn't want to drink anymore. He said, the weight of your fists, or you can think about it before you punch. This means that when you punch, you are always punching, not following the punch. Very good. So I am wrong. I am willing to sincerely say sorry to you. After that, you have to pay a little attention to what I say. Remember as much as you can. If there's anything you don't understand or feel that it's not right enough, just tell me and ask me directly. I'm not like some people. I won't feel embarrassed. Pei Qian shook his head and said leisurely, some people are really outrageous. They are too different from Master and me. Chun Pingon knocked her with a chestnut. Pei Qian rolled her eyes, held the mountain walking stick in one hand, and stretched out the other hand. She swayed and wandered around Chun Pingon. It was unknown whether she was pretending to be drunk or sleepwalking, but she pretended to talk in her sleep. Whose master is he? He has such a powerful supernatural power. One chestnut can make people lose their sense of direction. Where is this? Is this Luapa Mountain? I really envy someone who can have such a master. I am so envious that I am drooling. If he is the first disciple, wouldn't he be smiling in his dreams? Chun Pingon took out the sword-cultivating gourd, drank a mouthful of wine, and didn't give her any more chestnuts. Maybe in a few years, Pei Qian would be taller and no longer look like a little girl. Even her master wouldn't be able to knock her chestnuts casually. Thinking of this, he still felt a little regretful. So Chun Pingon knocked her again, and Pei Qian didn't dare to walk around in circles anymore. She reached out and rubbed her head, walked sideways beside her master, and asked with a smile, Master, the book said that immortals touched my head, tied my hair, and made me live forever. Master, do you think one day I will suddenly be enlightened by you? At that time, I will have to learn boxing and sword, and I will be the kind of immortals on the mountain. Then I will have to copy books and take care of the shop business in the dragon riding alley. I will be too busy. Chun Pingon smiled and said, it seems that people who practice Taoism only look at the aptitude and rely on God and the ancestors to make a living. In fact, the most important thing is to ask your heart. If your heart is not calm and you don't pursue the truth, even if you learn thousands of skills, you will still be like duckweed. Ooh. Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Master, although your current cultivation realm is temporarily, not the highest, this sentence can't be said without the foundation of the ascendant realm. Chun Pingon asked with a smile, how do you know this? Are you in the ascendant realm? Pei Qian said, the truth is not about the height. Besides, now I am standing on the highest city wall in the world, so what I say now will be better. Chun Pingon took a sip of wine. What is this? Chun Pingon suddenly laughed. If we count from the root of the ground, this may be the 4 highest city walls in the world. But if we don't talk about the border with the earth, then the White Emperor City in the central divine continent of the vast world may be higher. As for the height of the Baek Okekyung building in the Qingming world, there is no record in the book, and Master has never asked anyone, so it is hard to say whether it is higher than the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If there is a chance in the future, I will see it with my own eyes. Pei Qian asked curiously, is it the ancestor of the imitation Baek Okekyung building in the capital of Dali? Master, what are you going to do there? It is so far away. I heard from the big white goose that it is not the Great Wall of Sword Qi here. Take a ferry, climb the inverted mountain, and past the gate, there is another world, and then we can walk around as we want. The big white goose said that he once had the opportunity to go to the Qingming world with his own ability, but I didn't believe him. How can a student go before his teacher? Master, I can't persuade the big white goose. Master, later on, you have to talk to him. In the future, he has to change his bad habit of bragging. Master, can I know why you want to go to such a far place? It is said that the Baek Okekyung building is full of Taoist priests And nuns, if you go there alone without me, it will be very boring. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I am not going there to travel. Pei Qian became more and more confused. Looking for someone? Chen Pingan nodded and said, You can say that. Pei Qian frowned and said, Who is it? So arrogant. Don't you know how to come to Luapa Mountain to find master? Chen Pingan laughed involuntarily. They really had the qualifications to be arrogant. One of them threatened, You have to ask if my fist agrees. Punching the world. Parting the sea of clouds. Then, another one said with a smile, Then let me play with you. 12 flying swords fell in the human world. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment. He thought of the things that happened when he was young, which he only knew a little about many years later. However, he quickly remembered where he was now. He laughed softly and said, Master has 2 wishes now. He has never told anyone. I may not be able to do these 2 wishes in my life, but I will always think about them. Pei Qian stretched out his hand and rubbed his ears hard, lowered his voice, and said, Master, I am already listening. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, If there is such a day, I will come and tell you when I am about to travel far away. It is not appropriate to boast too early. Pei Qian sighed. Then I can only wait for 2 or 3 years. Chen Pingan murmured, It can't be done in 200 or 300 years. Maybe after 2,000 or 3,000 years. I can really live for so long, but the hope is still slim. Fortunately, even if the hope was slim, after all, there was still hope. Chen Pingan put his hands in his sleeves, and his steps were slow but firm. He smiled and squinted his eyes, looking up at the sky. Chen Pingan quickly withdrew his gaze. In the distance, Cui Dongshan and the others were overlooking the vast mountains and rivers in the south from the city wall. The white-haired man stood beside Qi Jinglong and winked at Chen Pingan. Good brother, I am counting on you. As long as you can settle Pei Qian, I will call you Grandpa Chen in the future. Chen Pingan and Pei Qian turned their heads and said, according to the customs of the world, swordsmen and sword cultivators are indeed worlds apart. You can't care too much about the white-haired man's words. Pei Qian was in a good mood at the moment. She didn't care what the white-haired man said at all. Was Pei Qian that kind of narrow-minded person? Was the small account book that she secretly hid very thick? It was very thin. At this moment, she was beside her master. She was no longer as careful as before on the ferry. She swaggered when she walked. This was called walking arrogantly, makes the demon panic. She even needed a hammer of yellow paper talisman to stick on her forehead. She looked up and said with a smile, Master, I really don't dare to say that I am very promising when it comes to learning boxing and copying books, but I have learned at least 10% of my master's strength. 10% of his strength. Just how magnanimous was he to be? It is not a problem for him to hold those 2 dishes and 3 bowls of rice. Can he tolerate a few words from a white-haired guy? Master, you underestimate me. Ooh. Only Cui Dongshan was sitting on the city wall, laughing. The only person who could make Pei Qian cry and laugh. So happily was his own teacher. The key was that after Pei Qian cried and laughed, she really remembered things carefully. She thought about all the things she understood and didn't understand. Instead of being picky, Chao Qinglang saw that Pei Qian had returned to normal and was also relieved. The previous master, whether it was his words or his expression, was really her master. Qi Jinglong said with a smile, Don't you want to say something? The white-haired man asked tentatively, If I admit my mistake, will it really be over? Qi Jinglong said with a smile, It's hard to say. The white-haired man hesitated. Qi Jinglong said softly, Actually, this matter doesn't involve too much absolute right and wrong. What you need to admit is actually not those words. In my opinion, it can't be said to be offensive. Of course, this is the case logically, but it may not be the case emotionally. After all, when you talk to people in the world, it means that you are definitely not talking to yourself. Your mentality is not right. You went through Luopa Mountain, but you didn't really pay attention to see and think more. Otherwise, your relationship with Pei Qian shouldn't be so awkward. How can I pay attention? On Luopa Mountain, when we met, I was knocked unconscious by Pei Qian's kick. It was rare for the white-haired man to be so sad on Lu's side. He glanced at little Charcoal not far away, and only dared to lower his voice, muttering, "Don't you know what kind of person my brother Chen is?" Even if you don't know, the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi knows. If Pei Qian has learned 70 to 80% of Chen Pingan's true teachings, what should we do? Your relationship with Chen Pingan is so good. In the future, you will definitely have to deal with him often. You go to Luopa Mountain, and he comes to Tai Hui Sword Sect. In this way, can I hide from Pei Qian every time? The key is my relationship with Chen Pingan. On Pei Qian's side, it won't help at all, and it will be more troublesome. In the end, it's still Chen Pingan's fault. He said that my mouth will easily attract the flying sword of the sword immortal. Now, the flying sword immortal didn't come, and Pei Qian is eyeing me. Look, Pei Qian is glaring at me. Isn't the smile on her face the same as my brother Chen Pingan's, exactly the same? Lu, I can see that although Chen Pingan taught Pei Qian a lesson just now, in fact, he cares about her the most. I'm afraid that the next time I go to the shop to drink, Chen Pingan will let people pour laxatives into the wine. A jar of wine and half a jar of laxatives. This kind of thing, Chen Pingan will definitely do. Not only can he cheat me, but he can also save money. It's killing two birds with one stone. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "It seems that you really think a lot." The white-haired man lamented in his heart, "What's the use of having a master like you, who only knows how to gloat and not help?" Pei Qian jumped in front of everyone and said to the white-haired man, "White-haired man, in the future, we will only fight with words. What is face? Can a joke be eaten?" Before she met her master, she had been in the Jianghu of Nanyuan Kingdom at a young age for countless years. At that time, she hadn't learned martial arts, so she had no face in the Jianghu. When the white-haired man heard this, he was so excited that he almost cried like Pei Qian. But Pei Qian turned around slightly, her back facing her master, then pursed her lips, smiled, and then remained motionless. The white-haired man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Chen Pingan reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. Pei Qian immediately laughed and said, "White-haired man, you are determined to be a great sword immortal. Alas, Mr. Lu has accepted such a good disciple. The master is a great sword immortal, and the disciple is a little sword immortal. The master and disciple are two sword immortals. Next time, I will accompany my master to your Tai Hui Sword Sect as a guest. I will bring a few bundles of firecrackers to celebrate." Chen Pingan said, "Speak properly." Pei Qian coughed. "White-haired man, I was wrong before. Don't mind. I want to say sorry to you." Before, his master said sorry to him. How heavy was the weight? There was no scale in the world that could weigh that weight. If he took out a little bit, it would be a gift to the white-haired man. It was nothing. The white-haired man's scalp was numb, and his face was stiff. "I don't mind." "I don't dare to mind." Pei Qian smiled and said, "I learned martial arts late and slow. Want to take me a few days to reach the small fifth realm? So after a few years, I will ask the white-haired senior brother for guidance." The white-haired man braced himself and asked, "Didn't we agree to only fight with words?" Pei Qian laughed. "Then we will talk about it in the future." Chao Qinglang looked at this scene and was actually quite happy. It turned out that he was not the only one who was afraid of Pei Qian. Chen Pingan asked Qi Jinglong through telepathy, "The white-haired man is so reserved with Pei Qian. Will something happen to his cultivation?" Qi Jinglong replied with a smile, "Just treat it as an essential cultivation of the mind." Previously on the Pianran Peak, the white-haired man could not bring himself to cultivate. Although he has changed a lot now, he really wants to learn the sword. It is just that he has been intentionally or unintentionally stubborn. He is probably deliberately angry with me. Now that he has you, the first disciple, to supervise him, I don't think it is a bad thing. Now that we are at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he heard that Pei Qian was coming and was especially diligent in practicing the sword. Chun Pingon said, "The white-haired man is unwilling to do his best. Even if he has lost face and is very aggrieved, he still has not thought of using the trump card of the deer-cutting mountain. There is nothing wrong with that. Otherwise, both sides would have fought previously on the Luapa Mountain." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Will my disciple be worse than yours?" Chun Pingon said, "That's still not enough." Qi Jinglong asked, "Then what about you, master?" Chun Pingon said, "How old am I this year? What's the point of competing with a sword cultivator who is almost 100 years old? If you really want to compete, fine. You are now at the Jade Raw Realm, right? I am now a Realm 5 Chi Refinement Warrior. According to our ages, you can take me as a Realm 15 Chi Refinement Warrior. Isn't it 4 realms higher than your current Realm 11 Chi Refinement Warrior? Not convinced? Then, let's talk about the future. When I am 100 years old, let's see if I have ascended to the 15th realm. If not, just take it that I am talking nonsense. Before that, don't talk about realms." Qi Jinglong laughed and said, "Not only do you have a lot of wine, but you also have a lot of logic." Chun Pingon felt a little guilty. "You flatter me." Ooh. Chun Pingon did not talk nonsense with Qi Jinglong anymore. If this guy was really determined to reason with him, Chun Pingon would also have a headache. Chun Pingon looked at Cui Dongshan and asked, "Are we going to meet my senior brother first or the Ning residents first?" Cui Dongshan seemed to have a plan. He smiled and said, "Mister, you can go to the Ning residence first. I will meet your senior brother alone." Chun Pingon thought for a while and agreed. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "Senior sister, lend me a piece of yellow paper talisman to give me courage." Pei Qian was actually very confused at this moment. Since when did Master have a senior brother? Chun Pingon did not have time to talk about this. After all, it was not appropriate to talk about this in the secret letter. Cui Dongshan couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He couldn't even remember whether that fellow's surname was Sua, and his first name was Sua. If Mr. hadn't mentioned it just now, he wouldn't have known that such a great sword immortal was actually living in the open on the city wall, sitting there every day to show off his sword chi. Pei Qian took out a piece of yellow paper talisman from his sleeve. After handing it to Cui Dongshan, he reminded Master's senior brother, "Isn't that my senior uncle? But I did not prepare a gift for my senior uncle." Cui Dongshan said with a straight face, "Your senior uncle who fell from the sky is very fierce. His brain is engraved with 3 words. Everyone owes me money." Pei Qian turned to look at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon laughed and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Your senior uncle is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He has the highest sword skills in the world. Later, you can show your crazy sword skills to your senior brother." Pei Qian was frightened and said, "Master, have you forgotten? I couldn't walk steadily before, and now my legs are aching. I don't know what I bumped into when I was sleepwalking. I can't play that insignificant sword skill. Don't let senior uncle laugh at you, right?" Whitehead was inexplicably hit by the 5 thunders again. He bumped into something when he was sleepwalking. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter and took Whitehead to another place on the city wall. Whitehead was now going to practice sword skills with the disciples of Taiwi Sword Sect. When he left for the first time in his life, Whitehead felt that practicing sword skills was so satisfying. Chun Pingon took out the talisman boat and left the city with Pei Qian and the other 2 heading towards the northern city. Since the teacher was not here, Cui Dongshan had nothing to worry about. He swung his 2 sleeves and floated up and down like a crab on the city wall. He went up and down like this to find his former junior marshal brother, who was now his senior marshal uncle, to talk about the old days. 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 If it weren't for the fact that he, as the eldest marshal brother, had some money in his pocket, wouldn't the old elementary scholar have been poor for thousands of years? Why do you care about the old elementary scholar's money? It was just that the old elementary scholar had a decent school, but it was not because of him. After all, the Aquarius continent was too far away from the central divine continent. The family would not send too much money to him at first. The real reason why the old elementary scholar was able to drink to his heart's content, buy books today, buy paper, and brush tomorrow, and finally collect the 4 treasures of the study the day after tomorrow, was because the old elementary scholar had taken in a 3rd disciple. That fellow was the richest among his fellow disciples, and also the one who was most filial to the teacher. Little Chi, why do you suddenly want to learn chess? This is a good thing. Go find your eldest marshal brother. His chess skills are barely enough to teach people, but there are no chess jars or chessboards in the school. The jars and chess pieces of Lulizhai and the chessboards of Jiangzhou, although they are close to the school, but don't buy them. They are too expensive. Really, don't buy them. I'd rather walk 1,000 steps than waste money. Yes, teacher. Little Chi, I have been reading the tablets recently. With the help of the gods, my seal writing skills have improved greatly. Do you want to learn? Yes, teacher. I want to learn. Little Chi, have you read the 2nd edition of Miao Hua Anthology? Binding and paper are all trivial matters. It's fine if it's a little off. We scholars don't pay attention to these fancy things, so we won't talk about it. But the books of the ancient sages are a big matter of learning. If the words are out of place, it's not very appropriate. Many times, the difference of a single word is thousands of miles away from the purpose of the sages. We scholars must pay attention to this. Teacher is right. I understand. Of course, that fellow was the one who loved to complain the most, and every complaint he made was accurate. Teacher, senior marshal brother Zhua, is being unreasonable again. Teacher, help me see who is in the wrong. What? Did this bastard hit you again? Little Chi, wipe the blood from your nose first. Don't be in a hurry to reason with me. Let's go. I will take you to your 2nd marshal brother to settle the score. Teacher, senior marshal brother, Zhua was analyzing the meaning of a book with me just now. He could not out-talk me, so, why is there a bump on your forehead? Rebellion. Let's go. Xiao Qi helps her get a feather duster and a ferrule. Oh, right, little Chi, forget about the bench. It is too heavy. Teacher, let's go. Let's go to your senior marshal brother Zhua. Teacher, this time senior marshal brother Cui cheated. I don't want to learn from him. I think a person who retracts a move is not a chess player. Teacher, you retract a move to teach more chess to your students. Of course, it is not a chess player. Let's go. This time we will bring the bench too. You don't have to fight for real. It's enough to scare him. People who studied and learned, especially those who cultivated the Tao and lived a long life. There were actually many things that happened in the past. Cui Dongshan was not that old bastard Cui Dong. Cui Dongshan would often think about those trivial stories, especially the stories of his old friends. Especially every time that person complained that he had tricked his marshal brother, or that he had been tricked by his teacher, that senior marshal brother of his was always at the door or outside the window to watch the show. So he saw it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears. Cui Dongshan knew one thing better than anyone: all the seemingly insignificant things of the past, as long as he still remembered them, were not real things of the past. Instead, they were things of today and the things of the future. They would revolve in his heart for the rest of his life. Unknowingly, Cui Dongshan came to the left and right. The left and right were still resting with their eyes closed. They were sitting on the city wall, nourishing their sword intent. As for Cui Dongshan's arrival, they did not even look at him, let alone turn a blind eye. Cui Dongshan jumped off the city wall and walked to a place about 20 steps away from the city wall and the back figure. The young man in white jumped up and kicked his legs quickly. Then he threw a series of punches at the left and right figures. He moved to another place and continued. It was all the famous martial arts moves in Jianghu. His punches and kicks were domineering. Occasionally, when he was in the air, he would bend his waist and stretch out his hand to tap the instep of his feet. His posture must be extremely elegant and unrestrained. Finally, he stood on one leg and spread out his palms. He did the action of qi sinking into his dantian. After finishing his work, he felt refreshed after 100 moves. With his little unpolished jade realm cultivation, he was able to fight evenly with the great sword immortal. At the great wall of sword qi, it could be said that he had gotten a good start. The left and right did not even bother to turn and look at the young man in white. He asked indifferently, "Do you want to be chopped to death by my sword, or chopped to death by a few more?" "Senior sister, someone is threatening me. It's too scary." Cui Dongshan slapped the talisman on his forehead and said, "I forgot that senior sister is not here." The left and right hand grabbed and congealed a long sword with his sword intent. He was not even willing to unsheath the sword. The person behind him was not worthy. "You, Cui Dong, have a clear conscience of the Aquarius continent, have a clear conscience of the vast world. But you do not have the qualifications to say that you have a clear conscience. I am the disciple of teacher Cui Dong's junior brother. However, from that day onwards, I was the eldest apprentice brother of the sage of literature's lineage." Cui Dongshan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Show some respect to your own martial nephew." The left and right hand stood up with their swords, compared to the little Taoist boy who was guarding the door on the upside-down mountain. The little Taoist boy who stood up was like a towering mountain. The little Taoist boy stood up calmly and casually. The sword qi was too heavy. How could the sword intent be lacking? It was close to the Tao of heaven and earth. Separated from heaven and earth, Cui Dongshan tilted his head. "You can beat me to death. I won't talk about serious matters. Anyway, you have never cared about the life and death of your junior brother. Come, chop here. Use more strength. If this head does not roll 7 to 8 miles away, I will reincarnate with your surname in my next life." Ooh. The left and right hand turned his head. "Just chop half to death. You can still talk." Cui Dongshan changed his posture. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the sky with a bitter expression. "Oh, I am so sad." The left and right hand turned. Cui Dongshan hurriedly said, "I am not Cui Lao Bastard. I am Dongshan." On this day, a young man who looked like a floating cloud was hit by a 3-foot-long sword condensed from a pure sword intent. He fell from the north side of the city and landed on the ground 7 to 8 miles away. The left and right hand sat cross-legged again and sneered. "This is because of my junior brother." The left and right hand frowned. The big boss sword immortal came to his side and laughed. "Did you notice the strange phenomenon just now?" The left and right hand nodded. If not for that, Cui Dong, or the current Cui Dongshan, would not dare to come and meet him alone. Chun Qing Du sighed. "That is your junior brother's voice. Your sword techniques are not high enough, so you can't hear it." The left and right hand said expressionlessly, "Senior is so good at talking." "Then, can I trouble Senior to say more?" Chun Qing Du shook his head and said, "I won't say it. If I say those words, it will involve the 3 worlds." Previously, Chun Pingon walked on the city wall with his disciple. He had thoughts, but he didn't say them out loud. They just kept surging in his heart. Actually, he only relied on his thoughts to create some interesting small movements. Chun Ching Du just sighed with emotion. It's good to be young. The young man, who was really not that old, had just muttered to himself, "Everyone, don't worry. Let me reach the 10 realms of martial artists first, and then fight for the 11 realms. Then I want to ask the fist beyond the sky. Let me reach the ascendant realm. Q sword, back Kyung building." And the young man was standing at the gate of Ning Mansion with an awkward expression. There were 2 accidents. One was that Ning Yao actually interrupted his seclusion and came out again, standing at the gate to welcome them. The other was, when his first disciple saw Ning Yao, he kowtowed 3 times heavily without saying a word. Chun Pingon said helplessly, "Pei Qian, isn't it a bit too much?" Pei Qian didn't get up, just raised her head and shouted, "Pei Qian greets master's wife." Chun Pingon immediately pulled a long face. It was not too much, and the etiquette was just right. The most awkward one was actually not Chun Pingon. It was Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang bowed at this moment, but it seemed that it was not polite enough. Kneeling and kowtowing was even more inappropriate. Ning Yao pulled Pei Qian's ear and pulled her up, but when Pei Qian stood up straight, she still had a smile on her face. She wiped the dust on Pei Qian's forehead with her palm and looked at the little girl carefully. Ning Yao smiled and said, "Even if you are not too beautiful in the future, at least you will be a good-looking girl." Tears streamed down Pei Qian's face. He sniffled and said sincerely, "Master's wife's taste is so good. First you chose master, and now you're saying this. If master's wife continues like this, I'll have to worry that master isn't worthy of master's wife." Ning Yao glanced at someone from the corner of her eye. Chun Pingon immediately nodded and said, "This worry is very reasonable." Ning Yao shifted her gaze and smiled at the young man in a scholarly robe. "You must be Chao Qinglang. You are more like a scholar than your master." Chao Qinglang then bowed. "Greetings, master's wife." Ning Yao nodded, and then cupped her fist to Zhong Qiu. "Ning Yao greets Mr. Zhong." Zhong Qiu cupped his fist in return and smiled. "Zhong Qiu of Wapa Mountain, sorry to disturb you." Pei Qian suddenly remembered something. He took off his bag and carefully took out the small regular script writing brush and the colorful cloud letter. He stood on his tiptoes and presented them to his master's wife with both hands. Then he stood on his tiptoes and whispered to Ning Yao, "Mistress, I was the one who chose the iridescent cloud letter. Mistress, you don't know, but I walked a long way in the inverted hanging mountain. If I continue walking, I'm afraid that the inverted hanging mountain will fall into the sea. The other one was chosen by Chao Qinglang. Master's wife, in all honesty, it's not that we are unwilling to pay more, but we really don't have much money on us. But mine is more expensive. 3 snowflakes cost money. His is cheaper. Only 1 snowflake." "Ooh." Chao Qinglang scratched his head. Chun Pingon and Zhong Qiu looked at each other and smiled. Ning Yao glanced at the small regular script. It was obvious that the young lady had intended to give it to her master. Ning Yao rubbed Pei Qian's head and then smiled at the reserved young man. "Chao Qinglang, I owe you a greeting gift. Remember to make it up in the future." Chao Qinglang scratched his head and nodded again. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. Oh, wow. Master's wife's taste was better than a few hundred Pei Qian's flattery. No wonder master's wife could pick out his master from so many people in the 4 worlds. Master's wife's house was really big. Pei Qian followed beside Ning Yao and walked at the front. Pei Qian chattered nonstop. Chun Pingon and Chao Qinglang walked side by side. Zhong Qiu walked alone at the back, intentionally or unintentionally. Chun Pingon chuckled and said, "If you have some free time, do me a small favor and carve a seal together." Chao Qinglang nodded and agreed. Chun Pingon twisted his wrist. Pei Qian was temporarily unable to take care of him. It was fine if he forgot about his master because of master's wife, Chun Pingon secretly handed a small carving knife to Chao Qing and reminded him, "This is for you. It's best not to let Pei Qian see it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Chao Qing smiled and said, "I understand, master." 605. Although the Ning mansion was not located in Taixiang Street or Xuanu Street, the mansion was not small. Chun Pingon helped the three of them choose 3 houses. Chao Qing was a qi trainer, so the location was the most important. The aura could not be thin, but the sword qi could not be too strong. Otherwise, Chao Qing, who was at the bottleneck of the cave realm and was about to enter the sea-viewing realm, was the most unwilling qi trainer to be in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Fortunately, Chun Pingon knew everything about the Ning mansion, where Chao Qing and the other 2 should live, and what were the details and the big things to pay attention to. Ning Yao let Chun Pingon make all these decisions. As the owner of the Ning mansion, she did not need to say anything, nor did she need to ask Chun Pingon, who was still half an outsider. Pei Qian was like a little oriole, making up his mind to hover around his master's wife. At first, Chun Pingon was worried that Pei Qian would delay Ning Yao's closed-door training. However, Ning Yao said that the path of cultivation was always closed-door training. Chun Pingon had nothing to say. Ning Yao then took Pei Qian to see the Ning mansion's secret storehouse for treasures of immortals and mountain objects. She said that she wanted to give Pei Qian a meeting gift and let him choose one. Then she would choose one as a return gift for the gift she received at the gate. Zhong Qiu and Chun Pingon asked about the rules and taboos of the Ning mansion, and then he went to the pavilion on the Zhanlong cliff alone. Chao Qing put her luggage in her house and followed Chun Pingon to the small house. Chun Pingon walked on the road with his hands in his sleeves. He said with a smile, "Originally, I wanted you and Pei Qian to live in my house. Do you still remember when the 3 of us first met? But now you are at the critical juncture of cultivation. Cultivation is more important." Chao Qing nodded with a smile. "Sir, actually from that time, I was very afraid of Pei Qian. I was afraid that you would look down on me. So I try to pretend that I was not afraid of Pei Qian, but deep down, I admired Pei Qian. I always felt that if I were her, I would not be able to survive in the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom. But at that time, there were many things about Pei Qian that I didn't understand. At that time, I really didn't like him. But how would I dare to talk nonsense with Pei Qian? Teacher may not know, but when teacher left that year, Pei Qian told me a lot about her glorious deeds in the Jianghu. Of course, I understood the meaning behind her words." Chun Pingon asked with a smile, "Did Pei Qian secretly hit you when I wasn't at your ancestral home?" Chao Qing nodded vigorously, but did not mention the details. Chun Pingon did not ask further. Chun Pingon could imagine how he and Pei Qian interacted when he wasn't at Chao Qing's ancestral home in Shabby Alley. Of course, when the 3 of them were together, Chun Pingon would also do things that Chao Qing and Pei Qian would not intentionally think about in the past. It might be words, or it might be something trivial. But there were many things that Chao Qing could only face by himself, from the life and death of the elders to the trivial words that poked at his backbone. It was hidden in the gaps between eating melon seeds, chatting casually on a small stool, and hiding in the big pile of food on the neighbor's table. In fact, the child, Chao Qing, relied on the word endure to force the clouds to disperse and the moon to shine. At that time, Chao Qing really could not beat Pei Qian. He did not even dare to fight back. The key point was that at that time, in addition to being unstingy, Pei Qian also hid an aura like that of a fierce bandit. He kicked an ant's nest and slapped a mosquito and fly. Chao Qing was not afraid. Especially one time when Pei Qian was holding a small stool and staring at him, but he didn't say a single harsh word. At that time, Chao Qing, who was still a thin and weak child, was really scared. Many times when Qin Pingan wasn't in the house, Chao Qinglang could only be chased to the door by Pei Qian to be a door god. A lonely child sat gloomily on the steps, but did not dare to stay in his own house. The child could only stare at the corner of the street, waiting for the white-clothed young Master Qin with a sword on his back and a scarlet wine gourd at his waist to come home. As long as he reached the alley and saw that figure, Chao Qinglang would finally be able to go home. He would not be able to say anything, nor could he complain. That was because Pei Qian was really smart. That kind of intelligence was something that Chao Qinglang, who was of the same age, could not imagine at all. She had warned Chao Qinglang from the beginning that even though she had lost her parents, she was still something. If she dared to complain, she would beat her up every time she complained. Even if she was chased out by that bastard who had so much money but refused to spend it, she would still climb over the wall in the middle of the night and smash all the pots and pans in your house. That guy pretends to be a good person and helps you. You can stop me for a day or two, but can you stop me for a year or two? What kind of person is he, and who are you? Will he really stay here forever? Besides, I know his temper better than you, idiot. No matter what I do, he will never beat me to death. So you better know your place. Otherwise, if you become my enemy, I will pester you for a few years. In the future, every new year, when your family is going extinct and you can't afford to buy couplets for door gods, I will steal your bucket and fill it with other people's feces and piss. When I pass by your house every day, I will carry a big bag of stones. I want to see if you can spend money to mend the window paper faster, or if I can pick up stones faster. Ooh. What made Chao Qinglang feel most uncomfortable about Pei Qian back then was not the direct threats, not the words that Pei Qian thought were the worst and most frightening, but the other words that Pei Qian said with a smile. Your family is so poor that your rice jar is cleaner than your bed. The only use of a jinx like you is to get out of the house and be a door god. Do you know how much money 2 door gods cost? You can't afford it even if you sell yourself. Look at other families. The more people they have, the more money they have. Your family, on the other hand, didn't leave much money after you died. In my opinion, wasn't your father a peddler who sold goods on the streets? Isn't there a lot of brothels in Zhuiyuan Alley not far from here? Your father's money is all spent on touching the little hands of those women. Where are the melon seeds? No more. Do you believe that I won't smash your jar of melon seeds? Tear your lousy books to shreds. When that Qin guy comes back to this shabby place, you'll kneel on the ground and cry. He has a lot of money, so what's wrong with buying you some melon seeds? He has to spend money to stay in the inn. You're stupid, he's bad. Both of you are not good people. No wonder you can get together. Consider it 8 lifetimes of bad luck for me to meet the two of you. Chao Qinglang, do you really think that guy likes you? He's just pitying you. Sigh, he and I are the same kind of people. Do you know what kind of people we are? Just like when I was strolling on the street, I saw a baby bird that had fallen from its nest on a tree. I really felt sorry for it, so I went to find a stone and threw it down, killing it in an instant, so that it would suffer less. Is there any reason for that? So, am I a good person? Do you think I'm staying at your house and not leaving? I'm protecting you. Maybe one day you'll be killed by him. With me around, he won't dare. Shouldn't you thank me? Why do you look so sad every day? Don't you only have a father and a mother? What's wrong? Another pair died. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, you've let down your parents who died first. You're sorry for the name they gave you. If I were your parents, I'd definitely be angered to death when I see you. Chao Qinglang, I think you should just die. If you die earlier and run faster, you might be able to catch up with your parents. But remember to die far away. Don't let that guy find you. Chao Qinglang took the initiative to fight with Pei Qian twice. The first time was for her parents, and the second time was for young Master Qin who hadn't come back for a long time. Of course, Chao Qinglang was no match for Pei Qian. Pei Qian was used to seeing others fight, and he was also used to being beaten by others. Facing Chao Qinglang, who didn't even dare to be ruthless, Pei Qian didn't have the energy to deal with her. However, Chao Qinglang didn't have the energy to fight. Chun Pingan brought Chao Qinglang, who was no longer the thin and weak child from the shabby alley, to a room on the left with 2 tables. Chun Pingan asked Chao Qinglang to sit at the table where the seals and fan ribs were placed. He began to tidy up the maps and booklets. When it came to keeping accounts, his student Chao Qinglang and his disciple Pei Qian naturally learned more from the latter. Chun Pingan didn't tell anyone. In his heart, Chao Qinglang's life experience was just like his. In fact, her temperament was similar to his, but in fact, they weren't. It was a very strange feeling. However, this didn't stop Chun Pingan from wanting to take Chao Qinglang with him when he left Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Even if he couldn't do it, he still missed the child from the shabby alley. He sincerely hoped that Chao Qinglang could become a scholar in the future. He hoped that Chao Qinglang could wear the clothes of a scholar and become a real scholar like Mr. Qi. He regretted that he left in a hurry and worried that he would teach the wrong things. Chao Qinglang was too young. Many things that were right for Chun Pingan were wrong for this child. Therefore, before Chun Pingan occupied one of the 4 parts of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Chun Pingan had been thinking about Chao Qinglang. When Pei Qian asked him that question in the inn at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty in Tongya Continent, Chun Pingan didn't hesitate to say yes. He admitted that he didn't want to take Pei Qian with him at all. If possible, he would only take Chao Qinglang away from his hometown and come to Chun Pingan's hometown. As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has anger. However, it was rare for Chun Pingan to get angry, especially with Pei Qian. This was the first time in Chun Pingan's life that a child like him got angry. Zhao Shusha learned martial arts like him, but Chun Pingan saw his best friend Lu Xianying more in Zhao Shusha. How did Zhao Shusha protect Wan Wan when they first met? And how did Lu Xianying protect Chun Pingan when they became acquaintances and friends in the small town? And how did Lu Xianying protect Chun Pingan after they became best friends for so many years? What was more like Chun Pingan was Pei Qian's timid gaze as he secretly sized up the world. It was Sui Jingqing's guessing and gambling. Now, there was another youth with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was also similar. It wasn't Zhang Jiazhen, who was already helping out in the wine shop, but a poor youth named Jiang Chu in the Straw Hat Alley. In that alley, every time Chun Pingan was a storyteller, the youth spoke the least. Every time, he squatted furthest away. However, he was the one with the most thoughts. He was the most diligent in learning martial arts, so he learned the most. There were a few times when they met face to face and talked. The youth was slightly uneasy, but his eyes were firm. Chun Pingan taught the youth the sword furnace stance of the mountain quaking fist. Every time Jiang Chu squatted there, seemingly listening attentively to the storyteller's story, the youth's eyes, expression, and the soft words he spoke to the people around him were all filled with a vague, utilitarian heart. Chun Pingan didn't dislike it at all. He just felt a little sad. No one knew why Wei Pai talked about alliance in front of the bamboo house in Luapa Mountain. Why did the youth Chun Pingan cry? Why did he have such an unspeakable sense of shame, regret, and helplessness in his heart? This was an emotion that Wei Pai didn't understand at the time. Almost everyone thought that it was Chun Pingan's first trip that he was escorting Li Baoping and the others to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to study. It was Chun Pingan who did his best to protect them. In the end, it seemed that Chun Pingan really couldn't have done better. No one could criticize him. But when the youth with straw sandals met Alliance for the first time, it was actually another big test in Chun Pingan's life. It was a quiet tug-of-war in his heart. Chun Pingan hoped that in the eyes of the man in the bamboo hat who claimed to be a swordsman, he was the one Mr. Qi had entrusted his hopes to. Chun Pingan hoped that an accident would happen, and he could guarantee that he wouldn't make any mistakes. Therefore, during the trip that started at the riverside and left at the courier station in Red Candle Town. Chun Pingan had been trying to guess Alliance's thoughts. He tried to imagine what a super mundane master liked and disliked. He tried to guess what kind of junior or young man this friend of Mr. Chi, who carried a saber but claimed to be a swordsman, would like. Even if he didn't like or looked down on him, he couldn't make him feel disgusted. Therefore, at that time, Chun Pingan's every word, action, and action were all intentional. He had thought a lot about it. A young lad walking among the green mountains and clear waters, did he really have the mood to look at the mountains and rivers? Even if Chun Pingan's original intention was for him to successfully escort Baoping and the others to the academy safely, the eccentric man who led the donkey and carried a bamboo knife would not cause any harm to Baoping and the others. But when he looked back on his life afterwards, Chun Pingan would feel sad every time he thought about it, and he often wanted to drink. The road of life was really over. It was not his hometown, so he couldn't go back. How could he not drink when he looked back occasionally? The cautious Jiang Chu at the Great Wall of Sword Chi today was very similar to the thoughtful Chun Pingan in the past. Chao Qinglong's movements were gentle. After looking at some seals and fan faces, she suddenly found that her husband was just sitting at the table next to her, silent and lost in thought. Chao Qinglang did not dare to disturb her husband's thoughts. She took out the antique but sharp little carving knife and gently placed it on the table. He didn't know why his teacher would give this to him. Of course, Chao Qinglang wouldn't think that he wouldn't cherish the carving knife just because it was made of ordinary materials. On the contrary, the more worthless this gift was, the more valuable it was for him to cherish it. Chun Pingan stood up and smiled. I was thinking about the past. Chao Qinglang had also stood up. Chun Pingan stretched out his hand and gestured. You don't have to be so formal in the future. Be at ease. Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded, but she still waited until her husband sat down at the table before she sat down. Chun Pingan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned forward. He looked at the little carving knife on the table and smiled. This carving knife was given to me by the shopkeeper when I left my hometown for the first time. I bought the jade seal in a shop in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Do you still remember the bamboo slips I gave you before? They were all carved by this little carving knife. The thing itself is not valuable, but it is a very meaningful item in my life. Chao Qinglang stood up, took a few steps back, and bowed. Chun Pingan said, helplessly, a little meaningful is just a little meaningful. You don't have to be so serious. There are many things that are meaningful to me, but most of them are worthless. Since you care so much, I still have a lot of straw sandals. Do you want them? I give you a pair, and you bow once. Who will lose and who will gain? It seems that both sides will only lose money. Student, if you don't gain, then don't do it. Chao Qinglang shook her head and said with a smile, Sir, forget about straw sandals. I can make them myself. Maybe I am better than my master. Chun Pingan shook his head and said, In terms of knowledge and cultivation, I may not be as good as you. But when it comes to making straw sandals, you have traveled all over the world and rarely met a match. Chao Qinglang smiled slightly. Chun Pingan joked, according to Li Tuanjing, the former owner of the Wind Thunder Garden, if weaving straw sandals is also a cultivation path, then you are just a fledgling in the lower 5 realms. You don't know what the upper 5 realms of weaving straw sandals is like. Chao Qinglang nodded and said, If you say so, then so be it. Chun Pingan was speechless. Then he thought about it. What kind of atmosphere was lacking in Luapa Mountain now? There was no shortage of fence-sitters, no shortage of ascendant realm flatterers. All of them were taken by his first disciple and Zhu Lian. Even Guizhuzhou, who was half a disciple, was a self-taught fellow cultivator like Pei Qian. So he lacked Chao Qinglong's strength of character. So Chun Pingan smiled with relief. He had finally taken in a normal and good student. Chao Qinglang was a little uncomfortable. He reached out and picked up a bamboo fan with engraved words on the fan. The folding fan's nickname was quite elegant, and there was the saying, "cool wind" in it. Naturally, the inscription on the fan was obvious, but what Chao Qinglang really liked was the line of small regular script on one side of the fan. It was like a small child who was hiding and didn't dare to see others. The writing was extremely small. Perhaps the careless fan buyer would mistake it for a bamboo fan that only had the face of the fan but no inscription. Months, years, or even a lifetime, one wouldn't know how long it would take. Chao Qinglang closed the folding fan and held it in the palm of his hand. He stared at the line of words and looked up with a smile. "No wonder you like to drink." Chun Pingan smiled knowingly. The words were engraved on the bamboo. Life is like a dream. Drinking wine is not afraid of getting drunk. If you don't get drunk, you will be a person in a dream. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Chao Qinglang shook his head and smiled. "It won't hinder you from making money." Chun Pingan casually picked up another fan and fanned it. He chuckled and said, "Your husband is not that kind of person." Chao Qinglang asked, "Teacher, shall we engrave the words together?" Chun Pingan immediately put down the folding fan and smiled. "Sure." Chao Qinglang held back his laughter as he twirled the snow-white stone seal that caught his eye. Holding the carving knife, he hesitated a little before asking softly, "Sir, carving and writing are very different. I've never done this before. If it's my first time and I make a mistake, wouldn't it be a waste of a seal?" Chun Pingan's mind moved slightly, and the flying sword 15 flew out of his acupoints. He held it in his hand and said indifferently, "The seal's material is just a common stone found in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's not worth mentioning, but if you really mind, you can engrave the words slowly. A slow hand and a fast mind will make fewer mistakes. Moreover, the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi are easy to talk to. They don't care about the small flaws in the words themselves. As long as the meaning of the seal is there, it will definitely be sold." Chun Pingan held the carving knife 15 in one hand and the seal in the other. He planned to give one to Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian each. He thought about the content of the seal and did not engrave it for a long time. Therefore, Chao Qinglang, who had a draft in his mind for the first time, was the first to write. After he finished the first word, Chao Qinglang took a deep breath and rested for a while. He looked up and saw that his teacher was still deep in thought. Chao Qinglang lowered his head and continued to engrave. There was a sentence that had been in Chao Qinglang's heart for a long time after he returned with Pei Qian. However, he did not want to say it to his teacher. Otherwise, he would be suspected of being a tattletale. If you don't know how bad Pei Qian was before, you won't know how good Pei Qian is now. As for the Pei Qian, who they had not seen for a long time, even if it was just about the height, why was there such a huge difference between him and Pei Qian? In fact, he was very surprised when he saw the elegant young man holding an umbrella at the corner of the street in the Blessed Land. After they met again, Chao Qinglang was even more puzzled. It was only when he followed Pei Qian to the Temple of Heart Reflection that Chao Qinglang's doubts were slightly dispelled. Later on, when he came to Lapa Mountain, his doubts were reduced, and he gradually got used to Pei Qian's unchanging and change. As for now, although he had not completely figured out the reason, at least Chao Qinglang would not be like before, thinking that Pei Qian's body had been taken over by a cultivator or that part of his soul had been replaced. Otherwise, why would Pei Qian's temperament change so drastically? It was as if he had gone from one extreme to another. The young man was meticulous and careful. In fact, even after he left Luapa Mountain, he still had some worries. Then there was the lecture between his teacher and his disciple on the city wall. This made the young man completely relieved. Chao Qinglang held his breath and focused again, continuing to engrave. Unknowingly, The orphan of the shabby alley back then had become a scholarly young man. Chao Qinglang planned to give the seal to his teacher. Chun Pingon still had not thought of what to engrave. He could only put down the plain seal in his hand, put away the flying sword and returned it to his Qi residence, and turned to pick up the brush to write on the fan. Chao Qinglang raised his head, looked at Chun Pingon, and did not retract his gaze for a long time. Chun Pingon did not raise his head, but he sensed the young man's strangeness. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did you engrave it wrong?" Then change to another seal and start over again. It's just that the seal you engraved before was wrong. If you are willing, you can keep it and don't lose it. I did not engrave it wrong. Chao Qinglang shook his head, was silent for a long time, and muttered, "I am very lucky to have met, teacher." Chun Pingon laughed involuntarily, still did not raise his head, thought for a while, and nodded. Teacher is also very happy to have met this student. Chao Qinglang continued to bury his head in engraving. Chun Pingon finished writing on the fan, turned his head, and asked, "What words did you engrave?" Chao Qinglang hurriedly raised his hand to cover the seal. "I have not finished engraving. Teacher will know in the future." Chun Pingon smiled. This student was not the same as the first disciple who was busy flattering him at the moment. Chao Qinglang sat upright, looked focused, and meticulously engraved the words. His heart was calm, and his hands were very steady. He used the carving knife that teacher gave him to write the seal words. The next time he left, he would give teacher this seal. Chao Qinglang had not finished engraving and closed his eyes halfway. A beautiful picture that he had imagined for a long time appeared in his mind, and what he thought in his heart was what he wrote in his hands. Teacher sits alone. The spring breeze flips the book. "606. An unfamiliar young man came to the wine shop and asked for a pot of the cheapest wine. The shop's business was especially quiet today, which was rare. Therefore, the young man in white, who was as handsome as an immortal, was quite lucky to have a table to sit at. However, the young man's face was slightly pale, as if he was not feeling well. Zhang Jiazhen brought over a wine pot and a bowl, as well as a plate of pickled vegetables. She told the customer to wait for a while. And then there was a free bowl of yang chun noodles. The customer opened the wine pot and smelled it hard. Then he held the wine bowl and looked at the pickled vegetables. He raised his head and asked in the Great Wall dialect of Sword Qi, "Such a big wine bowl, such fragrant immortal wine and free pickled vegetables and yang chun noodles. It's really not a small piece of summer's money, but a piece of snow? Is there a wine shop in the world that does business like this? Let me tell you in advance, my cultivation is high and I have a powerful backer. There's no way you can play tricks on me." Zhang Jiazhen had heard many complaints from drinkers and drunkards, but this was the first time she heard someone complaining that the wine was too cheap. It should be those foreigners from the vast world, otherwise in her hometown. Even if it was a sword immortal or a noble from Taixiang Street or Xuanu Street, no matter which wine shop or restaurant, they would only complain that the wine was expensive and tasted bad. Zhang Jiazhen smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's really just a piece of snow." The young man in white pushed the wine pot further away, covered his sleeves with his hands, and shook his head. "I don't dare to drink this wine. It's too cheap. There must be a trick." An old sword cultivator at the next table took advantage of the fact that there were not many people around, and sat beside the young man in white with an empty wine bowl. He said with a smile, "You foreigner, although you can speak our language, you look unfamiliar. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. I'll buy this pot of wine." The young man pressed down on the wine pot. "Do you think I'll buy it just because you say so? Do I look like someone who lacks money?" The old sword cultivator was a little helpless. The second shopkeeper had always been vicious and black-hearted. Why did he choose such a greenhorn, who couldn't distinguish between good and bad? The old sword cultivator could only ask in his mind, "You're one of us, aren't you? Sai, look at how unhelpful you are." These words are too obvious. Was it your idea to act on your own? I'm sure the second shopkeeper wouldn't have taught you this. Sure enough, there was an old drunkard and old gambler who only liked to squat by the roadside and drink wine, who did not like to drink at the table. He sneered and said, "Where did that black-hearted second shopkeeper find such a fledgling helper? Is this your first time doing such a thing that goes against your conscience? Didn't the second shopkeeper tell you about it? That's right. Now that he's earning mountains of gold and silver, who knows where he's hiding and counting the money, he can't be bothered to nurture that bar salesman for the time being. I'm curious. Our great wall of sword chi has always been a gambler. Now that the second manager is here, why don't you just start a sect?" At this point, the old gambler, who had just lost a large sum of money today, turned his head and smiled. "Stack Shang, I'm not talking about you. If you weren't the head shopkeeper, Grandpa Lou wouldn't be willing to come here to drink even if he was so poor that he could only drink water." Stack Shang smiled and did not fuss over it. In Chun Pingan's words, it was the customers who scolded him. The second manager could scold as much as he wanted, and it would waste his saliva and make it easier for him to drink more. However, those who scolded him once and did not come to drink again, purely spending Shue's money to make a scene. Then he would have to trouble the head shopkeeper to remember their names or appearances. In the future, the second manager would have to find a chance to make up for it in the future. He would be amicable and forget about the grudge with the other party. Soon, a customer at the table shook his head and said, "I think our second manager is indeed immoral, but he's not that stupid. I reckon that he's just a salesman from another restaurant who purposely came here to disgust the second manager. Come, let me give you a toast. Although his methods are a bit clumsy, he's very brave at such a young age. He dares to arm wrestle with the second manager. You're a hero and deserve my toast." The head shopkeeper Stack Zhang just happened to pass by that table. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the table. That customer resentfully put down his wine bowl and squeezed out a smile. "Lady Stack Zhang, we really don't have any prejudice against you. It's just that it's a pity that the head shopkeeper met the wrong person. Forget it. I'll punish myself with a bowl." This customer drank a bowl of wine and was wrongly accused by Lady Stack Zhang, wasn't he? This man was both sullen and sad. He had received the second manager's personal teachings and had secretly obtained the second manager's brocade pouch. He had only used the Immortal's incantation, "Too much white is black, too much black is white, too much black is white," and the conversion between black and white is difficult for Immortals to predict. He was a genuine family member. However, this man thought again. Forget it. In any case, every time the second manager secretly acted as the banker, he earned quite a bit. After the event, the second manager would secretly split the spoils and give out money. No, it was a bonus. What spoils? As for how much money would be given out in the end, the rules were strange. It was all up to the second manager to decide. Fellow Taoist, like this man, only cared about receiving money. The second manager had made it clear from the beginning that if he gave too much, he didn't need to thank him. If he gave too little, he shouldn't complain. Splitting the money was a sign of friendship, but not splitting it was a sign of duty. If anyone didn't pay attention, then they should be careful when walking in the dark. Who wouldn't stumble in the dark when drunk? Now that they were drinking in this small restaurant, they really couldn't not fix their snacks. However, as time went by, one would develop a knack for drinking. In fact, one would find it extremely interesting. For example, the people drinking in this shop all liked to glance at each other. They were all looking for clues, trying to determine whether the other party was a friend or foe. This man felt that he should be among the second manager's many bartenders. He was one of those with high seniority, high cultivation, and better comprehension. Otherwise, the second manager wouldn't have hinted to him that in the future he would let a trustworthy fellow Taoist be the banker, and specifically bet on who was a bartender and who wasn't. There was no reason for outsiders to earn this kind of money. As for whether it was real or fake, it wouldn't let some of his family members who had to temporarily stop work suffer a loss. It guaranteed that after his identity was exposed, he would receive a large sum of compensation money. At the same time, it would allow some of his fellow Taoists to hide deeper. As for how the banker would make money, it was actually very simple. He would temporarily discuss with some sort of mortal seniors who weren't fellow Taoists. He would use his own face and incense to let them help him set up a trap. In short, it wouldn't ruin the banker's reputation and gambling character. The reason was simple. All the one-sided deals in the world weren't good deals. For cultivators like us, it was certain that we would become sword immortals. After a long time, how could we not have a good character? Other than the second manager's last sentence, when the man heard it, he didn't have the face to agree with anything else. However, he still deeply agreed with the first few words. The man drank and basked in the sun. He didn't know why, but at first, he only felt that the wine here wasn't expensive and could afford it. Now, he truly felt that the wine of the bamboo sea grotto heaven tasted pretty good. Chui Dongshan took out a snowflake and gently placed it on the table. He began to drink. If one were to ask about the details of a person's heart, not to mention these drunkards and gamblers, even his teacher, Chun Pingon, wouldn't dare to say that he could compare with his student, Chui Dongshan. In the human world, after a long time, only they could eat their fill. They couldn't feed their fill. His teacher's actions in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for more than a year seemed messy. However, in Chui Dongshan's eyes, it was actually very simple. He didn't drag his feet at all. It was nothing more than fake things and borrowing power. This was a different person from the teacher at the Book Slip Lake. Fake things. It was the wine shop. Wine, pickled vegetables, Yangchun noodles, couplets, and a wall full of nameplates. 100 Sword Immortal Seal Manual. 1 Sword Immortal Seal Manual. Folding fan. Borrowing power. It was the 4 gatekeepers, including Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. It was the descendants of Chen Sanqiu and Yan Xia. It was the entire Ning residence. It was the title of the literary sage's disciple. Besides senior brother were all the sword immortals who came to drink and inscribed their names on nameplates. There were even more sword cultivators. It was the daughter of the Middle Plains grand family, Yu Zhuanfu. It was the people of the Great Wall of Sword Chi who spent money to buy the seals and fans. After these 2 things were done, he could do more things besides protecting himself. To protect himself, he had to protect his own life. More importantly, he had to protect his own heart. Are you willing to think about whether my words and actions are harmless to the world? Regardless of whether I can do it in the end, whether I'm willing or not will make a difference. If you don't think about it, you might not hurt others. But if you are willing to think about it, it will naturally be better. However, from Chui Dongshan's point of view, his teacher was still stuck at the level of kindness and evil. After going around in circles, it seemed like a ghost going around a wall. He could only bear the worries and worries, but it was a good thing. As for the possibility of kindness begetting evil, and evil begetting good, his teacher had not thought about it. Back then, outside the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, why did his student mention the wedding dress ghost? He purposely made a simple matter complicated and made things difficult for his teacher? He, Chui Dongshan, was not someone who had nothing better to do. Naturally, he had his own intentions. His teacher definitely knew that his intentions were not bad, but he did not know the deeper meaning. But it was fine. As long as his teacher walked steadily, it did not matter if he was a little slow. There would be a cool breeze in his sleeves and a bright moon on his shoulders. People could not just be given to others. There could not be any suspicion of charity. Otherwise, so what if it was given for free? Other people might not be able to keep it, and it would increase karma. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, one could only rely on fate. Or rather, it depended on whether the wasteland agreed or not. Do not go against one's heart. Grasp the propriety. Proceed step by step. Think through everything. Do your best. Take and release, and do it with ease. At first glance, it was very chewy. Was teacher Chen Pingon more like Qi Jingchun or Cui Dong? Why did that old bastard Cui Dong later create a book-like questioning heart game and try to decide the true victor in a tug-of-war with Qi Jingchun? Wasn't it because his teacher had taken a fancy to him? In fact, as they walked, he seemed to have become the true comrade of Cui Dong. Wasn't this the most interesting thing in the world? Therefore, Cui Dong planned to make the dead Qi Jingchun unable to admit defeat, but in Cui Dong's heart he could openly turn the tables. Did Qi Jingchun think that he could choose another senior brother Cui Dong when he was alive? At that time, Cui Dong could mock Qi Jingchun for thinking about it for 60 years in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven. In the end, he felt that the person who could save himself and save others was not Qi Jingchun himself, but someone like Cui Dong. It was obvious who would win and who would lose. Why did the old scholar want to separate that bastard Cui Dong from my soul? Wasn't that the same as giving him a taste of his own medicine? Letting Cui Dong know what he was thinking was still not completely right. This was probably the unique go skill that the old scholar had been hiding all his life and did not want to show it to others. And Pei Qian, who was born in lotus flower-blessed land, was of course the old scholar's unreasonable hand. Cui Dongshan drank a bowl of wine and picked up some pickled vegetables. It was indeed a little salty. His teacher was too generous in doing business and wasted salt. In the Taoist temple, did the old scholar hope that his last disciple would only see the good and evil in people's hearts? It was far more than that. So, what if he knew about the good and evil in people's hearts? Cui Dongshan's teacher had already walked down the path of making himself an enemy. Knowing about it was just knowing. Of course, the benefits would not be small, but it was still not big enough. Old Xiu was the one who really put in a lot of effort. He still hoped to see the good and bad in people's hearts and the thousands of possibilities that extended from it. The good and bad in people's hearts actually involved the more complicated and seemingly more unreasonable concept of good begetting evil, and evil begetting good. This once again involved an old story from the early years. Back then, Qi Jingchun was no longer willing to play chess with his senior brother Cui Dong. He went to ask his teacher if there was a chess game in the world where both sides could win. At that time, the old scholar was drinking by himself. He had just secretly put down one of his legs from the bench and assumed the posture of a teacher. When he heard the question, he laughed and choked a few times. It was not known whether it was because he was happy or because the wine was too spicy, but he almost cried. At that time, a big fool was eyeing the wine on the teacher's table. He casually said, "If you don't play chess, you won't lose. If you don't lose, you win." This is the same principle as not spending money to earn money. At that time, he was guarding against the big fool stealing the wine. His answer was, "If my chess skills are good enough, I can win. If I lose without anyone knowing, then it's a win." Cui Dong sat on the threshold and leaned against the door. He smiled and said, "Without breaking the rules, this is only possible if the chessboard is infinitely big. Otherwise, don't even think about it." At that time, the only young man standing in the room just looked at his teacher. The old scholar smiled and said, "This question is a bit big. If I want to answer it well, I have to think about it a little more." Qi Jingchun nodded and said, "Please finish the wine quickly." The implication was that the teacher should have an answer after drinking the wine. The old scholar smiled and nodded with confidence. As soon as he finished the wine, he began to stagger to his feet. He tried hard to hold back his blushing face and pretended to be drunk. He then took a nap. Cui Dongshan put down his chopsticks and looked at the square table like a chessboard. He looked at the wine pot and wine bowl on the table and sighed softly. He got up and left. When he arrived at the gate of Ning Mansion, a young man in white holding an ordinary green bamboo mountain staff gently knocked on the door. Nayland Yeshing opened the door. The young man smiled and said, "Grandpa Nayland, the teacher must often talk about me. I am Dongshan." Nayland Yeshing only knew that this person was his son-in-law student, but he really didn't know that he was good-looking but not very smart. What a pity! The two disciples and students that the son-in-law had brought in earlier looked very good. After Nayland Yeshing closed the door, Chui Dongshan said with a puzzled look, "Grandpa Nayland is obviously an Ascendant Realm sword cultivator. Why is he in the Jade Unpolished Realm? Could it be that you were attacked by that old monster who hasn't appeared for 10,000 years and seriously injured Grandpa Nayland? Why hasn't such a story been spread in the world?" Nayland Yeshing smiled and didn't want to lower himself to the level of a guy with a hole in his head. Chui Dongshan shook his sleeve, took out a round yellow ancient bead, and handed it to Nayland Yeshing. "What a coincidence! I have a pill I picked up on the side of the road. It is difficult to help Grandpa Nayland return to the immortal realm, but it may be possible to mend the Jade Unpolished Realm." Nayland Yeshing glanced at it and didn't see the depth of the pill. If the gift was too heavy, there was no reason to accept it. If the gift was too light, there was no need to be polite. So he smiled and said, "Thank you, but take it back." Chui Dongshan didn't take back his hand. He added with a smile, "I picked it up on the Cayenne Road in White Emperor City." With lightning speed, Nayland Yeshing grabbed the pill from the white-clothed young man's hand and hid it in his sleeve. After thinking about it, he decided to keep it in his arms. The old man complained, "Dongshan, why are you still giving Grandpa Nayland a gift? Don't be so estranged." Chui Dongshan looked surprised and stretched out his hand. "Estranged? Isn't this Junior drawing legs on a snake? Give it back to me." Nayland Yeshing stretched out his hand and gently pushed the young man's hand away. He said earnestly, "Dongshan, look, you are even more estranged now." The young man seemed to be convinced by the old man. He turned and ran to the door of Ning Mansion. He opened the door and crossed the threshold. Then he turned and stretched out his hand. "Give it back to me." Nayland Yeshing took a breath of cold air. Good heavens, he must be right. He is really the proud student of that son-in-law. Maybe he has obtained all the true teachings. Nayland Yeshing pretended to be deaf and dumb, turned and left. He didn't care whether he entered Ning Mansion or closed the door. Chui Dongshan entered the door, closed the door, and quickly caught up with Nayland Yeshing. He whispered, "Grandpa Nayland, now you know who I am, right?" Nayland Yeshing smiled. "Dongshan, you are the most promising student of son-in-law, aren't you?" Chui Dongshan said guiltily, "I only picked up one on the Cayenne Road in White Emperor City." In an instant, Chui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and blocked the side of his head. Nayland Yeshing smiled. "In this way, I can accept it with peace of mind." Chui Dongshan withdrew his hand and whispered, "Grandpa Nayland, please don't tell anyone that I am an Ascendant Realm cultivator, lest the Sword Immortals think that my realm is too low and embarrass Mr." Nayland Yeshing was a little tired. It was not because of the pill itself, but because he didn't guess Chui Dongshan's words and actions after they met. He only said that he used the flying sword to scare this boy. Since the other party's realm was extremely high, he could completely turn a blind eye to it or try his best to block the flying sword. But this guy stretched out his hand to block it and deliberately slowed down a bit. When his 2 fingers touched the flying sword, it was not the tip of the sword, but the hilt. Nayland Yeshing was worried. Chui Dongshan walked side by side with the old man, looked around, and said casually with a smile, "Since I am Mr. Student Grandpa Nayland, are you worried that I am too bad, or that Mr. is not good enough? Do you believe that I, Chui Dongshan, am not smart enough, or do you believe that Mr. is right? Are you worried about me, a foreigner, or are you worried about the foundation of Ning Mansion? Are the flying swords of the Sword Immortals inside, and outside Ning Mansion not enough to break through the sea of clouds? Should a sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms believe in the lethality of his flying sword, or that his sword heart is clear and pure enough? Could it be that after I said that you no longer believe me even though you originally believed me? Ooh. Nailin Yeshing looked dignified. Chui Dongshan sighed with emotion. People with great strength always think that they can save effort and worry. This is not good. Nailin Yeshing frowned. Chui Dongshan glanced at the dragon beheading cliff not far away. Mister is here, so there's nothing to worry about. Brother Nailin, we brothers have to cherish it. Nailin Yeshing said nothing along the way. When they arrived at Mister's house, Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang were also there. Chui Dongshan bowed and thanked him, calling him Grandpa Nailin. Nailin Yeshing nodded with a smile and said to Chen Pingan, who got up in the house, Dongshan, and I hit it off at first sight, and he almost recognized me as a brother. Chen Pingan nodded with a smile. Okay, Grandpa Nailin, I know. Pei Qian secretly gave a thumbs up to the big white goose at the door. Chui Dongshan said with a blank face, Grandpa Nailin, I didn't say that. Nailin Yeshing smiled and said, Is it your husband who believes in me, Brother Nailin, or you, Brother Chui? Chui Dongshan covered his forehead with one hand and staggered. I drank too much at the shop just now. What did I say? Where am I? Who am I? The thumbs that Pei Qian had just put down were raised again. Moreover, both thumbs were raised. Nalini left, feeling carefree and happy. Chen Pingan glared at Chui Dongshan. Chui Dongshan sat on the threshold. Mister, let me sit here and enjoy the cool breeze to sober up. Chen Pingan sat back in his seat and continued to right the fan, and Chao Qinglang was also helping. Pei Qian wanted to help, but his master didn't allow it. He sat alone at the next table, facing the door, and the big white goose. He winked at him and pointed to the 2 items on the table that were given by his master's wife. Pei Qian didn't stand on ceremony with his master's wife. He picked 2 gifts generously. A string of prayer beads made of unknown material with 108 people engraved on it. A pair of chess jars. As soon as the lids were opened, the jar with white chess pieces looked like a cloud, while the jar with black chess pieces was covered with dark clouds. There was a vague scene of an old dragon making rain. There were many beads in the prayer beads, and even more chess pieces in the jar. The quality was not important at all. Pei Qian always felt that his family should win with quantity. Next time he fought with Li Huai, how could Li Huai win? Chui Dongshan nodded with a smile, raised his hand, and gently made a clapping gesture. Pei Qian and him had a tacit understanding, so he raised his hand and clapped from a distance. Pei Qian sat cross-legged on the bench, shaking her head and shoulders. Chen Pingan, who had his back to Pei Qian, said, Have you forgotten how to sit? Pei Qian immediately seemed to have been immobilized. Chui Dongshan leaned against the door and looked at the 3 people in the room with a smile. Pei Qian was laughing to herself. Now, whenever she saw a temple, she would kowtow to the Bodhisattva. It was said that she often went to the Temple of Heart Image in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. But for some reason, when she put her palms together, her palms were not tightly pressed together, as if she was carefully holding something. She also heard from Zhong Qiu that she now had her first friend, who was no longer a friend. Of course, it was not Chen Wanshu and Zhou Meili who were still good friends, nor was it the old cook Wei Xiaobai. It was a girl born and raised in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, who had just married a few years ago. Before she left Lotus Root Blessed Land, she went to find her and apologized. But the girl didn't seem to accept or reject Pei Qian's apology. She recognized Pei Qian, whose height and appearance had not changed much, but the girl from a rich family just pretended not to know because she was afraid. After Pei Qian left, she secretly found Zhong Qiu behind Chao Qinglong's back. She asked Master Zhong to do something for her. Zhong Qiu agreed. Pei Qian then asked if it was right. Zhong Qiu said it was not wrong, but did not say if it was good or if it could really be corrected. She only said that she should ask her master herself. At that time, Pei Qian said that she didn't dare to say it now. When she was braver, she would say it. When her master liked her more, then she would dare to say it. Chao Qinglang was writing attentively. It was very similar to a person. She was always serious about whatever she did, so she needed someone to teach her what she could not be serious about and what she should not be stubborn about. It was just that he didn't know whether Chao Qinglang now knew why his master was willing to be so serious when he was a burden dealer. In this seriousness, part of it was because of his guilt towards Chao Qinglang, even though Chao Qinglang's suffering in life had nothing to do with him. There were many things and many words that Cui Dongshan would not say. With master teaching and answering questions, the students and disciples just listened and watched. As for master, he was probably still thinking about how to make money at this moment. There were 3 people in the room. In fact, they were very similar in one thing. It was the time when his parents left for a faraway place and never returned. They were still children at that time. Master's parents were the first to leave, then Pei Qian, and then Chao Qinglang. The 3 people in the room probably did not want to grow up, but they had no choice but to. Therefore, Cui Dongshan did not enter the room. He only wanted to sit by the door and lay the mountain walking stick across his knees. It was rare for him to be alone and to be in a daze. Chun Pingan slammed the table, startling Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian. Then they heard their master laughing angrily. The one who writes the best is the laziest. Chao Qinglang looked enlightened and nodded. That makes sense. Pei Qian slammed the table. How dare you? Cui Dongshan quickly got up and crossed the door with the mountain walking stick in his hand. Okay. Chun Pingan stood up and sat beside Pei Qian. He smiled and said, Master will teach you how to play chess. Pei Qian nodded vigorously and began to open the chess jar. He stretched out his hands and shook it gently. Okay, the big white goose. What's that? It's little senior brother. Little senior brother taught me how to play chess. I'm a slow learner. I can only beat him if he gives me 10 moves. Chun Pingan's smile did not change. He just sat down and stood up. Then we'll play next time. Master, go right. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring the small box here. Copy the book. Pei Qian nodded and ran out. He quickly carried the small bamboo box back. He saw his master standing at the door and looking at him. Pei Qian stopped at the door and looked up in confusion. Master, are you waiting for me? Chun Pingan smiled. I remember when someone went to fetch water with a bucket. It wasn't so fast. Pei Qian looked a little flustered. Chun Pingan rubbed her head and smiled. Master and Chao Qinglang could wait for you to come home. Of course, they can wait even more now. Ooh. Cui Dongshan looked up and complained. I'm the one who met Master the earliest. Pei Qian immediately smiled happily. I met you earlier than Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang turned to look at the door and smiled. Pei Qian immediately said to the big white goose, What's the point of fighting over this? Cui Dongshan raised his hands. Senior sister is right. Chun Pingan patted Pei Qian's head. Go copy the book. In the end, it was Chun Pingan who sat by the door. He took out the blade, strengthening gourd, and started drinking. The 3 people in the room looked at the back of the figure at the door and went back to their own business. Chun Pingan suddenly asked, Chao Qinglang, I'll make you a walking stick later. Chao Qinglang turned and said, Master, I have one. Chun Pingan did not turn his head. He smiled and said, It's not a gift from Master. If you don't mind, you can take the one in the opposite room. Chao Qinglang thought for a moment. As long as it's not a straw sandal, it's fine. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and muttered, Comparisons are odious. Pei Qian finished writing a sentence. When she stopped writing, she secretly made a face and muttered, I'm so angry, so angry. Then Pei Qian glanced at the small bamboo box on the table. She was in a good mood. After all, she was the only one who had a small box. Chun Pingon had his back to the three people. He smiled and looked at the sky through the patio. Today's bamboo sea grotto heaven wine was still delicious. How could such good wine be bought on credit? Chun Pingon drank a mouthful of wine. He held the wine pot in one hand and patted his knee with the other. He muttered to himself, I'm a poor man, but I'm good. Cui Dongshan smiled, and also seemed to be talking to himself. You don't seek for yourself, but you count other people's treasures. It's useless to count other people's treasures. Please listen to me. Chao Qinglang smiled and continued softly, untainted, the light is self-evident. It's impossible not to be born from the heart. When you speak, it's like a lion's roar. Pei Qian stopped writing and pricked up her ears. She felt so wronged. She did not know what her master was talking about. She definitely had not read it in the book. Otherwise, she would definitely remember. Pei Qian sighed. Then I'll make the stinky tofu. Chun Pingon's eyes lit up. He patted his knee and laughed loudly. Yang chun noodles can be free, but this stinky tofu has to be charged. "607. For the next 2 weeks, Pei Qian was not very happy because Cui Dongshan forced her to leave Ning Mansion and wander around with Blockhead Chow. The three of them wandered through the streets and alleys of the city. They went a look at the mirage from afar, and then went all the way south. The big white goose liked to take a long detour and pass by the houses of sword immortals before they reached the top of the city on foot. If Master was here, they could even crawl, let alone walk. But since Master was not here, Pei Qian hinted several times for him to take out the fairy talisman boat so that they could see the ground more clearly from the sky. But Cui Dongshan did not agree, and Chao Qinglang was not interested either. He just acted like a mute, which made Pei Qian feel a little weak. Chao Qinglang originally planned to cultivate peacefully in the Ning Mansion. Just like Mr. Zhong, he walked slowly in the martial arts field every day. He could walk for several hours at a time. But when Cui Dongshan knocked on the door and asked him to come out, Chao Qinglang wanted to refuse. After all, Mr. Zhong specially chose this place for her to cultivate, and she could not let Mr. Zhong down. But Cui Dongshan shook his head, and his meaning was obvious. Chao Qinglang thought for a while and agreed. Cui Dongshan reminded Chao Qinglang to bring the mountain traveling staff that the teacher had given him. Chao Qinglang brought the mountain traveling staff that had accompanied the teacher through thousands of mountains and rivers and walked through half of the North Continent. Cui Dongshan had one himself, but it was an ordinary green bamboo. Pei Qian's mountain staff was made of the best material and was the most valuable. After the big white goose explained, Pei Qian gave up the idea of carrying the small bamboo box. On the top of the city wall, Pei Qian walked on the southern side of the city wall and saw many interesting sword immortals along the way. There were sword immortals in colorful robes strolling, but they did not carry a sword at their waist. The sword had no scabbard, and the sword tassel was extremely long. One end of the tassel was tied to the waist, and the long sword dragged on the ground. The sword's tip and edge rubbed against the city wall, and the sword's aura was clearly visible. Pei Qian wanted to look more, but did not dare to. Chao Qinglang, who was walking on a higher ground, looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "In this great wall of sword aura, height depends on the sword." Only then did Chao Qinglang give up the idea of jumping down the city wall and landing on the horse path. Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian laughed and said, "There's no harm in taking a look. The glory of a sword immortal is a rare sight in this world. Lord Sword Immortal will not blame you." Pei Qian dared to look more. The sword immortal in colorful robes was deep in thought, and he did not mind that the three of them were walking on a higher ground. Chui Dongshan's bottleneck, and his life's cultivation, his life flying sword. And the blood on the ground. Ground blood. Wu Qingpei was a loner. Although he looked young, he was actually very old. His Dao companion had once had her head crushed by a great demon. He opened his mouth and swallowed the woman's soul. That great demon was severely injured on the battlefield and hid in a cave in the depths of the wildlands to recuperate. It was unwilling to appear on the battlefield again. Wu Qingpei once debated whether he would live the rest of his life alone or die a meaningless death. In the end, that great demon was killed, and its head was thrown to the ground next to Wu Qingpei's feet. Wu Qingpei smiled and said, "Since it's on the way, why don't you treat me to a drink?" The three of them even encountered a sword immortal who seemed to be in the middle of fighting with his sword drawn. He sat cross-legged and was currently drinking wine with one hand forming a sword seal. The old man had his back towards the south and his face towards the north. Between the north and south walls, there was something that could be described as lightning or sword light. It was as thick as the mouth of the Iron Lock Well in Longquan County. The sword light was dazzling, and sparks flew in all directions. Lightning constantly smashed on the horse path on the city wall, like thousands of snakes slithering before disappearing into the grass. Pei Qian was afraid and did not dare to move forward. The old man smiled. "I don't know the rules here. You can pass if you have wine. Otherwise, you can defeat me with your sword skills or ride your sword out of the city wall and take a detour." Chui Dongshan smiled. "My master is the second shopkeeper. The upper beam is so crooked, but the lower beam is not crooked either. Strange, strange." The old man then said angrily, "Then you'll need 2 pots of wine." Chui Dongshan smiled and threw 2 pots of wine to the sword immortal old man. The old man was called Zhao Zhouge. The person facing Zhao Zhouge on the north side of the city wall was Chen Quan, a nascent soul sword immortal who had fallen from the unpolished Jade Realm. They were sworn enemies. Other than today, when Zhao Zhouge pressed on and clashed with Chen Quan's sword Qi, the 2 old men who were born in the same shabby alley would also curse at each other across the horse path. It was said that when they drank wine in private, they would even spit at each other. After taking the wine, sword immortal Zhao Zhouge raised his sword hand slightly, like an immortal holding a river. He lifted the sword Qi that was blocking the road. Zhao Zhouge said unhappily, on account of the wine, Chui Dongshan and the other 2 jumped off the city wall and walked forward slowly. Chao Qinglang raised her head and looked at the river above her head that was as dense as water. The young man's face was illuminated by the light. Pei Qian hid beside Chui Dongshan and tugged at the big white goose's sleeve. "Let's go quickly." Chui Dongshan smiled. "Senior sister, don't embarrass your master." Pei Qian clenched the mountain-traversing staff in her hand and trembled in fear. She assumed the posture of an arrogant demon, but her limbs were slightly stiff. After crossing the river above their heads and walking far away, Pei Qian, who was scared half to death, kicked the big white goose's calf. Although she did not use much strength, the big white goose was kicked into the air and fell to the ground. Her body curled up, and she hugged her leg and rolled around. Pei Qian and the big white goose were old friends and was not worried about this at all. Therefore, Pei Qian turned to look at Chao Qinglang almost instantly. Chao Qinglang looked ahead. "I didn't see anything." Pei Qian heaved a sigh of relief, and then asked with a grin, "Then did you see the fish in the river just now?" "They weren't big. One was golden, and the other was green." Chao Qinglang shook her head. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. "Hee, so you're a cultivator." Chao Qinglang did not think much of it. Chao Qinglang was well aware of his own aptitude. Mr. Zhong had already explained to him in detail why the demon Ding Ying stayed in the house near Zhuiyuan Alley and why he chose to sit in Chao Qinglang's house. Ding Ying had long guessed that the few cultivators in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom were the hiding place of the female great grandmaster from Mirror Heart Chamber. Chao Qinglang was one of them. At that time, the spiritual energy in his hometown was thin. The only person who could be considered a true cultivator and become an immortal was the sword-controlling immortal, Yu Shini, who was second only to Ding Ying. However, since he could be regarded as a cultivator, Chao Qinglang would not belittle himself, and of course he would not be arrogant. In fact, after the lotus flower-blessed land was divided into four, the heavenly dew and spiritual chi fell on the human world like rain. Many of the cultivation seeds that were originally floating in the river of time began to take root and sprout in the soil suitable for cultivation, blossoming and bearing fruit. However, as Mr. Liu, who had secretly taught him the magic of immortals, had said, having the innate talent of being blessed by heaven and earth was only the first step. Being able to stand at the foot of the mountain was only the second step. After that, there were still thousands of steps to go up the mountain. As long as one walked steadily, there would be hope to find Chun Pingan and have the opportunity to thank him and ask him if Chao Qinglang would be able to walk the path of the great Tao in the next 100 or 1,000 years. Cui Dongshan glanced at Pei Qian, the nominal senior sister. Pei Qian could rely on her talent to see other people's hearts, but Cui Dongshan was more than that. Not only could he see people's hearts, but he also knew the depths of people's hearts that others did not know. Pei Qian's memory was good. When she practiced martial arts, she stopped her sword energy for 18 times. Later, when she copied books and saw righteousness, she did not realize it at all. Then, she learned to play chess with him on the cross-continent ferry. It turned out that as long as Pei Qian was willing to do something, she could do it better than anyone else. As long as it was something she wanted to learn and really wanted to explore, she would be able to do it very quickly. However, this was not Pei Qian's greatest ability. The most powerful thing about Pei Qian was that she could cut off her thoughts and set a barrier in her heart to not think too much. If I don't want to think too much, the thoughts won't come. The most intuitive manifestation was that after Pei Qian and the teacher recognized their master as their disciple, especially when they went to Lapa Mountain, Pei Qian began to stagnate. Whether it was her height or her temperament, it seemed to be fixed there. She was never tall and was always a small charcoal. Then Pei Qian's carefree attitude was truly carefree and carefree. However, as long as it was a path without barriers, Pei Qian's mind and thoughts were often like an amazing realm of unfettered heaven and earth, traveling thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Her mind was restless and unrestrained. Unrestrained? Cultivators trembled with fear, like weak scholars walking unsteadily. The path was full of dangers, and there were many bandits hiding at the side. However, for Pei Qian, there was no such concern at all. It was only after she started to practice martial arts that there was an earth-shattering change. She began to grow, to move forward courageously. This was obviously another extreme. This was very good, but it also hid a lot of trouble and hidden dangers. Because the Lord Pei Qian in Pei Qian's heart was only the disciple Pei Qian in her master's heart. Therefore, to a certain extent, Pei Qian was definitely not determined. Pei Qian's heart was not sincere. She walked too fast, as if she was riding on the clouds. Above the lake in her heart, there was only a pavilion in the sky that had not yet been connected to the ground. If it was not for her master, intentionally or unintentionally, who had been bringing her on foot, trekking through mountains and rivers, each holding a walking stick and carrying a bamboo box, carefully placing one or two of the simplest principles and the simplest rules in her little book box in her heart, Pei Qian would be like a firecracker that could explode at any time. Then, in the future, the more she learned martial arts, the further she walked on the martial path, and the greater the power of the firecracker. There was a great possibility that Pei Qian would one day poke a huge hornet's nest, harming others and herself. Now that Pei Qian had changed a lot, Master was no longer afraid that Pei Qian would take the initiative to make mistakes, even if she walked the Jianghu alone. Master was actually not too worried that she would take the initiative to hurt others. Instead, he was afraid that others would make mistakes, and if the mistakes were obvious, then Pei Qian would not be able to hold herself back and use her big mistake to crush others' small mistake. This was the most worrying result. How easy was it for Master to teach his disciple? The vast world was so complicated, and there were so many life and death situations. If it was not the countryside where chickens crowed and dogs barked, there would be the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting, and there would be the overturning of rivers and seas. There were all kinds of accidents that even Qin Pingan could not determine good and evil. Once Pei Qian met with them, how could Qin Pingan dare to truly be at ease? For the sake of this first disciple of his, Master could be said to have cultivated a lot. They quickly passed by a group of sword cultivators who were sitting on the ground practicing their sword play. Then Pei Qian's sharp eyes saw the woman from the central divine continent called Yu Zhuanfu sitting on the road in front of the city. Yu Zhuanfu was not practicing her sword play, but was sitting there chewing on a pancake. Cui Dongshan's hands were behind his head, his chest puffed out. His arrogant walking posture was not one bit inferior to First Senior Sister's signature posture. Pei Qian did not know what the big white goose was thinking. It was probably that after meeting so many sword cultivators at once, its heart was trembling, and it was pretending not to be afraid. Pei Qian's impression of her was actually not bad. This Yu Zhuanfu was quite magnanimous. The reason was very simple. Back when Yu Zhuanfu lost in the grappling fist and had her head smashed against the wall, she was not angry. If only Cin Yuanji and Bai Zicheng had such magnanimity. The city walls were wide enough. Yu Zhuanfu did not even raise her head, only looking at the vast land to the south. Pei Qian's group, each holding a mountain staff, walked past one by one. Not far from Yu Zhuanfu was a youth reading a book. Pei Qian frowned, sitting on a cushion and listening to Sword Immortal Ku Xia's teachings. The Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator, Yan Lu, glanced at the three people on the city walls, then turned away. It was said that he was on the same side as Qin Pingan, and it did seem like it. Cui Dongshan glanced at the book in the youth's hand and nodded with a smile. Very good, he could be considered half of his disciple and grand disciple. It was a small matter. Lin Junbai closed the book and raised his head to smile at the three people. Cui Dongshan returned the smile. Pei Qian pretended not to see it, and Chao Qingling nodded in return. Chao Qingling had naturally already recognized the person. The teacher had carved some words in the manner and casually talked about the two defensive battles. He did not talk about good or evil. He only described the thoughts of the attackers and defenders, as well as the speed of their attacks for the three students. The three people left. Lin Junbai continued flipping through the iridescent clouds manual on the great wall of sword chi, although he did not want to break through consecutively in one go, which was why his realm was not high. Under Sword Immortal Ku Xia's instructions, he still acted as half a teacher for his companions. Furthermore, he was the only sword cultivator who managed to capture a wisp of the ancient sword intent and leave it in his crucial chi abode. Yan Lu, Jiang Guanqing, and Zhu Mei, half of the innate sword embryos, had once captured a fleeting wisp of the sword intent. Yan Lu had even captured it more than once, but unfortunately he failed to keep it. Lin Junbai had never revealed the secrets of the heavens. Sword Immortal Ku Xia knew this, but he did not expose it. Lin Junbai planned to wait until he had collected 3 wisps of the ancient sword Immortal's sword intent. If no one succeeded, he would then say that he had received a gift. It could be considered as a way to encourage them, so as to prevent them from losing their motivation to practice the sword. Every time the 3 of them reached a deserted area, Cui Dongshan would quicken his pace. Pei Qian could keep up with him. Her breathing was smooth, and she was extremely relaxed. Chao Qinglang, on the other hand, was constantly suffering. Walking on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she still had to follow Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian. It was like flying. Naturally, it was more torturous than the slow breathing in the Ning manner. Cui Dongshan would occasionally stop and let Chao Qinglang sit down and meditate for a few hours. Pei Qian was bored to death. She would lie on the city wall and look towards the south with her hands on her cheeks. She hoped to see one or two so-called great demons. Of course, she only wanted to see one or two. There was no need to greet them. After she returned to the vast heavens and her hometown Luapa Mountain, she would have a good talk with Muan Shu and Millet. The big demons that they were talking about were standing right outside the city wall, right in front of her. They stared at each other, but she was not afraid at all. She even had to stretch her neck to see the big demon's head. In the end, she even held the mountain walking staff in her hand and performed a crazy set of sword skills, fiercely attacking it. It was a pity that after walking for a few days, she did not see any of the great demons of the desolate world. Pei Qian lay on the city wall and asked Cui Dongshan why the great demons were so cowardly. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's not that there aren't any great demons. It's just that some old sword immortals and great sword immortals flying swords can reach places further than what your eyes can see." Pei Qian turned her head and asked, "Eldest martial uncle must be one of them, right?" Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and made a face. He sat cross-legged and shook his body. Pei Qian said softly, "Did eldest martial uncle really hit you? I'll talk to eldest martial uncle later. Don't bear grudges. It would be wrong of us not to burn incense to be able to enter the same family and become a family." Cui Dongshan did not like to worship Bodhisattva. Even if he accompanied her to temples of all sizes, Cui Dongshan never pressed his palms together to worship Bodhisattva, much less kneel and kowtow. Pei Qian secretly helped him kowtow and secretly told Bodhisattva not to blame him. In fact, the city wall was already in the sky. The wind in the sky blew, causing Cui Dongshan's white clothes and hair to flutter. Unknowingly, he suddenly missed the study trip back then. When there were more people, everyone still carried bamboo chests. He remembered that Cui Dongshan had deliberately told Lil Treasure Bottle and the others about the stories of the hermits in the books who were not hermits. At that time, Li Huai did not understand at all. He only remembered it. This was a child. At most, they would feel that the world was like this. However, their faces were full of sarcasm. This was the common thought of young boys and girls. They felt that the world was like this. In fact, it was still like this even when people were old. However, Lin Shui said that the real hermits were naturally not known by the world and would not appear in books. Why would they belittle all the hermits because of this? As for the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, she thought even further. She said that only by looking at the number of hermits and unknown hermits in the books could an accurate conclusion be reached. Then, the straw sandals youth, who was not her teacher at that time, just sat by the bonfire and listened silently. Then, he secretly remembered all the views of everyone and occasionally added a dry branch to the fire. Cui Dongshan pressed his hands on the mountain walking stick and smiled. "Eldest martial sister, you have to keep the small wooden bead that my teacher gave you well." Pei Qian rolled her eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. It's so annoying." Then Pei Qian suddenly smiled and turned around. With her back facing the south, she carefully took out her money bag and took out a small wooden bead that was not perfectly round. That day, she made a great contribution and helped her teacher think of a new way to make money. Her teacher rewarded her and told her to keep it well. Her teacher had treasured it for many years. If she lost it, she would be full of chestnuts. She had to listen carefully to her teacher's teachings. Cui Dongshan asked, "You know the origin of this bead?" Pei Qian shook her head and opened her palm to hold up the slightly rough, carved wooden bead. There were many crooked carvings. It seemed that the person who made the bead was not very good at knife skills, and his eyes were not very good. However, it was a gift from her teacher, and could not be bought with thousands of gold. Alas, if the carving was not a little bad, in her mind, in her little patriarch hall, this bead would have a high status as the mountain walking stick and the small bamboo box. Cui Dongshan said softly, "This little thing has been treasured by your teacher for much longer than the carving knife that Chao Qingling got." Pei Qian curiously asked, "Does the small bead have a big story?" Cui Dongshan shook his head. "No big story. The small bead has a small story." Pei Qian said, "Don't be a hero. Finish it quickly." Cui Dongshan gently wiped the green bamboo mountain walking stick on his knee and said, "When your teacher was a child, he chopped a piece of wood and carried it down the mountain with a basket. When he reached home, he made a string of prayer beads for the Bodhisattva. Then he went to the immortal tomb to worship the Bodhisattva for the last time and hung it on the hand of the Bodhisattva statue. Later, he didn't go there for a long time. When he went there again, the Bodhisattva didn't have the string of prayer beads in his hand. Your teacher only picked up this one on the ground. So, after so many years, this is the only one left with him. It has been hidden in a small pottery jar. Every time he went out, he was reluctant to take it with him, for fear that he would lose it again. So he asked you to keep it carefully. You really have to keep it carefully." Pei Qian clenched her fists and lowered her head. The drawing of the River of Time and the small story scroll were deliberately cut and hidden by Cui Dongshan, who deliberately did not want to show it to her. Cui Dongshan continued, "When you were a child, did you pray to the Bodhisattva? It seems that you didn't. You were so young at that time. Did you read books? Did you know how to read? But in this life, have you ever complained about your own gains, losses, and sufferings? When you traveled thousands of miles, have you ever had the slightest intention to harm others? I don't want you to learn from me. There's no need. You are you, Pei Qian is Pei Qian. I just want you to know that, in the world, there are still some beautiful things that people don't know. They are things that we can't see or know in our lifetime. So, we can't only see those things that are not beautiful." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Ordinary people pray to the Bodhisattva. Let me ask you, when the Bodhisattva holds the prayer beads, who is she praying to?" Cui Dongshan asked and answered his own question. "She's asking for it." Chao Qingling suddenly said, "In the University Square in your hometown, there is a plaque with the words 'Don't ask for it' from outsiders." Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "Many principles are fundamentally connected. Our Confucian learning also has a process of self-seeking and seeking deeper. There are also problems, and that is, in the past there was a big threshold to reading books. Those who could read books and study were usually from good families. They didn't need to deal with trivial matters like daily necessities, nor did they need to compete with the benefits and losses of those at the bottom. It's just that as time passed, there were more and more scholars in the past, and it wasn't enough. Because the sages only taught you to go higher. They didn't teach you how to earn money to support your family. They didn't teach you how to fight with bad people. I think the principle is really good, but it's not very useful. Almost every generation of scholars always feel that the world they live in is too bad. They curse the heavens and the earth, blame others, and blame themselves. Is it because they have read more, are older, and have a long life, seen more unhappiness, and have a deeper understanding of suffering? That's why they have such a pessimistic view. Is it because the world hasn't changed for the better, but it hasn't changed for the worse? Shouldn't we think about these possibilities? In fact, many sufferings are not mentioned in books, and even if they are, the number of words is not many. Compared to all the pain and suffering, it seems that the former has never been a match for the latter. Furthermore, the latter has always been outnumbered. Pei Qian was silent. Chao Qinglang stopped cultivating and began to cultivate her mind. Chui Dongshan looked a little tired for the first time. It's not that the principal is really bad. It's not right. It's because it's too good and too right that it's difficult to do. There are always many people who don't blame the unreasonable people around them, but blame the principal and the sages. Why? The principal in books can't speak, and if the sages hear it, they won't do anything. What to do? Then there are many old sayings of compromise as well as a lot of proverbs. For example, it's better to provoke a gentleman than a villain. Is it reasonable? It seems that when you think about it, you always feel that something is wrong. How could there not be? Almost everyone in the world is a person who truly needs to live their lives. All of their family assets and incense are accumulated one copper coin after another. Therefore, when I think about it this way, this sentence is simply priceless advice. Chui Dongshan leaned back. I hate those who are smart but not smart the most. Since they have broken the rules and taken advantage of others, they should just shut up and enjoy the benefits in their own pockets. But they just have to come out and show off their cleverness. Then I met Pei Qian Chao Qingling. Do you know what little senior brother was thinking when he was at the other extreme in the beginning? Ooh. Pei Qian shook her head. Chao Qingling said, I don't dare to think about it. Chui Dongshan said with a smile, that is to drag all the living beings in the world to sleep with me. Pei Qian held the prayer bead with one hand and grabbed the big white goose's sleeve with the other. Her face was full of fear, but her eyes were serious. You can't do that. Chao Qinglang comforted her, eldest senior sister. Have you forgotten what little senior brother said? In the earliest days, there are many ideas that you have. If you change them, you'll be missing that what if. My heart is full of morality, so I don't care if the world is unbearable. Chui Dongshan said self-deprecatingly, I have seen too many sinister people in my life, not to mention looking at them. Even if I hide in the distance and don't smell them, I will still smell them. And the problem is that I like to look and smell. I enjoy it, but my patience is not good, so I can't be a real teacher. Not to mention a teacher, I can't even compare to Zhong Qiu. Looking back, it turned out that the old Shiozai had already hit the nail on the head. Perhaps you, Cui Shi, could be one of the people with profound knowledge. Perhaps you, Cui Shi, could also be one of the people who could help the people. But the only people who could teach and educate in the school and do a good job were Xiao Qi and Mao Xiaodong. Chui Dongshan stood up, continued to look at the scenery. There are great beauties in the world. Wait for me for thousands of years, don't let me down. Chao Qinglang knew the reason, and immediately stood up. Pei Qian carefully put away the prayer bead and stood up slowly. Actually, she really wanted to go back to her master and his wife's house. She was probably the only one who was kept in the dark. This was also why Zhong Qiu would walk around the Ning Mansion martial arts field day and night. On the top of the great wall of Sword Qi, somewhere far away, a monk sat alone with his palms clasped together and silently chanted the name of Buddha. The only person who knew about this was probably the eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu. Pei Qian walked and stopped. Along the way, she also saw the sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect, who were practicing on the top of the wall. However, Mr. Lu was there, but the white-haired man was not. Pei Qian felt relieved. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one nearby, she happily performed a set of crazy sword techniques. Chao Qinglang was a little far from her, afraid of being accidentally hurt. Chui Dongshan was hit a few times. After that, Pei Qian and the other two saw a strange female sword immortal. She was on a swing on the top of the wall. Pei Qian felt that it was an eye-opener. The swing was very fun. There were only 2 ropes that reached into the clouds, and a wooden plank that the female sword immortal was sitting on. The swing did not have a frame, but it seemed like it could continue swinging. Chui Dongshan ran over and asked with a smile, Sister, do you need me to help you push the swing? The female sword immortal's name was Zhou Cheng. She seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts and ignored him. According to the legends of the northern cities of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, this female sword immortal had long gone mad. Every time there was a battle, she would never take the initiative to leave the city to kill the enemy. She would only guard the swing to death, not allowing any demons to come within 1,000 feet of the swing. As for the people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, be it sword immortals, sword cultivators, or children playing around, Zhou Cheng would ignore them as long as they did not disturb her. Cui Dongshan still did not give up. "Sister Zhou, I'm Dongshan." This sister sword immortal was white and round. She was really beautiful. It would be good to chat more with him. Zhou Cheng swayed along with the swing. When she turned her head, she was not looking at the white-dressed youth, but at the slightly tanned young lady. She said with a smile, "Do you want to sit for a while?" Pei Qian shook his head and said timidly, "Sister Zhou, it's best that I don't disturb you." Zhou Cheng said with a smile, "I can take in a disciple on behalf of my master. You can be my junior sister. If you already have a master, it's fine. It's just a name. I can impart to you a sword art that is in no way inferior to yours. Both great Tao originates from the same source. It's just that my talent is lacking, and I can't reach the pinnacle. However, you have great hopes." Even Cui Dongshan was surprised. This sister sword immortal sure was generous. Indeed, she did not disappoint him. It was reasonable and within his expectations. However, Pei Qian nearly burst into tears from fright. Could this senior sword immortal be so powerful that she could hear his joke on the ferry outside the inverted hanging mountain? I was really just bragging to the white goose. Zhou Cheng suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "It's fine. It's fine. Don't be afraid. Come often in the future." Pei Qian laughed as well. However, it was uglier than crying. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and extended her hand to pull one of the long ropes. Then, with a flip of her wrist, a clump of golden threads appeared. She gently threw it to the young lady, who caught her eye. "After you accept it, don't return it to me. Also, don't throw it away. If you don't wish to learn it, just leave it. It doesn't matter." The actions of Sword Qi Great Wall's sword immortals were baffling. Cui Dongshan looked at the flustered Pei Qian, who was crying miserably, and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to thank Sister Zhou?" Pei Qian did not dare to cup his fists and could only bow in thanks. After walking far away with the female sword immortal and the strange swing, Pei Qian finally dared to wipe the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Are you really all right?" Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "If the teacher asks, just say that you picked it up from the ground. If he doesn't believe it, I'll convince him." Pei Qian was skeptical. Chao Qinglang held back her laughter. One night, Pei Qian suddenly looked up. Chao Qinglang followed his gaze and vaguely saw a sea of clouds condensed from the resplendent sunset glow high above the city walls. It was said that there was a sword immortal who slept all year round on a big bed. Cui Dongshan glanced at it and did not look anymore. The gaudy one was called Miyu. He was just a jade immortal who relied on a pile of immortals' money. Because he had a good brother, the sword immortal Mi, whose flying sword was not weak. If Mihu did not give up his own opportunities and resources to cultivate his younger brother, Mihu should have been in the immortal realm. However, the gains and losses were meaningless to outsiders. After all, it was Mi who, the sword immortal's own choice. Mi who was addicted to killing enemies. Every time he fought, it was tragic. It was said that the most pitiful time was when his body and spirit were almost to the point of cracking mountains and rivers. However, not only did his realm not drop, but he also stood firmly in the realm and had the hope of breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a higher level. As for the most elegant sword immortal Miyu in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still very popular among women. Not only that, many women from other places also had many unclear relationships with him. Cui Dongshan did not plan on staying. His destination was another blabbermouth great sword immortal, Yu Qing. His intrinsic flying sword was called 1,000 Feet Spring, and the second was called Skylark in the Sky. Be it in a fight or on the battlefield, their killing power was great. Cui Dongshan was naturally no match for the famous 10 candidates. However, he had Mr. and Mr. had eldest senior brother. It was rare that Cui Dongshan did not cause trouble for others. Instead, trouble came to him. This made Cui Dongshan extremely happy. Miyu, who was sleeping on the clouds, sat up and stretched out his hand to push aside the mysterious clouds. He said with a smile, "Are you Qin Pingan's disciples and students?" Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand to block Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang. Then he scratched his head with his other hand. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Miyu said with a smile, "It's nothing much. I'm not your Tao preacher. I'm just feeling gratified. The literary sage's lineage has withered, but now so many have appeared. Chun Pingan is quite capable. He is indeed worthy of being Mr. Literary Sage's last disciple. Congratulations. With so many disciples, it's no wonder he can do so well in our sword Qi Great Wall." Cui Dongshan whispered, "Senior, if you continue speaking in such an eccentric manner, I will have to speak in such an eccentric manner as well." Miyu laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He flicked his sleeves, and immediately colorful clouds appeared around him. "Just say it. I'm not going to take you kids seriously." Cui Dongshan asked timidly, "Is that Yu Qing your father?" Miyu leaned forward slightly and said with a smile, "What do you mean?" The white-dressed youth said aggrievedly, "Do you need a reason to speak in such an eccentric manner? You should have said so earlier." "I wouldn't have said it." Pei Qian was sweating profusely. He was planning to yell at the top of his lungs to call his eldest martial uncle. He didn't care if his eldest martial uncle could hear him, but he could at least scare him. Chao Qingling smiled and agreed. Little senior brother is right. This was the first time Pei Qian felt that Blockhead Chao was quite promising. He didn't think he was brave before. He always thought he was more timid than Mi Li. Miyu stretched out his finger and tapped it lightly in the air. He seemed to be hesitating on how to reason. The white-dressed youth said, all right. I was wrong. Yu Qing is not your father. I sincerely admit my mistake. Senior's sword skills are heavenly. You said it yourself. You won't go back on your words and argue with me, right?" Miyu smiled, but didn't say anything. He, Miyu, his brother Mihu, and the powerful great sword immortal Yu Qing. Was that enough? Miyu felt that it was enough. Moreover, his brother and Yu Qing had a lot of friends. After all, there was only one of them. As for Chun Pingan, this group of lowly brats from the sage of literature lineage, what were they? Miyu stood up. He wanted to find an excuse to teach these little ants a lesson. Whether the words of a sword immortal were pleasant or not, they had to listen and shut up. Pei Qian took a step forward and said to Cui Dongshan through telepathy, "Big white goose, quickly go find eldest martial uncle. Chao Qinglang and I are at a lower level. He won't kill us." She then whispered to Chao Qinglang, "No matter what I do later, don't attack or say anything. Don't give him a chance to hit you." Cui Dongshan scratched his head. "Eldest martial sister, you really don't know what kind of person your eldest martial uncle is. This fellow had beaten him and Qi Jingchun quite badly back then, and this was his own family. If he was dealing with other people and drawing his sword with them, how could he be merciful?" In an instant, thunder rumbled above the great wall of sword Qi. Miyu narrowed his eyes. His mind shook. He summoned his flying sword, but did not dare to assume a killing stance. He only defended. The sword Qi arrived in an instant, and easily broke through sword immortal Miyu's sword formation. There was a person standing on the mostly ruined clouds. The sword at his waist was still unsheathed. Miyu did not move. He did not dare to move. At this moment, Jade Plain Realm Mi, You realize that watching this person go deep into the hinterland and fight two great demons with one sword was completely different from fighting him personally. The person who had retracted all of his sword chi stood beside Miyu. He did not even look at Miyu. He only looked forward and said indifferently, "The sage of literature lineage is too heavy. That broken sword of yours can't handle it. Trash like you, do you deserve it?" Chao Qinglang bowed. Luopa Mountain's Chao Qinglang greets eldest martial uncle. Pei Qian quickly made up for it. He followed suit and bowed. Luopa Mountain's Pei Qian greets the greatest eldest martial uncle. After getting up, Pei Qian felt that he had not had enough. So he clenched his fists, tiptoed, and stretched his neck. He waved his hand at the back of the figure high above. "Eldest senior brother, you have to be careful. This fellow has a black heart." Left and right turned to look. The sudden appearance of two martial nephews made him feel a little awkward. When Cui Dongshan tactfully scooted a little further away, left and right nodded to the azure-clothed youth and young lady. It was equivalent to saying that their eldest martial uncle was aware. Left and right said, "Miyu, do you want to call Yu Qing and Mihu to take action, or do you want me to greet them for you?" Miyu's face turned pale. This was because he was deep in a small world. Not only that any slight movement would cause extremely pure sword intent to point at him, like thousands of flying swords. Cui Dongshan covered his mouth with both hands and suppressed his voice. He said slowly one word at a time, "Eldest, martial, uncle, wants to win." Then Cui Dongshan hid behind Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang. He was really worried that his eldest martial uncle would give him another sword strike when it came to the matter of killing demons. When had he ever brought up his full attention, other than a handful of existences before the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Even sword immortals did not know about it. Cui Dongshan revealed a benevolent smile. As expected, left and right were bastards with some minor swordsmanship. They did not attack him, but others. It was very satisfying. Pei Qian held the mountain traveling staff under his armpit. He placed his hands in front of him and clapped lightly. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "After today, the literary sage's unreasonable lineage will spread throughout the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Pei Qian said, "Why?" Chao Qinglang sneered. "Others will feel that a lot of reason is in the hands of the weak after the strong become weak. This is because they do not feel the same way." Cui Dongshan chuckled. "Don't learn from me." Chao Qinglang shook his head. "I only know this. I will only learn from you." Left and right ignored Cui Dongshan. He retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. He continued with an indifferent expression, "Miyu Yuqing, follow me out of the city for a battle. If there is only victory, admit defeat. If you are willing to fight to the death, die." Sword Immortal Me, who said telepathically, "I admit defeat and apologize to you," Yuqing did not reply. Left and right flashed and went to find Yuqing. "Yuqing, do you only know to be a mute now? Before this, did I use my sword to pry open your mouth and spout nonsense?" Cui Dongshan took out the talisman boat fairy and smiled. "What are you looking at? There's nothing to see. Let's go home. When you martial uncles fight, you are the most careless. It is the most humiliating." Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian sat on the left and right of the ferry. They each held a mountain traveling staff and rowed the boat. Cui Dongshan swore to his senior sister that this way, the ferry could fly faster on the way home. Chao Qinglang was a little helpless. She looked at Pei Qian, who was rowing the boat with all his might, and laughing. She did not know if she really believed it or just thought it was fun. Cui Dongshan was more refreshed now. He leaned on the ferry and held his butt up as if he was holding the wormwood with both hands. He rowed the boat with all his might. Previously, when he suffered a sword strike, He also told his martial uncle about the great sword Immortal Yu Qing's achievements. This deal was indeed worth it. They returned to Ning residence in the middle of the night. Pei Qian was a little disappointed that he did not see his master's wife, who was in seclusion. Chun Pingan and Cui Dongshan went to the dragon-slaying cliff pavilion to talk. Chao Qinglang went to her residence to cultivate. The battle between the two great sword immortals on the city walls spread quickly throughout the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that great sword Immortal Yu Qing was forced down the city wall and fell to the south. This meant that Yu Qing had no choice but to fight to the death. In the end, it was said that several sword immortals stopped him. Late that night, the sword light in the south was as bright as the sun, making the city as bright as day for a long time. After that, there was no matter of life and death. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was used to big scenes. There were more people drinking. The business of the folding mountain shop was especially good. Recently, Nailan Yeshing suddenly felt that the old woman by Lian Shuang's eyes were a little scary. He counted with his fingers and found that the number of times she called him Old Dog Nailan had decreased a lot. Her momentum was also much weaker. This made Nailan Yeshing a little creepy. Then he saw the young man in white who called him Grandpa Nailan with a bright smile, walking side by side with him. Nailan Yeshing asked, "Dongshan, did you say something to Bai Momo recently?" Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "Yes, Bai Momo is an elder of Ning Mansion. Of course, I have to say hello." Nailan Yeshing smiled and said, "Besides saying hello, what else did you say?" Cui Dongshan stomped his feet and said with annoyance, "I should have said something. How could I forget it? I don't hold grudges, and I don't remember things. It's really bad." Nailan Yeshing stopped in place and looked at the young man in white who was jumping forward with his big sleeves swaying. He missed the early days when they called each other brothers. Early in the morning, Pei Qian called Cui Dongshan to escort her. Then she walked on the secluded street outside the high wall of Gua Mansion with the mountain walking stick in her hand and a small bamboo box on her back. He was too presumptuous and impolite. He didn't even come out to greet his senior sister. Could he be regarded as half a disciple of his master? He couldn't be. Forget it. In this case, he and his senior sister were not destined to be together. In the future, there would be no place for him in Luapa Mountain. Don't blame his senior sister for not giving him a chance. He couldn't catch it. Miserable and pitiful. Unexpectedly, a head popped out from the top of the wall. With her hands on the wall and her legs in the air, she asked, "Hey, little guy on the road, who are you? Your mountain walking stick and small bamboo box are so beautiful." "Alas, they make you look a little dark." Pei Qian stood in place and turned her head. Guizhujiu opened her eyes wide and stared at Pei Qian. She asked tentatively, "You wouldn't be the big senior sister who is as beautiful as a flower, whose fist art is invincible, who is 8 feet tall, right?" Pei Qian withdrew her gaze and looked at the big white goose bitterly. The big white goose didn't care about loyalty and pretended to be deaf and dumb. So after arriving at Ning Mansion, Pei Qian was a little listless as she lay on her master's table. Chun Pingan put down the engraved seal in his hand and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You've seen that little girl Lu Duan, and you're not happy?" Pei Qian nodded. "Master, I'm not complaining to you behind your back. I just don't like her." Chun Pingan smiled. "Our Luapa Mountain Ancestral Hall doesn't have a rule about how much we have to like each other. As long as we each abide by our own rules, it's enough." Pei Qian immediately sat up and nodded. "That's good. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to pretend to like her." Chun Pingan nodded. "You don't have to do it deliberately. But remember not to look at people with prejudice. Whether or not we can become friends depends on fate." Pei Qian smiled like a flower. What Guizhujiu? Even if she became a disciple of Luapa Mountain, wouldn't she still have to call me senior sister? Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment and sat up straight, Next, Master is going to talk about something that involves right and wrong. Even if Master asks you, you don't have to say anything. But after being sad, if you think of something, you can come and tell Master. At the same time, remember that since Master is willing to say some harsh words to you, it means that I feel that you can bear it. I recognize Pei Qian as my first disciple. Also, it's not that Master doesn't know who Pei Qian was in the past, but he was still willing to accept you as his disciple. That means that he definitely didn't just see your good side. You've changed for the better, right? Pei Qian's face was pale. He also sat up straight and still. His hands were clenched into fists, but his eyes were firm as he nodded gently. Chun Pingon then continued, Master is talking to you about the past today. It's not to bring up old scores, but it can also be said to be bringing up old scores, because Master has always felt that right and wrong has always existed. This is one of the most fundamental principles in Master's heart. I don't want you to think that today's good things can cover up yesterday's mistakes. At the same time, I also believe from the bottom of my heart that the good you have today was not easy to come by. I will not deny the good you have now and any good you will do in the future because of the mistake you made yesterday. I cherish and care about everything. Pei Qian's eyes reddened. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes and then put it down immediately. Master, please continue. Pei Qian is listening. Ooh, Chun Pingon's face was firm. He didn't deliberately lower his voice. He just tried his best to be calm and said slowly to Pei Qian, I asked Chao Qinglang privately if he took the initiative to fight with you in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Chao Qinglang said yes. I asked him again, did Pei Qian tell him that she saw the things in the hands of Ding Ying's men on the streets? Do you know what Chao Qinglang said? Chao Qinglang didn't hesitate to say that you didn't. I then told him the truth. Otherwise, Master would be angry. Chao Qinglang still said no. Pei Qian frowned hard, his lips trembling. Suddenly, his face was full of tears. Yes, Master, I did. I told him. Then that day, Chao Qinglang was heartbroken. He went crazy and fought with me on the spot. I even hit him with a bench. Chun Pingon sat there and said, Pei Qian, think about what you should do and do it yourself. But Master will tell you that in our lives, it's not just you. Master is the same. Not all mistakes are made when we know that we're wrong and have the chance to make up for it. There are even many mistakes that we know we're wrong and want to correct, but we don't have the chance. Besides, I also want you to understand that it's not that Chao Qinglang doesn't hold grudges. It's not that he doesn't care about it. He's just willing to forgive you. But the forgiveness of others and our mistakes are two different things. The world is so complicated. We may have done good things, but many mistakes are still there. Even if everyone doesn't remember them, we will still remember them. It's not that you have a lot of reasons. If you really have a lot of reasons to do something wrong, then it's not wrong. Pei Qian sat there and wailed. Chun Pingon got up and sat on the bench beside her. Your master made you sad today. If you make a mistake in the future, it will be the same. What will you do? Pei Qian stretched out a trembling hand and carefully tugged at her master's sleeve. She sobbed, Master, do you not want me anymore? Chun Pingon shook his head and said, Of course not. It wasn't easy to teach the Pei Qian of yesterday to become the Pei Qian of today. I can't bear to throw you away. Turning around, he gently rubbed Pei Qian's head. Chun Pingon laughed hoarsely and said, Because Master's life is sometimes very difficult. Pei Qian cried heartbreakingly again. She thought of her parents who fled on the road, the little beggar in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, the summer days when she lay on the stone lion and counted the stars. She thought of Grandpa Chui, who left without saying goodbye to her. She suddenly remembered everything. All the things she didn't want to think of, things she wanted to think of, but didn't dare to think of, all rushed to her heart. In the corridor outside the house, There was a small world that had been formed silently. Chao Qinglang changed from standing to sitting on the ground with her back against the wall. Little senior fellow apprentice Cui Dongshan was sitting next to her, and this little senior fellow apprentice maintained the small world and quietly left the house with Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang said, "I feel much better. Thank you, little senior fellow apprentice." Cui Dongshan said, "It's not a matter of course to be able to meet our master. You and I should work together." Chao Qinglang took a step back and bowed for a long time without getting up. Cui Dongshan suddenly shouted, "No way, no way. Once we're here, we'll either be knocked down by eldest martial uncle's sword or be bullied by Grandpa Nayland. I have to act like a little senior martial brother and find someone to play chess with. You just wait. Soon you will hear of little senior fellow apprentice's glorious deeds. It's not difficult to beat him. Winning 3 or 5 games in a row is nothing. Only when he wants to keep losing will it show that your little senior fellow apprentice's chess skills are not bad." A wisp of white cloud floated to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It went to find Lin Junjilin. On the way, Cui Dongshan had even thought of the opening remarks. "Young Master Lin, what a coincidence. You are reading the colorful cloud manual again. To tell you the truth, I also know how to play chess. Your chess skills are so good. How about giving me 3 pieces? Is it too much? Who am I? I am Dongshan." "608. The wine shop was overcrowded with drunkards and gamblers today. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they were all praising the second shopkeeper. It wasn't that the second shopkeeper was so handsome and had the style of his senior brother. They were saying that the second shopkeeper's bamboo grotto heaven wine paired with pickled vegetables and yang chun noodles should be the best in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and that those who didn't come here to drink were not sword immortals. This made some people panic. As they drank, they felt uncomfortable all over. They wondered if this was a trick of some enemy forces. Was this the second shopkeeper's so-called clumsy flattery trick? Therefore, these people silently noted down the names and appearances of those who were the most talkative and boastful so that they could claim credit from the second shopkeeper later. As for whether they would wrongly accuse good people or accidentally hurt allies, the second shopkeeper could make the decision himself. They were only responsible for reporting. After all, there were a few among them who had only received the second shopkeeper's hint and had not really become fellow Taoists who could gamble with others to make money. On the city wall, Yu Juanfu was gnawing on a pancake and holding a kettle in one hand. He looked at a certain battlefield south of the city wall. There were many small potholes on the ground. To be able to see the potholes on the ground from such a high city wall, one could imagine that the potholes were as big as lakes and people were as small as mustard seeds. Yu Juanfu often came to the city wall now and could be considered half a friend of the young girl, Zhu Mei. After all, among the sword cultivators in the Xiao Yuan dynasty, the most pleasing to the eye was Zhu Mei, who had a clear distinction between love and hate. Next was the gold core sword cultivator Jin Jinming. As for the rest, he didn't like them very much. Of course, Yu Juanfu's dislike was only expressed in one way, and that was by not interacting with them. If you greet me, I will nod and greet you. If you want to continue with the pleasantries, you can forget about it. When I meet a senior, I will take the initiative to greet him. It's that simple. I, Yu Juanfu, am only here to practice my fist technique, not to help my family expand its connections. Besides, the Yu family only has a little relationship with the inverted hanging mountain. It has nothing to do with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for Zhu Mei, she probably already thought that she and Yu Juanfu were long-lost sisters with different fathers and mothers. Yu Juanfu was a little worried. He had eaten too few pancakes, and the pancakes in his bag had long been eaten. There wasn't much left in the bag. It was just a small worry, not worth mentioning. This time, he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to pursue Chao Si's martial arts path and strengthen the Gold Body realm. He did not expect to meet the second shopkeeper, who was also a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. He also did not expect that compared to the Great Wall of Sword Chi in his mind, the sword immortals here were even more fascinating. Even if Yu Chufu was not a chi cultivator, let alone a sword cultivator, he still felt that compared to the vast land and abundant resources in the vast world, the Great Wall of Sword Chi had some unique merits. Yu Juanfu finished eating the pancake and drank some water. He planned to rest for a while and then get up to practice his martial arts. The U.S. was, of course, Senior's swordsmanship was indeed the best. Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan had witnessed the beginning and end of the battle. According to Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan, his first strike was unreasonable. He chopped Yu Qing off the city wall. Then, he didn't restrain the sword chi. From the beginning to the end, the number of times Yu Qing fought back could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't that Yu Qing wasn't strong, but his natal flying sword, 100 Feet Spring, was weaker than his sword Chi Lake Sea. His natal flying sword, Skylark in the Sky, didn't even have many chances to land. But Sun Jiyuan also joked that Yu Qing held back. It wasn't because he was polite, but because he didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would be chopped to death by his sword. At the same time, it also gave the other sword immortals an excuse to stop Yu Qing. Unfortunately, Yu Qing ignored the two sword immortals who tried to persuade him. He just stared at Yu Qing, who was smashing his sword chi randomly. It was not really a mess. On the contrary, it was just that there was too much sword chi, and the sword intent was too heavy. On the battlefield, sword immortals fought for life and death. They could not see everything clearly. It did not matter. They just wanted to be able to dodge, defend, and break through. Many sword immortals who used their swords in dangerous situations were just following their hearts. Zhou didn't say a word at that time, but his meaning was obvious. Other than Yu Qing, the other sword immortals were fine from afar. Only those who were close to him were enemies. The two sword immortals were embarrassed to death. One of them was chopped down by Swa's unsheathed sword. The ground cracked, and a gully appeared. If Swa hadn't deliberately moved 10 feet away, that sword immortal would have had to use all his strength to resist the sword. He could only call for his friends and call for 2 more sword immortals to help him. But still no one dared to attack. What if Swa abandoned Yu Qing and changed the target? When Yu Qing had no choice but to attack with all his strength, the figure of the eldest sword immortal appeared on top of the city wall. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the battlefield in the south and seemed to say something to Zwa. Zwa then sheathed his sword. In the end, Sun Jiyuan sighed with emotion to Yu Jufu. His swordsmanship was so high, but he wasn't afraid of fighting a group alone. Zwa, could it be that he wanted to reach the heavens in a single bound in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Yu Jufu then asked curiously what it meant to reach the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, Sun Jiyuan smiled and didn't say anything. Yu Jufu stood up and slowly punched along the wall. His punches were slow, but his body was fast. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, he met a young man in white who was walking towards him. Yu Jufu didn't want to know this person's name, but he first had to ask the chattering ear god Zhu Mei if she agreed. Zhu Mei said that this young man was Chunpingan's student, a native of the Aquarius continent. His surname was Cui, and his name was Dongshan. According to seniority, he could be considered a third-generation disciple of the sage of literature. But Cui Dongshan's brain didn't seem to be very good and sometimes bad. It was a pity that he had such a beautiful appearance. The other party walked straight ahead, so Yu Jufu moved slightly to let the two sides pass by. She didn't expect that the other party seemed to have the same plan. Coincidentally, their paths met, so Yujufu changed again. Coincidentally, the other party also moved. After a while, Cui Dongshan stopped and said with a sad face, "Sister Yu, just tell me if you want to go left or right. I don't dare to move. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll misunderstand me and think I'm up to no good." Yujufu didn't say anything. Seeing him stop, she took a detour and passed by him. She didn't expect that the other person also turned around and walked side by side with her, but there were only 5 or 6 steps between them. Cui Dongshan whispered, "Sister Yu, have you heard of the 100-Sword Immortal's imprint scroll and the Phantom Sword Immortal imprint scroll? Is there anything that caught your eye? I'm the most useless of my family's teachers, and I'm the one with the most money. Cultivation costs a lot of money, and I don't want my teacher to worry about it. I can only earn some money by myself, relying on the water. The pavilion gets the moonlight first. I stole a few imprint scrolls, a few folding fans, and a few seals from the Yen family's young master's silk shop. Sister, you just think of me as a bag dealer. I have 2 imprint scrolls, 3 folding fans, 6 silk fans, and 6 seals. Sister, do you want to take a look?" Yujufu stopped and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, your symbol boat fairy is a mountain treasure from the Lu Xia continent. You rely on selling imprint scrolls, folding fans, and other odds and ends. Even if your business is prosperous in 100 years, would it be enough to buy that symbol boat? I think it's difficult. Just say it. Why are you looking for me?" The youth's face was full of sadness, helplessness, and bitterness. He said in a daze, "In my mind, Sister Yu was originally the kind of woman from a rich family. But now it seems that you still look down on the hard work of making money. That's right, in a rich family. How much immortal money would it cost to casually buy an inconspicuous document on the table? Even if it's a broken bird food jar that can't be mended?" Yujufu shook his head. "You still don't want to say it? Either you use your hidden strength to make me stop, or don't expect me to say another word to you." Just as Yujufu was about to move forward, Cui Dongshan hurriedly said, "I wholeheartedly want to make money, and at the same time, let Sister Yu remember who I am. Sister, you didn't believe me and hurt my heart. It's also my own fault. I can't bear to be angry with Sister Yu. Since that's the case, I'll make a bet with Elder Sister Yu. I bet that among these items, there must be something that Elder Sister Yu not only likes, but is also willing to pay for. Only then will I win. If I lose, I'll leave immediately and never see Elder Sister Yu again in this life. I can't lose more than that. If I win, Sister Yu will spend money to buy it. What I win is the size of a grain of rice. How about it?" Yujufu smiled. The youth seemed to have guessed her thoughts, and also smiled. "How can I not know what kind of person Sister Yu is? The reason why I'm willing to accept defeat is not because I'm from a rich family and have a good temperament, or because I'm a disciple of a rich family. It's because Sister Yu has always thought that even if she loses, she will be able to win it back. Since you can win tomorrow, why not admit defeat today? There's no need." Yujufu's face was gloomy. "Who are you?" The youth felt wronged. "I told Sister Yu that I'm Dongshan." The corner of Yujufu's mouth twitched. "I don't want to accept defeat. I also dare to bet. Take out your things." Cui Dongshan's face was flushed with embarrassment. He lowered his head and quickly pressed his hands on his belt. Then he turned sideways, bashful, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Yujufu's fist landed on the youth's temple. However, the youth didn't move at all. He was like a wooden person who was scared silly, or as if he didn't even notice. Yujufu immediately restrained the fist intent of a 6th realm martial artist punch and suppressed it to a 5th realm fist aura. Finally, the fist landed on the youth's forehead. The fist intent decreased again, but it was only the strength of a 4th realm martial artist. Moreover, the fist fell and landed on the youth's cheek. Even so, Yujufu was still surprised by the next scene. Originally, Yu Jufu couldn't see through the youth's depth. However, he had a guess in his heart. The highest was nascent soul realm, the lowest was cave realm. Otherwise, the youth's footsteps and breathing wouldn't be so smooth on the great wall of sword chi. Even if he was cave realm, he was still in the middle 5 realms. Therefore, the youth could dodge the fist of a 5th realm martial artist. The youth could also withstand the fist of a 4th realm martial artist. He definitely wouldn't be injured. Of course, there would still be some physical pain. However, Yu Jufu didn't expect the youth to be sent flying countless times after taking a punch. He fell heavily a dozen steps away, his hands and feet twitching again and again. Could this be considered a 4th realm martial artist killing someone with 1 punch? Yu Jufu took a step forward and squatted beside the youth. The nosebleed was real and not fake. Then the youth hugged Yu Jufu's calf. Sister Yu, I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. Yu Jufu frowned. His fist and tent shook and immediately bounced the youth away. The latter instantly slid a dozen steps away. Cui Dongshan sat up and wiped the blood from his nose. He wanted to rub it on his sleeve, but as if he was afraid of dirtying his clothes, he wiped it on the wall. Yu Jufu's frown deepened. Zhu Mei wasn't wrong. This person's brain really was sick. Just as Yu Jufu was about to leave, unwilling to be entangled with this kind of person, Cui Dongshan had already taken out 2 seals from his sleeve and placed them neatly on the ground in front of him. However, the 2 seals weren't placed horizontally. Instead, they were placed vertically, blocking all the seals and folding fans behind them. Cui Dongshan grinned and beckoned. Sister Yu, let's make a bet. Yu Jufu hesitated for a moment before striding towards the small gambling table. He was probably worried that she would catch a glimpse of the scene behind the 2 large doors of the seals. Knowing that she would lose, she would go back on her word and not gamble. Cui Dongshan even raised his hands and quickly covered the seals and fans. His 2 drooping snow-white sleeves seemed to form a roof that blocked out the wind and rain. Yu Jufu sat cross-legged and reached out to push away the 2 seals. Obviously, he wouldn't pay for them. But before Yu Jufu moved, Cui Dongshan stretched out his hands again to cover the 2 seals. All the folding fans were moved away by Yu Jufu's hands. She picked up the seals that Cui Dongshan didn't hide. Looking at the seal, she smiled. It was Yu Hualong. A homophone. It was a good sign. But Yu Jufu still didn't feel very moved. Yu Jufu, have never liked the name Yu Jufu since I was young. Naturally, I would be grateful for the surname Yu, but not too obsessed. As for whether Yu Hualong or not, she wasn't a chi cultivator. Even if she had seen the magnificent scenery of the Dragon Gate in the central region, she didn't feel much excitement. Scenery was just scenery. Therefore, Yu Jufu still just put it aside and said with a smile, only the last 2 seals are left. Cui Dongshan pressed his palms on the seals like an immortal's 5 fingers covering the mountains. Sister Yu, do you dare to bet a little more? The previous small bets are still there. Let's bet again on whether you like the seal on the left or the seal on the right. Or Sister, you can bet a little more and bet that neither side is good enough for you. Even if you are moved, you won't pay for it. How about it, Sister Yu? You used to have the heroism of a woman when you punched my family's master. I wonder if you still have that heroism today? Yu Jufu asked, what are the stakes for the 2 bets? Cui Dongshan used telepathy and said with a smile, the stakes are slightly higher than the previous one, which is that Sister Yu will pass a message to the Yu family for me in the future. The bigger one is that you will pass a message to Zhou Shinji for me. It's still just 1 sentence. Don't worry, Sister Yu will just pass on the message. I won't ask you to do anything extra. Otherwise, the bet will be voided, or I'll just consider it as my loss. Yu Jufu's expression instantly turned solemn. She used martial arts telepathy and said, Can I not bet? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Of course you can. How can there be a banker who forcibly drags others to the gambling table. How can there be a gambling house in the world that wants others to buy their own things? It's just that Sister Yu's current state of mind is no longer the same as before, so I don't trust you that much anymore. After all, Sister Yu is a member of the Yu family, and Zhou Shinji is Sister Yu's respected elder and also her savior. Therefore, going against your conscience and doing things against your heart is to not go against your greater conscience. Of course, it's pardonable, but a gambling table is a gambling table. In the end, I'm the banker because I want to make money. For the sake of fairness, I need Sister Yu to accept her loss and pay for all the items. Yu Jufu sighed in relief. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, if you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. That's because Yu Jufu believes he can win. It's just a pity that if you admit defeat today, you may not be able to win it back in this lifetime. Of course, in the end, it's just a small matter. In life, how can one ignore the great rules and customs of the world for one's own little pleasure? If the fist is noble, then so be it. If the fist is not high, then so be it. Yu Jufu raised his head. Are you deliberately using Chun Pingan's words to provoke me? On the street in front of the Ning residence, in Yu Jufu's first match, Chun Pingan had said that if a martial artist spoke harsh words, he had to have a great fist intent. Cui Dongshan smiled and narrowed his eyes. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? So what if I retreat today? Tomorrow I'll take 2 more steps. Yu Jufu is not a chi cultivator, but a pure martial artist. The path of martial arts is always sailing against the current, not striving for the speed of day and night. Yu Jufu asked, do you already know that if I lose and help you pass on a message to the family, I, Yu Jufu, will integrate into the Yu family for the sake of my own heart, and will no longer have the courage to travel the world? Cui Dongshan nodded and smiled. Of course. If I don't know the character and heart of the gamblers, how would I dare to be the banker and welcome guests from all directions? It's just that Yu Jufu doesn't like the name bestowed by the old ancestor. As a woman, I have to be treated like a man. What kind of woman would like this name when she grows up? But I believe that Yu Jufu has a good impression of his own family name. Yu Jufu smiled bitterly. Zhu Mei, you fool. No matter if I win or lose, I'll scold you later. But while Yu Jufu's mood was complicated, he had been carefully observing the subtle movements of his opponent's hands, hoping to identify which side of the seal it was. This would make Cui Dongshan even more confident, but the more he looked, the more uncertain Yu Jufu became. Yu Jufu took out a small coin and gently flicked it. When it landed, it was the reverse side. Yu Jufu said, the right hand. I bet that the right hand covers the seal. I won't pay for it. Cui Dongshan bent down and was about to take the money. Yu Jufu angrily said, Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan looked up with a blank face. If I win and don't take money, why would I be the banker and a bag dealer? My family's master is the child of wealth. I'm not. I'm just earning some hard-earned money and conscience money. Yu Jufu glared at him. Cui Dongshan smiled and retracted his hand, raising it to reveal the seal. Sister Yu looks even better when she's angry. Yu Jufu reached out and grabbed something in the air, collecting the seal in his hand. It wasn't the seal of the 100 Sword Immortals or the Phantom Sword Immortals. He looked down. Border. Sure, in the stream, how can it not be a mainstay? Qi Yun in the sky. Fist in the sky. The seal, Female Martial God, by Chun Chao's side. Yu Jufu clenched the seal tightly. After a long silence, she looked up. I lost. Speak. I'll pass on your message to the family. The other party was powerful. Not only did he know the pseudonyms Shirzaishi and Yuchiyun, but he also knew the relationship between her family and old Mr. Zhou. This was nothing. The other party's true strength lay in his ability to read people's minds. He had calculated that Yu Jufu would wholeheartedly approve of Chun Pingan's words. He had calculated that once she lost, she would be willing to promise the family that she would no longer wander around. She would begin to truly serve the family as a Yu disciple. What did this mean? It meant that the other party needed her to pass on a message to the ancestor. No matter what the Yu family's reaction would be, they would at least pinch their noses and accept this kindness. He had also calculated that Yu Jufu's greatest wish on the path of martial arts was to catch up with Chao Ci and Qin Pingan. He would definitely not just watch the backs of those two men go further and further away. Yu Jufu's expression dimmed. After waiting for a moment, he found that the other party still hadn't spoken. He looked up and said with a determined expression, "I'm willing to accept my loss. Please speak." Cui Dongshan looked at the girl and smiled. In the end, she was still a cute little girl. He said a few words. Yu Jufu was surprised. Just these words. This person's words just now were very strange. Extremely strange. "Old man Yu, hurry up and find a place where there's no one around. Loudly shout 3 times. If I'm not a bad chess player, who is? I like to regret my chess moves. Who have I won against?" Could it be that Zhu Mei's words had hit the nail on the head and were absolutely true? After all, he was just passing on the message. As for whether the ancestor would do it or not, it didn't matter. Cui Dongshan picked up the small summer coin. The seal script was extremely rare, and it was very likely to be the only one left in the world. If a small summer coin was sold as grain rain money, it would be fought over by the immortals who were obsessed with money. Sister Yu was indeed a lady from a noble family. When she married in the future, her dowry would definitely be large. It was a pity that Huai Qian's life wasn't good enough. He didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. The worst fate was that he didn't die, but he could only watch helplessly as Sister Yu, who used to look down on each other, got married. He liked her now, but she still didn't like him. Thinking of this, Cui Dongshan recorded a small merit for himself. If there was a chance in the future, he would brag about it to eldest senior sister. Cui Dongshan's left hand was still holding on to the last seal. He smiled and said, "Sister Yu, do you want to make one last bet? If I win, Sister Yu will speak with Zhou Shinji again. But if I lose, my words with the Yu family will not count, and I'll return this small sum of money to you. Anyway, I've made a careless move and lost the whole game. I'll lose all the bets. What do you think?" Yu Jufu thought about it. Even if he was almost certain to win the last game, Yu Jufu still didn't want to bet. Yu Jufu shook his head. "I won't bet." The person opposite laughed. "Sister Yu's gambling luck seems bad, but it's actually very good. As for why I said that, Sister Yu will soon know the answer, and it will be today." Yu Jufu said angrily, "Still trying to provoke me? Are you done yet?" Cui Dongshan grasped the seal that he had been hiding and gently tossed it to Yu Jufu. "This is for you. Consider it my apology to you on behalf of my teacher." Yu Jufu caught the seal, dumbfounded. She muttered, "Impossible. This seal has already been bought by an unknown sword immortal. Even sword immortal's son, Jiyuan, couldn't find out who bought it. You've only been at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a few days, and how could you know? It can only be this seal. It can only be this." Cui Dongshan acted like a little child, pretending to be profound. He sighed and said, "In the great gambling world, winning depends on luck." Cui Dongshan put away all the items that Yu Jufu didn't care about and stood up. "These odds and ends are Sister Yu's generous gift to me. When I think about how I will be acquainted with Sister Yu in the future, I'm happy, really happy." Yu Jufu still sat in place. She looked up. "Senior, who are you?" To be able to address her old master as Old Man Yu and rotten chess player, and even directly address Old Master Zhou as Zhou Shinji, the white-clothed youth smiled and said, "I am Dongshan." Cui Dongshan strode away to find someone else. After Cui Dongshan took a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He smiled and said, "Sister Yu, in the future, don't throw money in front of others to make a choice. I don't dare to say everything, but most of the time, you think it's an illusory matter of luck. In fact, it's luck because your realm isn't high enough. Whether your luck is good or bad, it's not up to you, nor is it up to the heavens. Today, you can accept it with me, but what about in the future? Today, you're just a martial artist, Yu Jufu, but in the future, you'll be Yu Jufu of the Yu family. Sister Yu, please think about my master's words day and night." Yu Jufu was silent. The seal in her hand was boundless. Only the seal. Wild goose hitting the wall. Yu Jufu turned to look. The white-clothed youth was walking on the wall and practicing martial arts. He made a lot of noise, and his voice wasn't soft. It was a set of martial arts that could probably be considered a tortoise's fist. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was teaching the children of the Shao Yuan dynasty swordsmanship. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, once on the wall, there were no rules. If one wanted to set the rules, one had to speak with the sword. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was a foreigner. His swordsmanship wasn't bad, but he had a gentle temperament. In addition, he and this group of young geniuses had an average reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Naturally, he wouldn't target a white-clothed youth who was sitting in the distance and watching them practice. Moreover, the youth had only glanced at them a few times before he quickly went back to reading. Sword Immortal Ku Xia glanced at the title of the book. It was a chess manual called Fast and Leisurely Pavilion. It was widely circulated in the Central Divine Continent, especially in the Shao Yuan dynasty. It specialized in solving problems of life and death. There was a sentence in the preface that was highly respected. "The level of my skill depends on the opponent's skill in chess. Wait for a strong opponent. Then use an even stronger opponent to win step by step. Isn't that fast?" Sword Immortal Ku Xia smiled. This person's cultivation realm shouldn't be low, but he hit it well. Even Sword Immortal Ku Xia found it difficult to see through him. He couldn't be a sea-viewing or Dragon Gate cultivator. As for whether he was a Jindan or Yuaning Earth Immortal, it was hard to say. Could it be that he wanted to use chess to ruin the scene? Could it be that this young man, whose real age was hard to tell, had come to the wrong place? Apart from imparting swordsmanship, Sword Immortal Ku Xia also allowed these future pillars of the Shao Yuan dynasty to cultivate by themselves and search for opportunities. The young man, who was a disciple of the literary sage's lineage, was quite patient. He sat there and read the chess manual. Not only that, he even took out a chess set and a chess jar and began to play by himself. During a break, all the young sword cultivators intentionally or unintentionally avoided the young man in white. They weren't afraid of him or his teacher, Chen Pingan. Instead, they were afraid of Chen Pingan's eldest senior brother. As for left and right swords, they had a tacit understanding and didn't mention a word about it on the city wall. However, in Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's Sun residence, they talked a lot about it in private. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing only casually said a few words about the literary sage's lineage. Does that mean left and right swords have to fight to the death with others? Just because his swordsmanship is better. He's right. No wonder he's a brilliant disciple of the literary sage's lineage. His swordsmanship is really high, and his logic is really great. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing has outstanding military exploits at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How many battles has he experienced? And how many demons has he killed? Left and right swords are just sword immortals who have only participated in one battle. If they seriously injure Yu Qing or even kill him, wouldn't the savage lands give left and right swords a golden plaque to express their gratitude? Fighting and killing over such trivial matters? How is Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing wrong? Isn't the withered lineage of the sage of literature asking for it? Fortunately, the literary sage's lineage's knowledge was banned. Fortunately, our Shao Yuan dynasty banned, and destroyed it the fastest. It's really fortunate. Otherwise, if the vast lands were ruled by this lineage of knowledge, it would be really fun. What a petty person. Fortunately, this is the narrow Great Wall of Sword Chi. Otherwise, if they stayed in the vast lands, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause by relying on their swordsmanship. However, while these youths were filled with righteous indignation, they did not know that Sword Immortal Ku Xia was sitting beside Sun Jiu. His naturally bitter face was even more bitter. Sun Jiuan was sitting in the corridor in his loose robes. He held a wine cup in his hand and drank. He smiled and asked, "Ku Xia, do you think these fellows truly feel that way, or are they just pretending to be fools?" Ku Xia did not give an answer. This was because neither of the two answers was good. Sun Jiuan seemed to be more resigned to his fate than Ku Xia. He could not even be bothered to be angry. He only smiled and said, "A mob, noisy and bothersome." Ku Xia heaved a sigh of relief. At least he could still stay in Sun Manor. However, Sun Jiuan's final words left Ku Xia feeling helpless. In the vast lands, you can't eat anything, but you can speak whatever you want. On our side, it's the opposite. You can eat anything, but you can't speak whatever you want. That's all I have to say. In the future, if you have any problems, don't look for me to plead for you. Sun Jiuan, am just a mere unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. I can't even withstand a few strikes from others. Besides, it's pointless to be hacked to death. Why bother? I find it strange. The Xiaoyuan dynasty should be a place with a lot of culture. Why is it that this bunch of brats should have read quite a bit? They should have eaten some of the principles in the books. After eating delicacies, they poop to fill the latrine. At the very least, they have some use for it. However, even if they eat the principles, they still poop. Does their own mouth stink, or does other people's mouths stink? Can't they smell it? Let me say this first. If they say such things in my Sun Manor, then forget it. After all, my Sun Manor's reputation has already been ruined by you. If you go out and make a fuss, my Sun Manor will not help you collect the corpses. Ooh, Sword Immortal Ku Xia still remembered Sun Jiuan's cold eyes at the end of his words, as well as his last sentence. After all, our Great Wall of Sword Chi is a remote place. Learning to read is even more rare. If you don't know how to control your strength, you will die without an intact corpse. It will be very difficult to piece together. After Sword Immortal Ku Xia said to rest for an hour, Zhu Mei immediately ran to find Yu Zhuanfu. She wanted to tell him that Cui Dongshan had come here to cause trouble. Jin Jinming was still sitting alone on the praying mat in the opposite corner, silently searching for the threads of sword intent hidden in the sword chi. Lin Junbai was sitting on the praying mat, answering the questions of several sword cultivators. Only an Elvi got up and walked towards Chunpingan's student named Cui Dongshan. He jumped onto the wall, turned his head to look at the chessboard, and asked with a smile, "Is this the life and death problem of Mr. Shi Lu's fast and leisurely pavilion?" Cui Dongshan raised his head and glanced at Yan Lv. He didn't speak, lowered his head, and continued to solve the problem alone. Yan Lv smiled and said, "Who do you want to play chess with by staying here? Do you want to ask Junbai about chess? I advise you to give up. Junbai won't come here." Cui Dongshan didn't raise his head and said, "Jiang Guanqing, if you want to build a relationship with me and get familiar with my eldest uncle, I also advise you to get lost quickly." Jiang Guanqing? Yan Lv laughed involuntarily. Cui Dongshan raised his head and said, "What? You, a disciple of the secondary saint, want to fight with me on the chessboard?" Yan Lv shook his head, his smile was tranquil, and his expression was calm. "You've got the wrong person. Although I, Yan Lv, am not a disciple of the secondary saint, I know very well that the disciples of the secondary saint follow the rules and follow the teachings of the sages. They never engage in meaningless disputes. The truth is in the book and in the heart, not in the sword or the fist, and of course not on the chessboard. I am not a disciple of the secondary saint, but I know this truth, let alone the thousands of students of the secondary saint. What do you think? Cui Dongshan asked doubtfully. You're called Yen Elvi? Aren't you that Jiang Guanqing whose ancestral grave emitted the wrong smoke, and whose two elders were once gentlemen of the academy? You're a disciple of the Yen family of the Central Plains? Yen Elvi put on a stern face and said in a deep voice, Please be careful with your words. Cui Dongshan waved his hand, one hand twirling a chess piece and the other holding the chessboard. He looked at Yen Elvi from the corner of his eyes and said seriously, Then let's not talk about that Jiang Guanqing whom you say you care about but don't care about in your heart. I'll just talk about you. Your ancestor is that Yen Shi who doesn't receive an invitation every time at the banquet of the god of Green Mountain, the famous big dog Yen of the Central Divine Continent. Every time he drinks, even if he can only drink with the last seat and no one pays attention to him, he still likes to drink with all his might. After leaving the bamboo sea grotto heaven, he immediately puts on a face that says, I've not only drunk at the god of Green Mountain, but I've also drunk with who and who's that. Fortunately, there was a fellow who was not tactful and did not understand the rules of the banquet table. He accidentally revealed the heavenly secret and let it slip. Otherwise, I reckon that the title of Big Lackey, Yen would not have spread. Young Master Yen, what do you think? Yen Elvi's face was ashen. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes. It's just words, so light as a feather. Where is the tolerance of a scholar? Why do you want to kill me? Moreover, you have a clear conscience and think that killing me is absolutely reasonable. How did you do it? Aren't you afraid that I'll be scared to death because of my cowardice? Are you really not afraid that my eldest martial uncle will chop you into mincemeat? Or is it because you can't see through my cultivation level, and you're afraid of my family's higher cultivation level, plus you're a piece of trash, so you're holding back and thinking that revenge is never too late? Think about it. Based on this logic and your rules, wouldn't you be the same type of person as the eldest martial uncle you speak of? It's just that you, Yen Elvi, are a piece of trash taught by that old dog. Therefore, your swordsmanship is in the cesspool, while my eldest martial uncle's swordsmanship is in the sky. This is just a small difference. Yen Elvi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but in the end, he smiled slightly. Cui Dongshan put down the chess piece and chess manual, took a deep breath, and made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. He smiled brightly and said, Look, I know your logic too. As expected, it's simpler and more comfortable to talk about your logic. Cui Dongshan waved his hand and said with a face full of disdain, Little dog of the Yen family, quickly retreat and go home. Lick your old dog's butt. Your ancestor's cultivation level is high, so the leftovers on his but will be enough to feed you. Why did you come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and follow behind Lin Junbai and wag your tail? Practice your sword, my ass. Why don't you think about who our eldest young Master Lin is? He's noble and upright and immortal. Ooh. Yen Elvi was about to summon his flying sword. Lin Junbai just stood up. All right, Cui Dongshan, I'll play chess with you. There's no need to talk about this little exchange of words. Cui Dongshan pinched his nose with one hand and beckoned with the other. Young Master Lin, quickly sit down. I can only rely on your immortal qi to help dispel the stench of urine. Yen Elvi still wanted to draw his sword, but was stopped by Sword Immortal Ku, Xia's voice. Zwa won't draw his sword for himself, but he'll draw his sword for the sage of literature's lineage. He won't care who you are or what realm you're at. Yen Elvi's face paled slightly. He jumped off the city wall and returned to the prayer mat. When he brushed past Lin Junbai patted Yen Elvi's shoulder and said with a smile, There's me. My sword skills are bad, but My chess skills are passable, right? Yen LV, who had been wronged and humiliated, nodded heavily. Lin Junbai shook his sleeves and sat down on the opposite side of the chessboard. Chui Dongshan rubbed his hands lightly and said with a face full of surprise and envy, "Young Master Lin's words and actions are so ethereal. You must have been brought out from your mother's womb, right? Otherwise, how can you do it so smoothly and with such majestic immortal chi? It's impossible. It's definitely a formless, innate ability." Lin Junbai said with a smile. I said, "Arguing with words is boring. Let's just play chess. If you keep pestering me like this, I won't play chess with you anymore." Chui Dongshan sat up straight. "What shall we bet?" Lin Junbai shook his head. "No, there's only victory and defeat on the chessboard." Chui Dongshan also shook his head. "Is there any point in playing chess without stakes? I'm here to make money." At this point, Chui Dongshan turned his head. The white-clothed youth, who had a bit of the style of a chess player, just now waved his hand and said with a smile, "Sister Yu, over here, over here." "I'm going to play chess with young Master Lin. Watch how I beat him." Ooh. Lin Junbai also raised his head. But compared to Chui Dongshan's outspoken mouth, Lin Junbai, who was also a handsome immortal, was elegant and graceful. He smiled helplessly at Yu Juanfu. Yu Juanfu was expressionless. Zhu Mei couldn't help but laugh. She affectionately called Yu Juanfu Zaishi, and then lamented, "You really are an idiot." All sorts of feelings welled up in Yu Juanfu's heart. Sure enough, the other side had predicted that Zhu Mei would talk to him about this, and also predicted that he would appear. And the appearance of a daughter of the Yu family would naturally arouse a trace of competitiveness in someone like Lin Junbai. For cultivators, even the slightest bit of a mustard seed was no small matter. Everything was still within Chui Dongshan's calculations. Yu Juanfu didn't approach the two playing chess. He sat cross-legged and began to nibble on pancakes. Zhu Mei wanted to go to the chessboard to join in the fun, but she was stopped by Yu Juanfu to chat with him. Chui Dongshan looked at Yu Juanfu's back and sighed softly. "If only this sister Yu of mine could look at me more, it could help my chess skills soar and increase my chances of winning." Lin Junbai held his breath and didn't speak. Chui Dongshan turned his head, a small bet for fun, 1 copper coin. Lin Junbai asked, "Copper coin? What else? Spending money on a piece of snow is a small bet?" Chui Dongshan clicked his tongue. "Young Master Lin is really rich." Lin Junbai laughed. "Where am I going to find a copper coin for you?" "That's right. I don't think you'll lose much. If you win, it'll be even bigger. After all, winning a copper coin from me is more meaningful than winning a piece of grain rain money. It'll be more memorable in the future." Chui Dongshan was shocked. I've hidden my unfathomable thoughts so well, but young Master Lin still guessed it. Wouldn't the copper coin in my pocket run the great risk of running away from home and remarrying someone else? Lin Junbai had to admit that he was disgusted by the person in front of him. Of course, compared to Yen LV, who was destined to become a joke, he was still a million times better. Today's conversation would be heard by many people in the Xiao Yuan dynasty. It was hard to say whether Yen LV would gain anything from practicing swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the future. Cultivators had grudges in their hearts that couldn't be erased, and it involved the more troublesome reputation of their families. At the very least, it would cause Yen LV to lose some of his gains. Lin Junbai said, "It's settled. Win or lose, you'll get a copper coin." "Who'll go first?" Chui Dongshan asked. "Young Master Lin's chess skills are outstanding, but you're not willing to give me 3 pieces? Don't you want to return with a copper coin with a big victory?" Lin Junbai had already reached for the chess pot. He held the chess pieces in his hand and said helplessly, "Can't we talk about the rules? You and I are from the mountain, but when it comes to guessing, we still have to talk about the rules of the mountain, right? Because the young man opposite the chessboard had already raised his, but widened his eyes and pricked up his ears. It wasn't that Lin Junbai couldn't hide the sound of the chess pieces, but he didn't know the cultivation level of the opponent. If he did this, and the opponent was in the earth immortal realm, he would still be at a disadvantage. But playing chess was a two-sided defense. Lin Junbai couldn't let sword immortal Ku Xia keep an eye on him. Cui Dongshan sat back and nodded. He said in a sickly voice, "You've won." It's hard to say how good young Master Lin's chess skills are, but your chess skills outside of the chessboard are really impressive compared to that lackey Yen, who almost used his own logic to smash his own face. You're much, much better. Lin Junbai let go of his hand and picked up another chess piece. The impressive one was Lin Junbai, who was originally at a disadvantage. Because he played by the rules first, he was able to force the opponent to play by the rules, even if the opponent was a cultivator of the upper five realms. Not everything in the world was like this, but it should be like this in the vicinity of the chessboard. Jiang Guanqing and the other young sword cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were full of admiration. When it came to guessing, Cui Dongshan took out a small piece and threw it on the ground. He looked at both sides, and his luck was pretty good. He guessed first. Yu Zhuanfu, who was pulled by Zhu, made a face the other side, saw this scene, and rubbed his head. He had a headache. Both sides placed their pieces one after the other. Lin Junbai's expression was calm. This person was using an extremely rare ancient manual, the Little Peach Blossom Spring Manual, to go first. It was ingenious in that it could end the battle quickly. The essence was in the words, follow the rules, make the first move without reason. However, it couldn't withstand a little bit of deliberation from the top national players, especially since Lin Junbai had already seen this manual. So, who was the first move on the chessboard? It was very obvious. Lin Junbai placed his pieces neither too quickly nor too slowly. His opponent placed his pieces as if they were flying, as if victory was already in his grasp. Lin Junbai deliberately hid his incompetence in a few key moves. He still played more than 230 moves before losing. It was only a copper coin. Moreover, did he really think that he would make someone like Yen Lv shed tears of gratitude if he won? Then it wasn't Yen Lv who was bad, but Lin Junbai himself who was stupid. Since when did the great Yen family's reputation need to be saved by a youth from the Xiaoyuan dynasty? Only when Lin Junbai lost, and lost by a hair's breadth, using his own loss, would Yen Lv truly feel some gratitude. Of course, he wouldn't feel too much gratitude. For someone like Yen Lv, in the end, an empty reputation was just an empty reputation. Only practical and immediate benefits would move his heart, and he would be willing to remember that forming an alliance with Lin Junbai was profitable. After Lin Junbai conceded, he smiled. I really don't have a single copper coin on me right now. Don't worry, when I reach the city, I will personally borrow this copper coin from someone. In any case, I'll wait until I borrow it. At that time, whether I'll send the money to your door or ask for help will be up to the winner. Cui Dongshan exhaled softly, gazing at the dangerous game on the line for a moment. Then he immediately raised his head and looked away, smiling. No wonder, no wonder. Young Master Lin must have secretly read the Little Peach Blossom Spring Manual. Like I said, my godly opening has always made my opponent concede in the middle of the game. Lin Junbai smiled, not taking it to heart, pretending to be innocent after gaining an advantage. That was all there was to it. Cui Dongshan thought for a moment. Whether or not young Master Lin will personally borrow the money, I can't just follow behind young Master Lin's butt. After all, I haven't learned the essence of the Yen family style. However, whether or not young Master Lin will personally send the money, I do have an idea. If I win the second game, the prize will be mine. I'll take out a bit of the style of a national player for the first time. If young Master Lin wins, how is that possible? When I play chess, I definitely don't have any hidden skills. After all my chess techniques and moves are the hidden skills of others. Others' godly moves are all unreasonable moves in my eyes. Ooh. Lin Junbai put away the chess pieces and was about to stand up. Then, with a glance, Lin Junbai suddenly realized that the Pleasure Pavilion chess manual had unknowingly been placed on the white-clothed youths, but Lin Junbai's expression still didn't change. The person who wrote this manual was the second national player of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. The first was naturally Lin Junbai's disciple, the imperial tutor of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. However, this national player had exchanged a lot of chess techniques with Lin Junbai. Therefore, this Mr. Shi Lu could be considered half a teacher and half a friend of Lin Junbai's in chess. Cui Dongshan put away the chess pieces in the chess jar beside him, tilted his shoulders, raised his butt, and took out the chess manual. He chuckled softly. Life and death questions, life and death questions. I almost died laughing. It's obviously a life and death question, a life and death question. If you read too much, you'll really kill the living chess pieces. Our Mr. Shi Lu is so thoughtful and kind. He didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation to let the world's chess players see what a negative example is. It's admirable and lamentable, inspiring and moving. Young Master Lin, you must introduce him to me later. There hasn't been such a national player with such noble character and unquestionable integrity in the past, and I don't think there will ever be one in the future. Lin Junbai raised his hand, indicating that those family members in the distance should stop talking about their family. Once they opened their mouths, the one who would be truly disgusted wouldn't be Cui Dongshan, but Lin Junbai. Of course, half of those people were probably really angry and wanted to stand up for him and Mr. Shi Lu. However, the remaining half had come with this goal in mind. Once they succeeded in fanning the flames, they could watch the show from the sidelines. Lin Junbai didn't give them the chance to do so. If they dared to open their mouths after he stopped them, they would naturally be too stupid. They probably wouldn't do it. As expected, no one said anything. Cui Dongshan casually tossed the chess manual out of the city, nodding to himself. If the beasts of the wilderness picked it up, they'd definitely understand it with a single glance. From then on, it would be like everyone was seeking death. The Great Wall of Sword Qi would have no worries, and the world would have no worries. Lin Junbai returned to his seat and smiled. You've won this time. Let's play another round. What shall we bet? Cui Dongshan smiled. Let's bet a bit more this time. A piece of snow will cost money. We'll each come up with a question of life or death. How's that? Until the one who can't solve it loses. Of course, I'm the one who won, so there's no need to guess. I'll just let you go first. You come up with a question, and I'll solve it. As long as I can't solve it, I'll just take things too hard and jump off the city walls. I'll risk my life to snatch back that priceless chess manual from the hands of those great beasts who treat it like a treasure and only think that chess is actually so simple. If I win, young Master Lin will obediently give me another piece of snow to spend money. Lin Junbai shook his head. If I can't solve the question of life or death, it's still chess. The other party had clearly come prepared. Don't be led by the nose. Cui Dongshan was astonished, as if he was rather surprised. Lin Junbai did not dare to let his guard down. The other party's chess skills were definitely incomparable to Yan Lu's. His chess skills were definitely no weaker than his senior brother's. As for where his chess skills were the highest, it was hard to say for the time being. He would have to lift him up by the collar. Lin Junbai couldn't be bothered to look at the other party's face. He extended his hand. It's your turn this time. I'll go first. In the next game, he would see more of the other party's depth. After all, he had been pulled in by Mr. Shi Lu as well as the famous pleasure pavilion. However, winning or losing on the chessboard was still secondary. He didn't care about the reputation of winning or losing. If he lost, would Mr. Shi Lu no longer be a first-rate national player of the Central Plains? Would the pleasure pavilion be chased out of the list of the world's famous books? The second game, Lin Junbai had a lot to think about. The other party's white-clothed youth thought about it for an even longer time. Finally, he no longer deliberately scratched his head or occasionally frowned slightly. Victory and defeat were still separated by a fine line. This time, it was Lin Junbai's turn to stare at the chessboard for a long time. His opponent's last 3 moves were all ingenious. His chess skills skyrocketed, the style of the game changed greatly, and the logic was reversed. This caught Lin Junbai unprepared. He could only concede after the longest game of chess between the two sides. The white-clothed youth's expression was somewhat strange. Have you studied the 6th game of the Kaiyun chess manual deeply? Since you have a countermeasure. Even if victory or defeat is still hard to say, you still have a chance to survive the current situation. Why not play? Hiding your incompetence and suffocating yourself to death is called hiding your incompetence? Young Master Lin, if you continue to play like this, it's the same as giving away money. I really will have to call you for another game. Lin Junbai sighed. Do you really not know, or are you pretending to be stupid? The other party suddenly laughed loudly, but said telepathically, Of course I know. You, young Master Lin, want to use 2 losses to make me feel that your chess theory is fixed. Then, when I open my mouth for the 3rd game, you will place a heavy bet and make me bankrupt, right? Young Master Lin, you great national players who are adept at chess have black hearts. Today, I have learned a lesson. Lin Junbai opened his mouth and laughed. The 3rd game, a small sum of money. I will play with all my strength. Cui Dongshan clenched his fist and waved it lightly, shaking his head. Sister, you can't lose this small sum of money to you for my fan. As for the other small sums of money, you can choose as you wish. I don't have any in my pocket anyway. Cui Dongshan turned his head and shouted, Sister, you don't worry. Even if I lose everything, I will keep this small sum of money as a sign of brother-sister affection. Yu Juanfu turned a deaf ear. Zhu Mei muttered, Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud. Little girl, speak louder. We literary saints don't mind being scolded in front of our faces. If there is a reason, we will give you a thumbs up and say that you scolded well. But scolding behind people's backs is fine, as long as we don't hear. Otherwise, flipping through books is like eating shit. If you spout shit while eating, you will be struck by lightning. Zhu Mei was somewhat flustered and sat closer to Yu Juanfu. Lin Junbai laughed. Any small sum of money is fine. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, Let's add some extra stakes. If I win, you can give me that iridescent cloud manual. Lin Junbai nodded. All right. The 3rd game, Lin Junbai went first. In the end, Lin Junbai, who had taken the first move and was only a hair's breadth away from victory, was almost forced into a cycle of 3 tribulations. Although Lin Junbai's expression was calm throughout, she was finally starting to feel annoyed. Both sides had played nearly 400 moves. To both sides, this was an astonishing conclusion. No one could see the exact trend of victory between the 2 players. Lin Junbai let out a sigh of relief after placing down a piece. Cui Dongshan's expression turned serious. He picked up a piece and leaned forward, stretching out the hand that was holding the piece. His other hand was tucked into his sleeve, so as not to disturb the piece. Just as the piece was about to be placed, Lin Junbai's heart settled. She had won. Cui Dongshan suddenly raised his hand and shook his shoulder at the startled Lin Junbai. Ha ha, are you angry? Are you angry? I won't be playing here. Oh, my, I'm such a clever little devil. My brain really isn't big, but it's damn clever. This was probably equivalent to being possessed by the eldest senior sister, Zhu Mei, and even Jean Jinming, who didn't really like playing chess, were all dumbstruck. Cui Dongshan pondered for a moment, still bending down to pick up a piece. However, the piece was placed elsewhere on the chessboard. He then sat back down and tucked his hands into his sleeves. I won't play. I won't play. I'm perfectly satisfied to be able to beat Lin Junbai of the Xiao Yuan dynasty 3 times in a row. The white-clothed youth looked up at the sky. Today's moon is round and full. Yes, how could there be a moon in broad daylight? The youth was thinking of Sister Zhou Cheng. Lin Junbai smiled. I lost 1 copper coin, 1 snow coin, 1 summer coin. I'll give it to you with both hands later. Cui Dongshan suddenly sneered. Oh, from your tone, it sounds like you're indifferent to victory and defeat. What, do you really think that I've played 400 moves with you, and that we're evenly matched? I'm just messing with you. Can't tell? Do you believe that we won't bet anything in the 4th round, and only bet that I can beat a frog at the bottom of a well who's flaunting her prowess in the Xiao Yuan dynasty within 80 moves? Lin Junbai smiled. Oh, Cui Dongshan smiled, mischievously again. Do you really believe that? I won 3 rounds of chess and earned a lot of money. It's not much. Can't you let me boast a little to satisfy my cravings? Cui Dongshan stopped smiling and looked at the complicated chess game that was densely packed with chess pieces. He clicked his tongue and said, You and I are good brothers. We played such a godly game together. The fast pavilion is about to explode because it's just too fast. Oh, actually, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this person's chess skills. Yan Elvi was even more so. Apart from the borders, his chess skills were the closest to Lin Junbai's. Therefore, he was more aware of the white-clothed youth's chess skills. Therefore, he started to change from pure hatred to fear. It was still hatred, and even more so. However, in the depths of his heart, he couldn't help but feel fear. Cui Dongshan waved his hand at young Master Lin, who was squatting in the latrine, and said with a sincere look in his eyes, Give me the money later. It doesn't matter if you give it to me yourself. Young Master Lin, I'm going to clean up the chess game. Why? Do you still need help? You've already helped me 3 times. I think you should just forget about it. If you continue to be like this, my conscience will feel uneasy. It's the will of the heavens that makes it impossible for me to be friends with a magnanimous person like you. I'm tossing and turning, and I can't sleep at night. Lin Junbai sighed. Since the 3rd game had been played, it could be considered a famous game in the history of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the result was still acceptable. Cui Dongshan packed up the chess pieces without any style. He casually threw the pieces into the chess jar and muttered to himself, winning 3 games in a row. Comfortable. Really comfortable. It's just that it's boring to rely on the disparity in chess skills to crush the opponent. If both sides were equally skilled, winning or losing would depend on luck. Luck is on my side, and winning would be the most satisfying. I guess young Master Lin has been too successful on the chessboard in this life, and is used to suppressing others with strength. You can't understand my feelings. What a pity. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled and asked, What? Do you think my chess skills are too high, or that luck is on my side? Both are false. I know very well whether my chess skills are high or not, but whether my luck is good or bad, young Master Lin, you have to admit it. Then let's play another game and use a different method. How about it? It's not all about chess skills, but more about luck. Do you dare? It can even be said that we're only competing in luck. Young Master Lin, you might not have the chance to play this game again in this lifetime. Since it's all about luck, we won't bet on money or anything. Lin Junbai asked. What do you mean? Cui Dongshan smiled. You decide the outcome of this game. Whether you win or lose, you have to discuss it with Sword Immortal Ku Xia first. As long as the outcome is, as you say, it's your win regardless of whether I win or lose. What we're betting on is whose luck is better. Do you dare? Lin Junbai laughed involuntarily. Cui Dongshan smiled. Let's not talk about chess or sword skills. Let's just talk about Sword Immortal Ku Xia's character. I believe in young Master Lin's gambling integrity. Lin Junbai shook his head. I won't play this game. Cui Dongshan actually nodded. Indeed. Because it's not interesting enough, I'll add another explanation. The third game of the Iridescent Cloud Manual you've flipped through so many times has reached the mid-game. All right, it's actually only the 56th move, and someone has already admitted defeat. Why don't we help both sides finish the game? Then you can still decide the outcome outside the chessboard. Does winning or losing on the chessboard matter? It doesn't matter at all. You help the city, Lord of White Emperor's City, and I'll help the person playing against him. How about it? Look at Sword Immortal Ku Xia. He's already impatient. As a Sword Immortal, he's working hard to protect the Tao. How he wishes that young Master Lin can turn the tables. Lin Junbai was speechless. This person was a madman. The reason why the Iridescent Cloud Manual was viewed by all chess players in the world as I observed the iridescent clouds of the mortal realm, high and unreachable, was because the winner was invincible. Even more frightening was that as long as the loser left the chessboard and left White Emperor City, he would be invincible outside beneath the clouds. Countless chess players had studied the aftermath of the third game of the Iridescent Cloud Manual. Even Lin Junbai's master was no exception. That Cui Dong had admitted defeat neither too early nor too late. It just so happened that this person was truly worthy of the title of number 2 in the world of chess. Therefore, Lin Junbai shook his head. I won't play this game. As chess players, we shouldn't insult the chess pieces on the chessboard. Cui Dongshan sneered. Do you have the right to insult the Iridescent Cloud Manual? Lin Junbai, has your chess skill reached such a high level? It's only been 56 moves. Both sides of the Iridescent Cloud Manual must have reached a certain level of cultivation to be able to see the outcome. As for the other chess players under the Iridescent Cloud Manual, do they really know what both sides are thinking? If it were you and I playing, would you really have the ability to maintain the advantage of being the city lord of White Emperor City? Who gave you the confidence? Did you lose 3 games in a row? Ooh. Lin Junbai said solemnly, let's not talk about victory or defeat outside the chessboard with Sword Immortal Ku Xia. I'll play this endgame with you. Cui Dongshan laughed. All right, then let's add a wager. If I win, you and Sword Immortal Ku Xia will have to decide on the outcome of the next game. Lin Junbai said, we'll talk about it after you win the Iridescent Cloud Manual. Cui Dongshan laughed. Fortunately, young Master Lin didn't say, we'll talk about it after you win. Otherwise, even someone who admires young Master Lin's immortal demeanor would spit on the chessboard. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was extremely worried. The other young sword cultivators, even Jin Jinming, were filled with anticipation for this game. Cui Dongshan suddenly turned his head and said, unrelated people don't have the right to watch this game. Of course, it's fine if you really want to watch. It's not much, just 1 grain rain coin per person. Be more magnanimous and take it out. Zhu Mei raised her hand. I want to watch. I'll help pay for Sister Yu's grain rain coin. Cui Dongshan's expression immediately changed. He straightened his back and said righteously, what kind of joke is this? Sister Yu's friend is my Dongshan's friend. Talking about money? Are you trying to slap my face? Do you think I'm a wild chess player who only plays chess to earn money? Jiang Guanqing and many others were willing to fork out the money, but Sword Immortal Ku Xia began to chase them away. Furthermore, there was no room for negotiation. Therefore, only Yu Juanfu and Zhu Mei who had Yu Juanfu's support, were left on the city walls. Both sides placed their pieces on the chessboard. It looked like a replay of the game, but in fact, they were playing another game after the third game of the iridescent cloud manual. An hour later, Lin Junbai, who was constantly pondering, was inexplicably struck in the upper right corner. There were only 36 beginners on the chessboard. Lin Junbai's face turned pale, and he refused to admit defeat. Cui Dongshan said indifferently, according to the agreement, the next game will be the second to last game of the iridescent cloud manual. There is too little space on the chessboard, and the accidents are too small. You will continue to place your pieces on behalf of White Emperor City's city lord. Remember, first discuss the outcome of the battle outside the chessboard with Sword Immortal Ku Xia. It's only a battle of luck. Don't pay too much attention to the outcome of the chessboard. If I win again, I'll be asking for an exorbitant price. I beg you to play another game with me. Lin Junbai and Sword Immortal Ku Xia discussed the outcome of the battle outside the chessboard. Then, both sides gathered their pieces and placed them again. Compared to the previous game, there were many more pieces on the chessboard this time. After a short incense stick's worth of time, the white-clothed youth said with a smile, "Don't worry. In the next game, I'll discuss the outcome of the battle with Sword Immortal Ku Xia first. You and I will play. Luck is a matter of luck. Since I've gambled too much on luck every time, I'll kneel and beg for a loss. I'll take the initiative to change the direction of my luck. If I win again this time, so what? It will only show that my luck is too good today. Does young Master Lin's chess skills have anything to do with it? It doesn't. It doesn't." Sweat seeped out of Lin Junbai's forehead. He was speechless. He wasn't willing to concede, but he didn't say anything either. It was as if he just wanted to take another look at the chessboard and know how he lost. The white-clothed youth spoke politely, but his face was full of mockery. Yu Juanfu sighed and pulled Zhu Mei away from the place. As expected, Cui Dongshan was right. Yu Juanfu's luck from before was actually considered good. Zhu Mei also knew the severity of the situation. She silently followed Yu Juanfu away from this troublesome place. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was about to speak. Cui Dongshan pinched a chess piece between two fingers and gently turned it. He didn't even raise his head. "Don't speak while watching the game. Can't you be a little more polite?" A dignified sword immortal of the Central Plains, as well as Zhou Xinji's martial nephew and the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. "Is this how you protected Junior? Young Master Lin and I are friends at first sight, so I'm easy to talk to. But if Sword Immortal Ku Xia relies on his status and swordsmanship, then I'll have to call for reinforcements. Don't you understand such a shallow principle? If you don't, I can ask someone with high swordsmanship to teach you." Sword Immortal Ku Xia's hesitation turned into determination. Ignoring the white-clothed youth's words, Sword Immortal Ku Xia said solemnly, "Lin Junbai, you may rise." Lin Junbai hesitated as he clenched his fists. Cui Dongshan pinched a chess piece and gently pressed it on the chessboard. With a casual swipe, it slid to the edge of Lin Junbai's chessboard. The tiny chess piece happened to be half on the chessboard and half in the air. Cui Dongshan smiled. "Rise? Sure. Throw in the chess piece and admit defeat. Admit defeat and lose half of it." Sword Immortal Ku Xia said angrily, "Don't push your luck. How dare you spoil Lin Junbai's Dao heart?" Cui Dongshan covered his sleeves with both hands and laughed. "A cultivator is a proud son of heaven. To have his Dao heart spoiled by such a trivial Dao like chess is worse than Yen Lu. I'm dying of laughter this time." Cui Dongshan raised his head and looked at the infuriated Sword Immortal Ku Xia. He asked with a smile, "Do you think I can help Lin Junbai win?" Lin Junbai said with a trembling voice, "If I admit defeat before the game is played, I will only lose half of it." Cui Dongshan nodded. "Of course. However, there's a small condition. You have to promise that you will never touch a chess piece again. Lin Junbai was sweating profusely. Cui Dongshan yawned and did not rush Lin Junbai to make a decision. He only appeared bored. The world only knew that the iridescent cloud manual was the iridescent cloud manual. They did not know that the two sides who played the iridescent cloud game were sitting opposite each other. But outside the chessboard, there was no bottomless scheming going on. That was what a true game of chess was like. You little bastards who learned a little from the iridescent cloud manual are worthy of calling yourselves national chess players? Cui Dongshan seemed to be chatting with an acquaintance as he said slowly, "My master's works. Other than your master's study in your Xiao Yuan dynasty. How many books are left in the marketplace? 2. Not a single one. This is nothing. It's a small matter. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. However, I seem to remember a small matter. Back then, there was a scholar from your Xiao Yuan dynasty who went all the way to the Confucian temple and smashed the dilapidated statue by the roadside. Right? I heard that after returning home, his official career was smooth and he had a meteoric rise. Later on, that person was not only a chess friend of yours, but he was also a good friend of yours. Oh, that's right. It's the owner of the chess manual lying at the bottom of the city, the famous Mr. Shi Lu. Sword Immortal Ku Xia's heart stirred slightly. He still wanted to say something to dissuade Lin Junbai, but he could not open his mouth now. You, the unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator, was a native sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he encountered that person, he did not dare to move. Then Ku Xia, was the same. However, Lin Junbai was in a daze. Moreover, his realm was too low. He might not be aware of the awkward situation he was in. Cui Dongshan sneered at Lin Junbai. Wager? From now on, every time I win, I'll force you to play another game. Even if I only charge you a small sum of money each time, I can make you lose all of your future cultivation, and even half of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. I'll make you wish you could reincarnate now, and never touch a chess piece again in your next life. Do you think you can play chess with me just because you don't want to? Do you know who you're playing chess with? Cui Dongshan's sleeves fluttered as he narrowed his eyes. Remember, I'm Dongshan. Chao Qinglang met Pei Qian in the corridor. Pei Qian wanted to say something, but stopped. Chao Qinglang pointed at his heart and waved his hand. He did not say anything and only smiled slightly. Pei Qian remained silent. Chao Qinglang asked with a smile, I have a carving knife. Shall I give you a seal later? Pei Qian left in a huff. Chao Qinglang scratched his head. In order to wait for him to appear, he had been waiting for a long time. On this day, a sneaky young man in white secretly knocked on the door of Ning Mansion. Nailan Yeshing said with a smile, Brother Dongshan, what's the matter? You don't need to knock on the door to be a thief. Cui Dongshan said with annoyance, Brother Nailan, I went to the city wall for a long time today and only earned a little money. I'm so angry. I don't have the face to see Mr. Nailan Yeshing felt a little pity for the person who earned money, although he didn't know who was so unlucky. Just when Nailan Yeshing was about to close the door and part ways with this little bastard, Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled and said, Let's go to my room to drink. Nailan Yeshing was, of course, unwilling. He just glanced at the eyes of the young man in white and nodded. When they got there, Cui Dongshan took out 2 pots of wine. Nailan Yeshing hoped to drink the wine he had painstakingly hidden, but the following conversation made Nailan Yeshing gradually lose that little thought, because what the other party said was too big for him, a raw jade sword cultivator who had fallen in realm. The reason was simple. What the other party said was how to walk Nailan Yeshing's path. That was nothing. Soon there was a knock on the door. Grandma, Bai quickly left. It was the golden core sword cultivator. who was no longer Nalin Yeshing's anonymous disciple, Chui Wei. After Chui Wei closed the door, he cupped his fists and bowed without looking up or speaking. Nalin Yeshing wanted to get up and leave, but was stopped by Chui Dongshan with a smile. Then Chui Dongshan turned and asked, "Do you want to break through again and die, or follow me to the vast world and struggle at death's door? Today and tomorrow may not matter, and you may only feel lucky, but I can be sure that one day you, Chui Wei, will have a heartache." Chui Wei kept his head down and cupped his fists. Chui Wei is willing to follow Mr. to the Aquarius continent. Regret tomorrow, we can talk about it tomorrow. Chui Dongshan smiled. Okay, I agree, but I want to hear the reason. Don't worry, no matter what, I will not change your future stability. Chui Wei was silent for a moment. Why should I die here? Nalin Yeshing sighed, but he didn't fly into a rage like last time. He almost couldn't help but slap Chui Wei to death. Chui Dongshan nodded and said, "Good question. When you go to a foreign place in the future, when you are free or old, you might as well answer this question yourself. Go, you have worked hard all these years." Chui Wei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Nalin Yeshing. Master doesn't recognize disciple, but disciple recognizes the second master on his path of cultivation. Chui Wei will never look back. Master, take care. Ooh. Nalin Yeshing raised the white bowl, took a sip of wine, nodded, and said, "Since you have chosen to go to the vast world, you might as well go all the way. Don't die casually and live for hundreds or thousands of years." Chui Wei left and returned to his residence. Chui Dongshan drank the wine and quickly left the house. Only an old man who had no children and no disciples was left drinking alone. There seemed to be no dishes on the table. At dusk on this day, Qi Jinglong took his disciple Bai Hegu to visit Ning Mansion. Bai Hegu showed the courage to die generously. It was just a big surprise. First, Pei Qian was said to be practicing martial arts with an old maid of Ning Mansion, and now she was lying on the hospital bed. But after the joy of beating gongs and drums, Bai Hegu couldn't help but worry. Pei Qian was a little girl after all. The young man asked for the way and went to Pei Qian's house. Of course, he didn't dare to knock on the door and just took a walk outside. As for the young man's master, he had already gone to the house of his good brother, Chun Pingon. There were 3 people in the house, Chun Pingon, Chui Dongshan, and Qi Jinglong. Each of them took out a booklet. The information in Chun Pingon's booklet was the most mixed. Chui Dongshan's booklet was the thickest. The source of the content was from the spies of Dali Xiao, who placed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Inverted Mountain. There were not many of them, but they were all useful. Some were newly obtained, but more were from Dali's top secret files. Of course, Chui Dongshan had also roughly walked around the city not long ago. He didn't really want to rely on himself to find more clues. Chui Dongshan had never thought of himself as some kind of immortal. The premise was to see. After all, the time was too short, and the identity of the disciple of the sage of literature would be more troublesome. Otherwise, Chui Dongshan could have grasped many details closer to the truth, or even directly the truth. Qi Jinglong had indirectly asked the sect master and the disciples of Taihui sword sect for the information. Chui Dongshan waved his sleeve, and a snow-white rice paper appeared out of thin air slightly higher than the 2 tables. Chui Dongshan's mind moved slightly, and on the rice paper, the big and small mansions and streets in the city rose from the ground one by one. Then Chui Dongshan gave each of the master and Qi Jinglong 3 brushes. The rice paper was fine and recovered on its own, but it could be written with the brush. Different brushes wrote different colored words, black, white, and gray. The 3 of them didn't speak, and each wrote down a name. If the name was the same but had a different color, Chui Dongshan would use the unique brush in his hand to circle the name. There were 3 books on the table. When someone stopped writing, they could flip through the other two books. In the twilight of this day, Qi Jinglong and Whitehead left Ning Mansion and returned to the Taihui Sword Sect's armory. Chun Pingon only brought Cui Dongshan to the wine shop. However, they didn't really go there. After a slight detour, Chun Pingon asked Cui Dongshan to help pay attention to the surroundings. Finally, they came to a house in a shabby alley. There was no greeting, but it was definitely not luxurious. Cui Dongshan didn't enter, but stood outside. After the master entered, Cui Dongshan went to the corner of two alleys and squatted there in boredom. Only Pei Qian didn't know that in this long journey to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, students and disciples like them wouldn't be able to stay for long. His master only hoped that they could personally see what kind of place the Great Wall of Sword Qi was, and see the magnificent scenery that they were destined to never see again. Tao Wen sat back at the table and asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to be the banker in the future?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "It's fake and real. The more tricks there are, the more traps there are. Those gamblers who aren't good at gambling can forget about playing tricks with me." Tao Wen said, "Chun Pingon, don't forget what you promised me. To you it might be a small matter, but to me it's not a big matter, but it's not small either." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I may not be able to do many things that I promise myself. However, I will usually do what I promised others." Tao Wen nodded. When this young man first asked him to be the banker, he said that he wouldn't spend money on a single snow at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Tao Wen joked, "Did the second manager say this? Or did the martial artist Chun Pingon say it?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "It was the swordsman Chun Pingon who said it." Tao Wen was silent for a long time. Chun Pingon smiled and took out 2 pots of bamboo sea paradise wine. Of course, they were the cheapest ones. Tao Wen didn't use the heaven and earth sleeve spell. He just got up and took 2 wine bowls from the kitchen. Naturally, they were much bigger than the wine in the wine shop. Tao Wen drank a mouthful of wine and poured the second bowl. He said, "Chun Pingon, don't learn from me." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I won't." Tao Wen nodded and said, "Then there's only one thing left. Don't die. Don't forget, this is the Great Wall of Sword Qi, not the vast world. This isn't your hometown." Chun Pingon said, "I will fight for it." Tao Wen raised his bowl, and Chun Pingon followed suit. They clinked their bowls and drank. Tao Wen asked, "Are there many people like you in the vast worlds?" Chun Pingon thought carefully and shook his head. "There aren't many people like me, but there are many people who are better than me, and many who are worse than me." Then Chun Pingon asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" Tao Wen smiled. This question was a little redundant. He didn't seem like the thoughtful and meticulous second manager who was always digging holes for him. He just drank silently. When it was almost the last bowl of wine, Chun Pingon raised the bowl but then put it down again. He took out a pair of seals from his sleeve and gently placed them on the table. He smiled and said, "I wonder if Uncle Tao is willing to accept this little thing." Tao Wen shook his head. "I don't like this. You scholars are pretentious and pretentious. I'm a sword cultivator. Forget it. I have no use for it at home. What's the point of eating dust? You should take it to earn money and return the money. It's more meaningful than leaving it here." Chun Pingon put away the seal and raised the wine bowl again. People who sell wine usually don't drink much. People who buy wine can't hold their liquor well and aren't good at drinking. Why buy wine? Isn't that the logic, Uncle Tao? Tao Wen smiled and said, "I don't reason with scholars. You drink yours, and I'll drink mine. It's immoral to persuade people to drink at the table." They each drank the last bowl of wine. Chun Pingon stood up and smiled with cupped fists. "I don't know when the next time will be." Tao Wen waved his hand. "It's acknowledged that drinking with me is the most boring. It's fine if you don't drink. I won't send you off. Chun Pingon left the house and walked alone in the alley. He clenched his fists. 2 seals. I want to get drunk. Don't get drunk. Lush flowers. As Chun Pingon walked, he suddenly became absent-minded. It was as if he was walking in the clay bottle alley in his hometown. Tao would miss his wife and daughter so much in the mortal world. His parents were no longer in the mortal world. Would they also miss little Pingon so much? Chun Pingon stopped and fell into a daze. Then he continued walking. Moments later, Tao Wen suddenly appeared at the door and asked with a smile, I still don't want the seals. However, I want to know what was engraved on the 2 seals. Chun Pingon did not turn around. He shook his head. Uncle Tao, it's nothing. It's just some words copied from a book. Tao Wen smiled and said, You scholar. The young man in green robes with a jade hairpin did not say anything. He did not seem like the second in command at all. Tao Wen leaned against the door and stood there, looking at the empty house. The words in the book were painful to the eyes. The wine in the bowl was spicy. It was as if it could make one cry. Then it made sense. The young man's back gradually walked away in the alley. Sword Immortal Tao Wen sat on the doorstep and faced the table in the house. He muttered, Father was late that time and made the 2 of you wait for so many years. Green onions, green onions. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Father has always been good here. I can eat Yangchun noodles and drink with good people. Don't feel bad. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. (609) Chun Pingon and Cui Dongshan, as well as the teacher and student who were also in a foreign land, walked towards the wine shop that could be considered half of their home. Cui Dongshan asked softly, You didn't succeed? Tao Wen is still unwilling to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and wants to die here? Since the Great Wall of Sword Qi had Sword Cultivator Cui Wei who didn't want to die, there would naturally be Sword Immortal Tao Wen who wanted to die in his hometown. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were many people on both sides. The top few Old Sword Immortals and Great Sword Immortals, regardless of whether they were still alive or had died in battle. Why were they unwilling to let the knowledge of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought take root in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and spread too much? Of course, there was a reason, and it definitely wasn't as simple as looking down on the knowledge. However, the answer for the Great Wall of Sword Qi was simpler, and there was only one answer, which was that with too much knowledge and too much thinking, people's hearts would be mixed, and it would be difficult for sword cultivators to be pure. The Great Wall of Sword Qi wouldn't be able to hold on for 10,000 years. Regarding this matter, the ordinary local sword immortals knew very little. Many years ago, on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu personally held the fort and isolated a world. Then there was a gathering of sages for a deduction, but the outcome wasn't good. After that, the sages of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Secondary Sages visited the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Before they left, regardless of whether they understood it or not, they would receive instructions from the academy, or rather strict orders. They were mostly in charge of supervising the battle. During this period, there were people who wanted to do more for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even at the risk of being punished. The Sword Immortals didn't purposely suppress them, but these Confucian students were all disheartened in the end. Chun Pingon said, At the wine table, we were only focused on drinking and didn't try to persuade them. As expected, drinking messes things up. Chun Pingon didn't walk quickly, and Cui Dongshan wasn't in a hurry either. The 2 of them walked slowly and weren't in a hurry to drink new wine at the wine table. In the streets and alleys, there were many stories with bad endings. Cui Dongshan consoled him, If you give away the seal, you'll feel better. But if you don't, It's actually better because Tao Wen will feel better. Mister, why do you have to do this? Mister, why do you have to do this? Mister, you shouldn't do this. Chun Pingan changed the topic. What's the result of your chess match with Lin Junbai? Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves. Ripples appeared around the two of them, as if there were faint golden lotuses opening and closing, life and death. However, Cui Dongshan had used a unique mystic art as a smokescreen. He had to first see the flower. Those below the upper 5 realms could forget about it. Only then would he be able to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two parties. However, seeing the flower was equivalent to forcefully breaking the array. Cui Dongshan could then follow the path and return the favor. He could ask the Sword Immortal if he knew who he was. If he did not know, he would have to tell him who he was. The bait was to find out who Cui Dongshan was, what had happened to Lin Junbai, and whether the Xiao Yuan dynasty would undergo a drastic change. Then they would use these as evidence to determine who Cui Dongshan was. In any case, those who were willing would take the bait. Cui Dongshan, did not ask for anyone to bite the bait. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing had already given him an example. If Cui Dongshan still did not give up and still wanted to consider the power of the literary sage's lineage, then he could not blame Cui Dongshan for calling for reinforcements and calling his martial uncle to support his martial nephew. Cui Dongshan smiled. Lin Junbai is a smart person. It's just that he's young, thin-skinned, and too inexperienced. Of course, I'm smarter than him. It's not difficult to completely destroy his Dao heart. However, there's no need for that. After all, I don't have a death grudge with him. The one who really has a grudge with me is Mr. Shi Lu, who wrote the Quasi-Pavilion Chess Manual. Seriously, his chess skills are so bad, yet he dares to write a book to teach people how to play chess. It's said that the chess manual sales are not bad. How can I tolerate it? Of course, I can't tolerate it. This is a real hindrance to me in earning money. Cutting off one source of income. How big of a grudge is that, right? Chun Pingan was puzzled. Cutting off your source of income? What do you mean? Cui Dongshan blushed and said, let's not talk about rare cases. Generally speaking, every time Vast World sells a copy of The Colored Clouds, I get a share of the profits. However, White Emperor City has never mentioned this. Of course, he has never taken the initiative to make such a request. It's all calculated by the booksellers on the mountain for the sake of stability. Otherwise, if they lose their heads while earning money, it's not worth it. Of course, I've given some hints. I'm worried that White Emperor City's city lord is magnanimous, but the people around him are narrow-minded. If they aren't careful, they could cause the bookseller who printed the chess manual to be punished by White Emperor City. People of the demonic path have unpredictable temperaments. In the end, it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, to be able to give money to White Emperor City openly is a rare favor. Chun Pingan was speechless. If Cui Dongshan had not mentioned it, he really would not have known that there was such an inside story to earn big money. He laughed angrily. When we drink later, you'll pay for it. You're so black-hearted when it comes to earning money. You should drink a few jars of bamboo, sea paradise wine to wash your heart. Cui Dongshan nodded in agreement. He said that the wine was too cheap, the Yangchun noodles were too delicious, and the teacher was too generous in doing business. Then he continued, then there's Lin Junbai's teacher, that imperial tutor of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. However, many of the grievances of the older generation should not be passed down to the disciples. What others think is never important. What's important is whether we, the literary sage's lineage, can persist in this kind of laborious but unrewarding understanding. Pei Qian doesn't need to teach too much about this matter. Instead, it's Chao Qinglang who needs to look at a few more things and say a few words of reason. Chun Pingan smiled and asked, so what happened to Lin Junbai? Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "Therefore, Lin Junbai was painstakingly advised by me and pointed out the right path. He suddenly came to his senses and happily volunteered to be my chess piece. His Tao heart was firm, and he reached another level. Teacher, don't worry. I didn't change his Tao heart in the slightest. I only helped him to become the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty faster and become the most worthy person beside the emperor. The student surpasses the master, not only in Tao teachings and knowledge, but also in worldly authority. Lin Junbai can obtain more than his teacher. What I did was nothing more than icing on the cake. Lin Junbai carries the fate of the Shao Yuan dynasty and has the right to think this way. The crux of the problem is not what I said or did, but Lin Junbai's teacher. He didn't teach enough. He mistakenly thought that by guiding Lin Junbai patiently year after year, he could make Lin Junbai become another him and eventually grow into the stabilizing force of the Shao Yuan dynasty. Little did he know that Lin Junbai's heart was loftier than the heavens, and he was unwilling to become anyone's shadow. Therefore, I had the opportunity to take advantage of this situation. Lin Junbai obtained the full pot he wanted, and I obtained the small profits I wanted. Everyone was happy. In the end, it was because Lin Junbai was smart enough that I was willing to teach him the true art of chess and how to conduct himself. At this point, Chui Dongshan said, "Teacher, you shouldn't have asked such a question. You've let these unimportant matters affect your mood to drink." Chun Pingon shook his head. "Teacher's business is the student's business. How can the student's business not be teacher's business?" Chui Dongshan raised his sleeves, wanting to pretend to cry bitter tears. Chun Pingon laughed. "Save the flattery. Remember to buy a few more jugs of wine later." Then Chun Pingon reminded him, "Madame Yu Kuang is a good person. Don't lie to her." Chui Dongshan laughed. "For her and the Yu family, it may not be a good thing, but at least it's not a bad thing. My relationship with old Yu, who's better at playing chess than chess, has never been bad. Teacher, don't worry. I still have a sense of propriety when doing things. Yu Kuang Fu being able to become a good person in your eyes today is, of course, related to her own hard work and the imperceptible influence of her family's style. As for the literary style of the Shao Yuan dynasty, of course, it's similar. As long as you pay attention not to the exceptions but to the majority, the logic won't be bad." Chun Pingon was silent for a moment. He turned to look at the big white goose that his first disciple spoke of. Chao Qinglong's little senior brother in her heart. He smiled knowingly and said, "With a student like you by my side, I'm very relieved." Chui Dongshan regretfully said, "It's a pity that I can't always be by your side. I can't do my best to relieve your worries." Chun Pingon shook his head. "As for Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang, whether it's their state of mind or cultivation, as their little senior brother, you have to take care of them. Even if you feel wronged in your heart, I will pretend not to know." Chui Dongshan laughed. "In the world, there's only one's own heart that's not cultivated enough. If you think about it deeply, there's no grievance that can be grievance." Chun Pingon turned his head and said, "Is it to teach you how to be a person?" Chui Dongshan felt wronged. "I feel wronged." Chun Pingon said, "For those who are good at calculating people's hearts, the closer they are to heaven's heart, the easier it is for heaven to calculate. You have to be more careful. Take care of yourself first, then you can take care of others for a long time." Chui Dongshan nodded his head. "I have my own plans and considerations." In truth, both parties' final words had their own meaning, but they did not say it out loud. For the literary saint to take care of himself. Of course, it was under the premise of not harming others and not hindering the way of the world. But it was hard for Chui Dongshan to say such words. Chun Pingon was not willing to use his own principles that he did not understand, to use his own morals to suppress others. Cui Dongshan's reply was also not a promise to his teacher because he could not guarantee that he would take care of himself and could not guarantee that he would take care of himself for a long time. In the way of the world, to reason with others, one had to pay a big or small price. Thus, to protect the people who were reasonable and unreasonable, the price one had to pay would be even bigger. For example, Cui Dongshan had to temporarily put aside all the important matters in the Aquarius continent and rushed to the inverted suspended mountain and the great wall of sword Qi. Thus he had to pay a price. In truth, Cui Dong did not say anything and did not bargain. He only said the words to quickly return, which could be considered as agreeing to Cui Dongshan's laziness. But Cui Dongshan knew that he was willing to do more. Since you, Cui Dong, are willing to let me take a step, then I, Cui Dongshan, am not you, Cui Dong, and can take 2 more steps. Cui Dongshan knew of his teacher's actions at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Not only that, he was able to pull in Qi Jinglong of the Tai Hui sword sect. Cui Dongshan only did things that were interesting, meaningful, and at the same time profitable. So by his side, he could only pull in intelligent people like Lin Junbai and would never be able to become people like Qi Jinglong and Zhong Kui. But teacher was not like that. If teacher was not like that, students would not be able to persuade him and would not do so because teacher was teacher. Many disciples in the world always wanted to obtain something from teacher, be it knowledge, reputation, protection, status, or money. Cui Dongshan was too lazy to talk about the good and bad, since he was not and had nothing to do with him. He would just stay outside his house and hang it up high. When they arrived at the wine shop, it was filled with people. Chun Pingon brought Cui Dongshan along with him, carrying 2 flasks of wine. They squatted by the roadside, and there were many unfamiliar sword cultivators around them. Cui Dongshan was now quite famous in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His chess skills were excellent, and it was said that he had won many matches against Lin Junbai. In one of his matches, he had made more than 400 moves. There were native sword immortals who were proficient in chess. They all said that the literary sage's 3rd-generation disciple, Cui Dongshan, was invincible in the Great Wall of Sword Qi due to his superb chess skills. As a result, the gamblers and drunkards felt much better. Presumably, Mr. Cui Dongshan's 2nd manager must be better at chess. Therefore, they were cheated of some money by the 2nd manager. Wouldn't that be considered not shameful? At the same time, many people felt that they had wronged the 2nd manager. Although there was no doubt that his drinking and gambling behavior was bad, his chess behavior was good. Despite his excellent chess skills, he did not show it on this matter. He still had some conscience left and had not been eaten by the dogs of the world. Now that the wine shop's business was so good, the head manager planned to buy the 2 shops next door. At first, he was afraid that he would do something superfluous, so he was mentally prepared to be lectured. He carefully told the 2nd manager his idea, and he did not expect the 2nd manager to nod and agree. Then Stack Zhang felt that he was quite smart when it came to business. With such a plan, Stack Zhang discussed it with Zhang Jiazhen, who was a temporary worker. The youth agreed to be a permanent worker at the wine shop. Besides Zhang Jiazhen from Lingxi Alley, there was another youth of the same age, Jiang Chu from Straw Hat Alley. He also took the initiative to find Stack Zhang in private, hoping to work at the wine shop. He also said that he did not want a salary as long as he could eat his fill. Of course, Stack Zhang did not agree. He said that he would still be paid a salary, but it would not be too much at first. If the wine shop's business became better in the future, he would pay more. Therefore, Jiang Chu would often find Zhang Jiazhen and ask about some odd jobs at the wine shop. Zhang Jiazhen also told the youth who she was familiar with in full detail. The 2 youths who came from different poor alleys and had similar backgrounds became closer and closer. After drinking, they returned to Ning Mansion. On the way back, Cui Dongshan carried 2 jugs of Azure Immortal Mountain wine, which cost 5 snowdrops per jug. Of course, he would not buy on credit with the wine shop. Seeing this, the drunkards all felt their scalps go numb and their hearts turn cold. The second manager would even cheat his own student of his immortal money? Would he be lenient when cheating outsiders? It was said that there was a nascent soul stage sword cultivator who claimed to be the #1 gambler in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, who had not lost a single snowdrop to Allianz. He had already begun to study how to make money from the second manager. When the time came, he would write a book and compile it into a book. These books would be given to people for free, and as long as they drank in the biggest restaurant in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Baoguang Restaurant, they could take one book away. It seemed that the Baoguang Restaurant, under the name of the Chi family, was openly competing with the second manager. When Nalin Yeshing opened the door, he was pleasantly surprised. After getting 2 jugs of wine, he accidentally opened the door and called out enthusiastically, "Brother Dongshan." Chui Dongshan smiled and called out, "Grandpa Nalin." In his heart, he thought that this elder brother Nalin was really old and didn't learn from his beatings. He needed to be taught a lesson again. His previous words were just to make Mama Bai feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. This time, he was going to give elder brother Nalin a heavy blow. Beating was a sign of affection, and scolding was a sign of love. Accept it, and accept it obediently. In order not to give Nalin Yeshing a chance to mend the pen after the sheep were lost, Chui Dongshan and the teacher crossed the gate of Ning Mansion and said softly, "Thank you for the personal escort of Sister Luoshan." Chun Pingon said, "It's my duty. Don't worry about it." Chui Dongshan shook his sleeves. "Of course. I'm just nervous. Today's appearance can't enter Sister Luoshan's eyes." Nalin Yeshing said with a smile, "Dongshan, you are a rare romantic young man. Luoshan Sword Immortal will definitely remember you." Chui Dongshan nodded and said, "Yes, yes." On the other side of the martial arts practice field, Pei Qian was being fed punches by Mama Bai. Chun Pingon didn't watch. He couldn't bear to see it. Chun Pingon practiced boxing by himself. No matter how miserable he was fed punches by a martial artist of the 10th realm. However, he couldn't bear to see his disciple being fed punches like this. The real reason was that Chun Pingon was afraid that if he looked at Pei Qian a few more times, in case Pei Qian made a mistake in the future, he wouldn't have the heart to be harsh and would be less reasonable. After all, during those years in the Book Lake, Chun Pingon had suffered enough from his own heart. No matter how difficult it was to cut ties with others, it wasn't difficult at all. However, cutting ties with the past self was extremely difficult as ascending to the heavens. In a summer palace outside the city, Master Hidden Official stood on a chair. She held 2 ponytails in her hands. The chair was suspended in the air, and she looked down. As far as her eyes could see, there was also a map of the city. It was larger and more detailed. Even the private gardens and pavilions of the mansions in Tai Siang Street could be seen at a glance. However, on the map now, there were lines drawn with a red pen. One end of the bright red line was at Ning Mansion, and the other end was uncertain. At most, it was the wine shop and the place where the storyteller stool was placed at the corner of the street. The second was the sword practice area on the left and right of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were also a few other traces. Anyway, wherever the second shopkeeper went, someone drew it on the map. Pang Yuanji once asked, "Chun Pingon is not a demon spy. Why does Master care so much about his route?" Master Hidden Official replied, "There is no fight, no wine to drink. Master is very bored." Pang Yuanji did not ask any more. Master's logic was very reasonable. According to his master, the lineage of the Hidden Official had been passed down to her in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even if she did not do well, she was definitely qualified. Not only did she pass, but she also did a lot of extra work. her contributions were not small. The eldest sword immortal was still so picky about her. She was really a bully. Capable people should do more work, but she should not be so busy. The female sword immortal Luo Shan was still wearing a round neck brocade robe. However, the color was different. The style was the same, and she still had a flower hairpin on her head. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Luo Shan of the Hidden Officials lineage and the crazy woman Zhou Cheng who swung on the city wall were both very beautiful. When Luo Shan arrived at the lobby of the Summer Palace, she drew another vermilion route with her brush. The bamboo nunnery sword immortal frowned and said, "Why did you bring Cui Dongshan to Tao Wen's place this time? What do you want?" Luo Shan said, "You're asking me? Then should I ask Qin Pingan? Or that Cui Dongshan?" The bamboo nunnery sword immortal said, "If you want to go, then go. I won't stop you." Luo Shan glared at her. The bamboo nunnery sword immortal was completely unaware. The hidden official said he should be persuading Tao Wen to earn more money and not seek death. This deputy manager is too soft-hearted. No wonder I couldn't like him at first sight. The hidden official twisted his ponytail and curled his lips. Our deputy manager probably hasn't seen enough. The time is too short. If he could still have such a heart after seeing him for a long time, I would really have to admire him. What a pity. Ooh. Unfortunately, the hidden official did not continue. Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery sword immortal did not ask any more. The hidden official suddenly sighed, and his expression became even more regretful. Yu Qing was not beaten to death. It's not fun at all. The bamboo nunnery sword immortal was really curious this time. After all, he was not very interested in Qin Pingan, a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. However, as a sword cultivator, he was very interested. He asked, "Hidden official, what did Boss Sword Immortal say to make Swishan stop his sword?" The hidden official stretched out his hand. The bamboo nunnery sword immortal threw over a pot of precious light pavilion. The hidden official kept it in his sleeve and said, "He probably said to Swishan and Swishan, your junior brothers and martial nephews are watching. It's already embarrassing enough that you didn't kill Yu Qing with so many swords. You might as well not kill Yu Qing and just treat it as a sword practice. If you killed him, your status as martial uncle would be too low." Luo Shan and the two bamboo nunnery sword immortals looked at each other. They felt that this answer was hard to believe. The hidden official jumped onto the armrest of the chair and stood. He looked down at the map from a higher position and said to himself, "There are too many people who are about to die. There are quite a lot of people who can survive. Lose money and win money, earn money and pay back money. Is there anyone who does business like this in the future who will remember the little money you, Tao Wen, earned from selling your life and the little things you, Qin Pingan, did? Under the general trend, no one can escape. Why are you doing meaningless things so enthusiastically? Sigh, I really don't understand what the educated swordsmen think. They have always been like this. I can't drink wine. I'm so worried. Bamboo nunnery, hurry up and drink. Let me smell the wine." Today's Great Wall of Sword Chi. It wasn't that she was not used to it, but she was extremely uncomfortable. She was very direct with Cui Dongshan. If she didn't like him, she would use her sword. As for Qin Pingan, she taught him some of her own methods. If there was something she didn't like, she would teach her junior brother how to use the sword. But the two in front of her were both martial nephews, plus Guizhuzhou, who was by her junior brother's side for some reason, was also half a martial nephew's. Pei Qian planned to speak first this time. Losing to Chao Qinglang once was bad luck. Losing twice meant that she was not polite enough in front of her great martial uncle. So, when her master and great martial uncle finished talking, she was going to make a move. Pei Qian had never thought that he would miss out on that half-baked fellow disciple Guizhou. She didn't know why this guy was not grounded. Recently, he often came to Ning Mansion. It was fine if he came to disturb her master's wife's seclusion, but the key was that he didn't say anything good to her great martial sister. Great martial sister didn't recognize you as her junior sister. Was that the reason why you didn't recognize great martial sister? Do you believe that I'll smash your little brain? Forget it, forget it. She remembered her master's teachings. Keep the sword high in the sheath, and don't use the fist high. Guizhou spoke first today. Future great martial uncle, you surrounded so many sword immortals, including great sword immortal Yu Qing, with only one sword. You were actually very calm, right? Because in the earlier battle outside the city to kill demons, eldest martial uncle had surrounded so many great demons by himself, chopping melons and vegetables. Therefore, he was very used to it. It must be like this. Great martial uncle, don't deny it. She smiled. I can admit it, Guizhou said, seriously. If I were a person from the wilderness, I would burn incense and pray that great martial uncle's swordsmanship wouldn't be a bit better. Pei Qian's eyes turned red, and he scratched his head with both hands. This kind of flattery was too insincere. Great martial uncle, please don't believe it. She smiled and said a few words to Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang. She was very polite and had the demeanor of an elder. She praised Pei Qian's crazy swordsmanship and asked her to continue working hard. She even said that sword immortal Zhou Cheng's ancestral sword intent could be learned, but there was no need to admire it. Great martial uncle would personally teach her swordsmanship later. She also urged Chao Qinglang to study hard and not neglect cultivation and scholarship. This was the foundation of the sage of literature's lineage. He didn't forget to teach Chao Qinglang's teacher a lesson, telling him that Chao Qinglang shouldn't always think that learning from Chun Pingan was enough. It was far from enough, and the student had to surpass the master. This was the foundation of learning for Confucian students. Otherwise, if each generation was worse than the last, wouldn't it be a joke for the predecessors? Other Confucian lineages didn't say much, but the sage of literature's lineage definitely didn't have this principle. Seeing this, Chun Pingan was happy, but he also felt a little uneasy. He had never seen this great martial brother, so amiable and pleasant to talk to. Could this be the so-called generation-skipping affection? He brought them to visit great martial uncle. The eldest sword immortal's thatched hut was not far away. Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment, then brought them to see the old man. Chun Qingdu walked out of the thatched hut and glanced at Cui Dongshan. He was probably telling the little brat to get lost. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "All right." He turned around and jumped up and down. His two snow-white sleeves flew up. Guizhou didn't move from her original position. She stretched out two fingers and assumed a walking posture. The eldest sword immortal glanced at her again. To show his sincerity, Guizhou's two fingers walked a little faster. Chun Qingdu smiled and said, "I didn't ask you to leave." Guizhou was relieved. She turned around and stood still, indicating that she had left and returned. Pei Qian sighed in her heart. She really had to advise her master. This kind of brainless little girl really couldn't be brought into the sect. Even if he had to take in a disciple, this brainless little girl would have to sit closer to the door when she entered Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall. She, Pei Qian, as her master's first disciple, was selfless. She definitely didn't mix in any personal grudges. She purely cared about the sect. Pei Qian admired Guizhou. It was good to be stupid. She dared to be so impudent in front of the eldest sword immortal. Like herself, she definitely didn't dare to speak. She didn't dare to look at the eldest sword immortal. Her eyes would hurt. Chun Qingdu looked at the children beside Chun Pingan. Finally, he said to Chun Pingan, "Do you have an answer?" Chun Pingan said, The disciples of the literary sage's lineage always have things to do and things not to do. Chun Qingdu nodded and said, "Up to you." On the last day of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sitting in the middle were Chen Pingan and Pei Qian. Beside Chen Pingan sat Guizhujiu. Beside Pei Qian sat Chao Qinglang. For some reason, Cui Dongshan was chased away by the eldest sword immortal, but was called over just now. After they finished talking, Cui Dongshan stood side by side with Chen Qingdu. It seemed that the eldest sword immortal didn't think much of it. The two looked at the scenery, not far away. Chen Qingdu smiled and asked, "Lord Imperial Tutor, what do you think?" Cui Dongshan said indifferently, "I'm afraid it's just a dream." "610. Chun Pingan was called over by the eldest sword immortal. On the city wall, there was only one elder of the sage of literature. Left and right, he was not an innate sword embryo. He started practicing swordsmanship later, but he eventually became the best swordsman in the world. Pei Qian was at the pinnacle of a fourth-level martial artist. In the Ning Mansion, he had been fed many punches by Lian Shuang, a ninth-level martial artist. His bottleneck had been loosened. That time, Cui Dongshan had been dragged away by Chen Pingan for a private discussion. Other than the matter of the booklet, it was also about Pei Qian's breakthrough. In the end, they had followed Chen Pingan's original plan. After seeing the magnificent scenery of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would quickly leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and return to Inverted Hanging Mountain. Chen Pingan was more inclined to the former plan. This was because Chen Pingan didn't know when the next great battle would begin. However, Cui Dongshan suggested that they wait for Pei Qian to become a fifth-level martial artist before they set off. Moreover, Mr. Zhong's state of mind was very open, and his martial arts talent was very good. Every day they stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be a visible martial arts benefit. Therefore, as long as they stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for less than half a year, it would be fine. However, Chen Pingan was still worried. However, with Cui Dongshan by his side, he could only worry. Chao Qinglang was a cultivator at the bottleneck of the cave realm. She was not a swordsman either. In fact, her background, her path of learning, and her way of learning were similar to left and right. Guizhujiu was the only daughter of the sword immortal Guijia. She was a swordsman at the sea viewing realm and was very talented. If she was not grounded at home by her family, she would be the first to defend against Lin Junbai, who was good at hiding her strength. However, she was an outstanding innate sword embryo. After becoming a disciple, she wanted to learn boxing. She wanted to learn the peerless boxing that could cause thunder to rumble in the sky. Left and right said, "Pei Qian, do you know where the weakness of your self-created sword art is?" Pei Qian pulled a long face. She did not expect eldest uncle to be so fixated on her crazy demon sword art. It was just a joke. It was not worth mentioning. Where was the weakness? My sword art has no strength at all. Eldest martial uncle, what do you want me to say? I didn't even dare to do it a few times after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Why did eldest martial uncle take it so seriously? Guizhujiu leaned back and glanced at the back of Pei Qian's head. The short, eldest senior sister was really timid. She was in a daze when she saw the eldest sword immortal, but she didn't dare to speak when she saw her eldest senior uncle. As of now, as half of his master's last disciple, he had to take on more responsibility in terms of courage and boldness. At the very least, he had to make up for eldest senior sister's loss. He didn't mind Pei Qian's cowardice and said, "Has anyone told you that your swordsmanship is too messy? You can let go, but you can't restrain yourself?" Pei Qian braced himself and said softly, "No, eldest martial uncle, no one has ever said whether my sword art is good or bad. With that said, Pei Qian's voice turned softer and softer. Only that swinging sword immortal sister, Zhou, said something I didn't understand. She gave me a gift the moment we met, and I couldn't stop her. When Master learned of this, he wanted me to thank Sword Immortal Zhou seriously before I left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I promised Sword Immortal Zhou that I would learn that sword intent. However, I couldn't guarantee how well I would learn it, but I would do my best to study it. Swazwa didn't pay much attention to the golden thread condensed from the various sword intents of the female sword immortal Zhou Cheng's lineage. Since Chun Pingon had taught Pei Qian the proper etiquette, he didn't say anything else. He only said, "Your master has praised your sword art many times when he was with me, and more than once." He said that among his disciples he dared to say things like, "Pei Qian resembles eldest senior brother the most when it comes to sword arts. Therefore, I've always been curious." Pei Qian drooped his head and felt that he had let down his master's high hopes. "I've disappointed eldest martial uncle." Swazwa laughed. "Thankfully, no one dares to say such nonsense to you. Too messy? Can't restrain yourself? Otherwise, as your eldest martial uncle, I'll have to speak up for you." Swa pointed into the distance. Pei Qian. Pei Qian raised his head and looked in the direction his eldest martial uncle was pointing. Chao Qingling and Guizhuzhou also looked over, but they couldn't see clearly. In comparison, Guizhuzhou could see more. It wasn't only because her realm was higher than Chao Qinglang's, but also because she was a sword cultivator. Sometimes, as long as one was a Khanate sword cultivator, one would indeed have the right to belittle the Qi refinement warriors in the world. Unfortunately, she was in the Great Wall of Sword auras. If she were in the vast world of sword cultivators, an innate sword embryo like Guizhuzhou, who was so amazingly talented, would definitely be a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters in every sect. Would a sect be willing to spend countless natural materials and earthly treasures to cultivate her? Only Pei Qian, who wasn't even a Qi refinement warrior, could see more clearly than sword cultivator Guizhuzhou. In the sky outside the city, between heaven and earth, strands of messy sword Qi suddenly appeared. They appeared out of nowhere, wandering and twisting wantonly. Their trajectories were crooked and disorderly. In fact, 50 to 60% of the sword Qi were even fighting with each other. It was as if his eldest martial uncle had seen a big demon passing by in the wilderness. Thinking that it was a fish in the water, he casually threw out a huge fishing net that covered the sky and earth. It was just that the fishing net itself was not very particular, and Pei Qian had a hard time looking at it. In order to take care of Pei Qian's eyesight, Swazwa raised his hand and made a sword gesture. In the sky far away, strands of sword Qi condensed into a ball the size of a fist. Swazwa said, "If such a small thing were to smash on a nascent soul, it would be enough to destroy their spirit. Your swordsmanship should be pursuing this realm now. It's not that the meaning is too messy, but it's not messy enough. It's far from enough. As long as you have enough sword Qi, so much that it's unreasonable, it's enough. Ordinary sword cultivators would not have such thoughts. An eldest martial uncle would not give such guidance. It varies from person to person." The swordsmanship that I'm talking about with Pei Qian is just right. When fighting an enemy to the death, it's not a debate about reason. So, why bother about rules? If you want someone to die, just smash him to death. If you have enough sword Qi, does your opponent want to use his sword? It depends on whether your sword Qi agrees or not. Swazwa's 2 fingers cut the snow-white ball of sword Qi into 2. In the slender and long line, a bright light shot out. In the end, like a spring thunder, it dissipated. The strong wind surged with great momentum. Countless innocent sword Qi in the surroundings were stirred up. Then day after day, year after year, they condensed again. If one was lucky, they could be guided by the remnant will of some ancient sword immortals. After being nourished, they could form a pure sword will similar to sword immortal Zhou Cheng's lineage. It was like rebirth. Sword immortals had died for thousands of years, but only their will could come back to life. Swa said slowly, "This is the realm that you should pursue after your sword chi reaches a higher level. Even if I have the strength of 10,000 pounds, I can kill people with the slightest bit of strength. I will kill people like this." "Oh," Pei Qian asked carefully. "Eldest martial uncle, can I not kill people?" This was said. "For those who cannot be killed, no matter how high their sword skills are, it is not a reason for you to use your sword. For those who can be killed, or not, it is up to you to kill or not. But remember, if you need to kill, don't not kill. Don't think that you are bullying others just because your realm is high. Don't think that you can be indifferent, and let it go with a smile. That is not the case. The weaklings around you are the absolute powerhouses in the vast world. The harm that the powerhouses bring to the world is much greater than that of ordinary people. In the future, when you have walked the path of Jianghu and met more people, you will understand. These people have run into the tip of your sword. If your reasoning is correct and your sword skills are high enough, then don't hesitate." Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped. This was said. The lineage of the sage of literature only talks about sword skills. Of course, it is not enough. The reasoning in the heart is only my peace of mind. It is far from enough. Even if your sword skills are the highest in the world, so what? Swazwa turned his head and shouted. Chao Qinglang immediately understood and said, "Eldest martial uncle seems to be talking about swordsmanship, but in fact, it is connected to the reasoning. The intertwining of ideas is either fighting and retreating, or, like eldest martial uncle's final ball of sword chi, it is a gathering of people who are similar to each other. It is like the formation of a person's fundamental knowledge. In learning, one has to compete with the sage's books and the sage's reasoning, and more importantly, with one's own heart, with the way of the world and heaven and earth. In the end, the one who can still win is the indomitable spirit, the sword supporting heaven and earth, and continuing the legacy of the unique skill." Swazwa was very gratified and nodded. "You are indeed the most like me, so I don't need to talk too much with you. Can you understand?" Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded. Swazwa turned his head and asked Pei Qian, "Since eldest martial uncle said so, does it mean that you should listen less to those sword theories?" Pei Qian remembered his master's teaching to treat people with sincerity, so he plucked up his courage and said, "Jealousy is jealousy. Learning swordsmanship is learning swordsmanship. We don't fight at all." Swazwa nodded and said, "Very good, it should be so. It is naturally fate that you came from the same sect, but it doesn't mean that you have to become the same person and have the same mind." It doesn't even mean that all students are like teachers and all disciples are like masters. Keep the big rules, and other than that, all words and actions are free. Zwazwa turned his head and looked at Guizhuzhou. The one with the biggest heart was probably this little girl. At this moment, she had heard their conversation and should have remembered it. However, Guizhuzhou's thoughts and eyes floated to her master. She pricked up her ears, intending to eavesdrop on the conversation between her master and the old sword immortal. Naturally, she couldn't hear it at all, but it didn't prevent her from continuing to eavesdrop. Sensing eldest martial uncle's gaze, Guizhuzhou immediately sat down and took a posture of battle readiness. Eldest martial uncle's every word is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "I have to take the blow." Pei Qian lamented. "This little girl is really shameless. She doesn't respect her elders and is lawless." Swa said, "Guizhuzhou, do you know what it means to learn martial arts, recognize Qin Pingan as your master, and record the vast Luo Mountain's pedigree?" Guizhuzhou said loudly, "Eldest martial uncle. I don't know." She was self-righteous. Zwa felt that she was actually quite similar to herself in the past. Very good. However, at this moment, with a different identity and being in the same situation, Zwa realized that her master didn't have a headache for her in the past. Zwa had a headache too. Forget it, let Chinpingan have a headache himself. However, the little girl called her eldest martial uncle, so she couldn't call him that for nothing. Zwa turned his head and looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan ran to the top of the city wall. "Eldest martial uncle, do you have any instructions?" Zwa said, "Take out a few magic treasures for your master and give them to Guizhuzhou. Don't be too bad." Guizhuzhou quietly turned around and stretched out 2 fingers on one hand and 3 fingers on the other. As for whether she was going to choose one of the 2 or 5 gifts together, only God knew what she was thinking and why she thought so. Cui Dongshan flipped his wrist, and a dazzling 5-colored treasure bracelet appeared. It was the best magic treasure in the world, and he threw it to Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou caught the treasure bracelet and said in surprise, "You're really giving it to me? I was just casually asking for an exorbitant price. I even wanted to ask little senior brother for an exorbitant price." Although the little girl said so, she put it on her wrist in one breath without any hesitation. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "It's called the 5 treasure bracelet. It's made of gold essence and copper coins, the root of the mountain cloud, the jade bead that contains the essence of water, and the core of the peach wood that was struck by lightning. It was refined by the 5 thunder righteous method and can be considered the favorite item of a certain farmer immortal in the vast world. I'm just waiting for little junior sister to speak." "I've been waiting for so long, but to no avail. I'm so anxious," Guizhuzhou whispered telepathically. "When we get down from the city, eldest martial uncle won't see us anymore. I'll return it to you. Just wear it for a while." Cui Dongshan replied with a smile, "No need. Anyway, little senior brother is being generous. Hurry and keep it well. Later, little senior brother will say that he lost it to an old bastard. It's a perfect excuse. Little senior brother will show off. Once little junior sister will benefit from it, and the old bastard will cry tears of heartache. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Guizhuzhou was confused. She shook her wrist, and the light flowed. It was still a little heavy. The gift was too valuable. She still had to ask her master to decide whether to accept it or not. Cui Dongshan really had a lot of treasures in his pocket. When Cui Dongshan first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he said to the female Taoist priest that he was poor and borrowed the Liuxia continent's treasure boat ferry. He didn't say anything wrong. His soul had been split into 2. Since the physical body belonged to him, it was only logical for him to return his belongings and belongings to Cui Shi. Finally, he said to Pei Qian, Chao Qinglang, and Guizhuzhou separately, "Sword techniques can be practiced frequently, but do not hold the sword easily. You have to learn this from your master. If you don't even know what is what can you learn from it? The faster the people around you leave, the more you cannot be anxious about them. Eldest martial uncle will talk to your father." Chun Pingan took out his talisman boat that Huan Yunjinren gifted to him and brought the 3 of them back to the Ning residence. But before that, the talisman boat first flew out of the southern city wall and looked at the big words carved on the city wall. One horizontal was like the path of the mortal world, one vertical was like a waterfall, and one point was the immortal cave where the cultivator was cultivating. Cui Dongshan said that he wanted to walk around by himself. Cui Dongshan finally found the monk. Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged and said, "You have to thank me twice. First for yourself, second for the Aquarius continent." The monk nodded. The human heart sits alone towards the light, and when it speaks, it is like a lion's roar. Cui Dongshan was not willing to dwell on his own matters, and asked sincerely, My grandfather finally stopped at the Temple of Heart Reflection in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Before he died, he wanted to ask the abbot about Buddhism, but I don't know why, but he gave up. Can you clear my doubts? The monk said, that Mr. Chui, you should want to ask if such a coincidence is preordained by the heavens. But when the words came to your mouth, the thought fell, and you really let it go. Mr. Chui let it go. Why can't you let it go? Today's Chui Dongshan can't let it go. Yesterday's Mr. Chui. Have you really let it go? Chui Dongshan frowned. There is only one heaven and earth, and the increase and decrease are fixed. There is only one river of time, and it will never return. My grandfather let it go. So why can't I let it go just because I am worried? The monk laughed and chanted and said, Buddhism is boundless. Is it really only the order? Can't you let it go? So what if you let it go? So what if you don't let it go? Chui Dongshan shook his head. Don't talk to me. Whether it is the knowledge of famous scholars or Buddhism, I have studied them deeply. The monk clasped his hands together and looked up at the sky, then retracted his gaze and looked at the vast land in front of him, his right hand covering his right knee and his fingertips touching the ground lightly. He then raised his hand, his thumb and index finger intertwined, and the rest of his fingers stretched out naturally like a lotus flower. Chui Dongshan sighed, clasped his hands together, nodded his head, and stood up to leave. The monk looked serene and raised his hand that was touching the ground. He stretched out his palm, with his fingers hanging down, and smiled. Once again, I see a lotus flower blooming in the sea of bitterness in the human world. Chui Dongshan had been jumping down from the top of the southern wall, walking through the extremely wide horse path, and then to the top of the northern wall. With one step, his body fell straight down, stirring up a cloud of dust at the foot of the wall. Then he walked out of the yellow sand, wearing a spotless white robe. He ran, skipped, and occasionally swam in the air. Therefore, Zhu Mei had a good reason to think that Chui Dongshan was mentally ill. No one would ride a talisman boat and row a boat, and no one would walk in the streets and alleys of the city with a little girl in a quiet place carrying a light mountaineering staff together and pretending to be tired and staggering. Chui Dongshan didn't go directly to Ning Mansion but sneaked over the wall and sneaked into a mansion. He saw a sword immortal sitting in the corridor, drinking wine from a cup. Chui Dongshan squatted on the railing and stared at the wine cup intently. Sword Immortal's son, Jiyuan, smiled. Lord Imperial Tutor, everything else is negotiable, but I really can't give you this item, Chui Dongshan grumbled. Sword Immortal, you are so stingy. Son, Jiyuan smiled bitterly. I really can't believe that the Imperial Tutor is the Imperial Tutor. Chui Dongshan twitched his mouth. Didn't the Great Wall of Sword Chi also think that you are a spy? But in fact, you are just a gambling addict who helps others earn money and scatters it. Sun Jiyuan was puzzled. Many people actually want to imitate Alliance's way of doing things, but no one can learn it well. Where did Mr. Storyteller's sense of propriety come from? Many people eventually become a huge joke. After all, everything that Alliance does has a huge premise, and that is his sword arts and sword intent. How can others learn from him? Over the past 100 years, how did the mighty swordsman Alliance become the Alliance of the Great Wall of Sword Chi? I believe you, and I are well aware of that. Chui Dongshan said, I have a junior brother named Mao Xiaodong. He isn't a scholar, but he teaches well. My master learns everything quickly and is good at it. As far as the eye can see, there are natural treasures that can be used for cultivation. Sun Jiyuan waved his hand. Don't say such things. I'm really not used to it. My junior brother Mao Xiaodong, and now my master is the second manager. I don't even dare to drink. Chui Dongshan raised his chin, clearly unwilling to give up. What's the use of a wine cup if you don't drink? Give it to me. Sun Jiyuan looked at the youth who was squatting on the railing, and felt a headache coming on. He mimicked Sword Immortal Kusia and had a bitter expression. Chui Dongshan jumped off the railing. Everyone is filled with resentment, but they can't do anything to a Sword Immortal boss. How can they relieve their grief? Probably the only way is to drink. It's better to be drunk and wait for death than to be sober and have to die. Sun Jiuan didn't hide his thoughts. How you think and how you do are two different things. Liang once told me about this principle. One of us understood it, while the other took it seriously. Otherwise, the sword cultivator that was killed by Sword Immortal boss wouldn't be Dong Guanpu, who was the center of attention, but the dispensable son Jiyuan. Chui Dongshan sat in the corridor, leaning against the railing, and said, "The two sword immortals of the Ning residence died in battle. Dong family's Dong Guanpu was killed by his own people. When my master came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, it was such a scene. The Ning residence declined, and the Dong family was still glorious. No one dared to say a word. Who do you think is the saddest?" Sun Jiyuan said, "Of course it's Sword Immortal boss." Chui Dongshan folded his hands in his sleeves. "It's troublesome when everyone is right." Sun Jiyuan laughed. "Lord Imperial Tutor, you didn't come here today just to complain to me, right? Between you and me, the price is fair. It's just business. Some things have been entangled for too many years. Even if you're a great Sword Immortal, you don't have the heart to clear things up. The answer is nothing more than, what else can I do? Let's just leave it at that. Besides, going out of the city to kill demons is a habit. After killing for a long time, it'll become a matter of course. If it's me, Sun Jiyuan, I'm someone who's afraid of death, right? But if I really go to the top of the city wall and then go to the south, I'll still kill to my heart's content." Chui Dongshan said, "In the past, there were always battles every 100 years or so. Not to mention the bitter slaughter after the Battle of the 13. In a short 10 years, the barbarian world attacked the Great Wall of Sword Qi again. It's just that the scale of the attacks wasn't large. They just wanted to use battle to nurture battle, to grind in the various factions, to train their soldiers. Are you afraid? Once half of the fighting strength of the wasteland is gathered, or even the entire wasteland, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will only have this few people and this few flying swords. Are you afraid?" Sun Jiyuan said, "This is also the reason why we complained so much but didn't do anything in the end. In any case, there's Sword Immortal boss standing guard at the top of the city wall." Chui Dongshan asked, "Then what if that leader of the wasteland that disappeared for 10,000 years reappears? Is there someone who can fight Qin Qingdu in a one-on-one fight? What about you Sword Immortals? Do you still have the heart to go down the city wall?" Sun Jiyuan was silent. Chui Dongshan stretched out his hand and laughed. "Let's make a bet. If I jinx it, then this wine cup is mine. It's useless for you to keep it anyway. Maybe you'll have to rely on this bit of incense to plead. If it doesn't appear, then I'll definitely return it to you in the future. Sword Immortals live a long life, and I'm not afraid of waiting." Sun Jiyuan tossed the wine cup to Chui Dongshan. "Whether you win or lose, I'll give it to you. Alliance once said that no gambler at the Great Wall of Sword Qi can win. The more one is a Sword Immortal, the more so it is. Rather than losing to those bastards from the wasteland and leaving it to the vast world behind me, I'll just take it as choosing the lesser of two evils. Both are disgusting, so it's better to disgust yourself less. Take it as a win." Chui Dongshan smiled as he received the wine cup, but Sun Jiyuan nodded and stood up. "There really is a but. Did I agree to cross the city wall?" Chui Dongshan nodded. "I almost couldn't hold myself back." "I wanted to return the wine cup to you and become sworn brothers with you. I wanted to chop off a chicken head and burn yellow paper. Sun Juan smiled and said, Imperial Preceptor, you're spoiling the fun by saying such words. I can't hold back my rare, heroic spirit anymore. Chui Dongshan said, Sword Immortal Sun, if you continue being such a sentimental person, I'll have to use abject mountain sex style against you. Sun Jiyuan suddenly said seriously, You are not that embroidered tiger, nor are you Imperial Tutor. Chui Dongshan said bashfully, I'm Dongshan. Sun Jiyuan's mouth twitched, and he finally could not help but retort, Then I'm Shiha. The white-robed man flipped over the wall, and when he fell to the other side, he was still muttering, impudent to impudent. The great wall of sword cheese sword immortals are all bullies. Their words are harsh and hurtful. Lin Junbai did not head to the city wall to practice his swordplay recently. Instead, he practiced alone. Every time Yan LV, the proud sons of heaven from the Xiao Yuan dynasty returned to Sun Manor to rest, they did not dare disturb Lin Junbai's recovery of his mental state. Yan LV was the only one who went to look for the dispirited Lin Junbai once. However, when she saw Yan LV, Lin Junbai seemed to be more enthusiastic than before. She stopped playing and chatted with Yan LV for a long time. Yan LV made up his mind that he should indeed form an alliance with Lin Junbai and not be secretly instructed by his clan. As a result, Yan LV held a grudge against him throughout the journey. He just hit it deeper. After all, in Yan LV's opinion, Lin Junbai was an unavoidable obstacle in the past. When his cultivation level was higher, especially when he was able to truly take charge of a portion of the Yan clan's affairs one day, Lin Junbai, who was like the sun at noon in the Xiao Yuan dynasty, would greatly hinder his own rise. However, now that Yan LV had changed his perspective, he might as well accept his fate and wholeheartedly assist Lin Junbai. He believed that with Lin Junbai's insight, he would be an extremely competent right-hand man. Yan LV hoped to form an alliance with Lin Junbai. Because of Lin Junbai's existence, Yan LV had lost some of his potential benefits, so he could make up for them through others. Perhaps he would gain even more. Without the knot in his heart, Yan LV became much more straightforward. He no longer held back when speaking with Lin Junbai. A Lin Junbai who did not talk about how severely damaged his Dao heart was and was no longer flawless, instead made Yan LV feel much more at ease. Lin Junbai had long since seen through Yan LV's nature. As a result, Yan LV's change in his mindset could not be considered a surprise. There would not be any problems in cooperating with Yan LV either. Yan LV would not be some insignificant character in the Xiao Yuan dynasty in the future. Today, his senior brother Bien had made a rare appearance and played a game of chess with Lin Junbai. Bien laughed. Haven't you been disgusted enough by Yan LV and the others? Lin Junbai shook his head. On the contrary, the human heart can be used. Bien shook his head as well. His chess piece hung in the air as he looked at the game. I actually feel very disgusted. Many words, if one truly felt that they were reasonable, actually weren't bad at all. It was only because of different standpoints and different levels of knowledge that they would speak differently. In the end, logic was still logic. As for whether it was reasonable or not, that was secondary. For example, Jiang Guanqing. Those who simply did not speak, such as Jin Jinming, weren't bad either. As for the others, most of them were lying through their teeth. That wasn't too good, was it? Right now, don't these people know how our reputation is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Were they the ones who ruined our reputation? Who would remember who they were? In the end, wasn't it you, Lin Junbai, who bumped into things on this trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? It caused you to miss Mr. Imperial Tutor's big plans, one after another. As for Mr. When I return to my hometown, I will naturally ask for forgiveness. Lin Junbai quietly waited for Bien to place his pieces on the chessboard. He smiled. It's human nature to gather together for warmth. Among the crowd, those with high morals are all alone. One of the hidden goals of the Xiao Yuan dynasty was Yu Zhuanfu. Lin Junbai actually didn't understand this and felt that it was inappropriate. After all, Yu Zhuanfu's fiancée was Huai Qian. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew very well that he couldn't be compared to Huai Qian for the time being. Cultivation, family background, wisdom, fate with the elders, and the opportunity of immortals. However, Bien didn't say much about the reason, so Lin Junbai could only take one step at a time. Bien only said a few harsh words after Yu Zhuanfu, who is pampered by Zhou Xinji, returns to the Yu family and recovers his identity. She is equivalent to half of the Xiao Yuan dynasty's national strength. The stone lions at the gates of the rich and powerful families aren't clean. In the eyes of the common people, can there be a clean brick in the throne room? As for cultivation, Imperial Tutor wasn't worried about Lin Junbai. He just threw out a series of questions to test this proud disciple of his. Regarding the monarch as a virtuous sage, how do you measure the gains and losses of the monarch? How do you calculate? How do you view the welfare of the common people? Only then can you be considered to have a clear conscience. Bien said, "It seems that your problem isn't that big." Lin Junbai smiled and said, "If even senior brother sees the problem, can Lin Junbai be saved?" Bien placed his piece. "Do you know why you keep losing?" Lin Junbai nodded. "I know." Bien nodded. "Then I won't say much." However, Lin Junbai dared to assert that the answer in Bien's heart was definitely not the same as what he knew. Bien and Lin Junbai continued to play chess. Each had their own thoughts. On the Ning Mansion's martial arts field, the eldest senior sister and the youngest junior sister were having a battle of wits. The battle of wits was very gentle. It was a pure martial artist, Pei Qian, using his crazy sword techniques, and the sword cultivator, Guo practicing her fist techniques. Both sides were doing their own things and didn't fight. Chun Pingan left the mansion, planning to wait for Cui Dongshan to return. When Chun Pingan approached the martial arts field, the two girls immediately stopped their fight. Pei Qian praised, "Youngest junior sister, your fists contain sword techniques. What a beautiful sword technique." "It's not in vain that you've been practicing your sword techniques for so many years," Guizhuzhou praised. "Eldest senior sister's sword techniques contain fist intent. Your fist techniques are invincible. As expected of the eldest senior sister, you've been by master's side the longest." Pei Qian nodded. "Youngest junior sister is amazing. If you keep practicing at this speed, you'll definitely be able to shatter several bricks with a single punch." Guizhuzhou agreed. "Eldest senior sister is amazing. After practicing the sword for several years, you'll be able to walk the mountains and rivers, killing everything in your path. Not even a blade of grass will grow." Coming from the same sect, they truly loved each other and lived in harmony. Chun Pingan pretended not to see or hear anything. He walked past the martial arts field and went to the gate of the Ning Mansion. After Chun Pingan left, Pei Qian raised his walking stick high. Guizhuzhou shook the treasure bracelet on his wrist. Pei Qian laughed. "I still have a small bamboo box." Then Pei Qian deliberately paused for a moment before adding, "I'm not talking nonsense. You've seen it with your own eyes." Guizhuzhou grinned. "I don't have a small bamboo box." She also followed suit, pausing for a moment before saying, "Do you have a no, like me?" "I don't think so." "Then do you want to have one?" Pei Qian was a little caught off guard. He felt that this little girl was a little silly. Guizhuzhou felt that this little girl was a little silly. Chun Pingan, who had already walked far away, secretly glanced back and smiled. If possible, Luapa Mountain should be very lively in the future. So after waiting for Cui Dongshan at the gate, Chimpingon reached out to grab his arm and pulled the white-clothed youth into the gate. As he walked, he said, "In the future, I'll go to the Baekokkyung building with you. Won't you say anything?" "Sir, I'll take it as a promise." "Shut up. That's it. Very good." (611) Fan Dash was still unable to break through the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm and become a Jindan guest. No matter how much wine Fan Dash drank, he was still the one paying the bill every time. However, he was still unable to become as thick-skinned as the second manager. He felt guilty and felt that he had let down the martial arts field of the Ning Mansion as well as the puppet that helped Fatty Yen practice swordsmanship. Therefore, every time he drank, the one paying the bill was always Fan Dash. This was not a big deal. Even if Fan Dash was not at the table, it was fine as long as the money was there. At the Stacked Mountain Wine Shop, all the drinks were on Fan Dash's tab. Among them, Fan Dash drew the most talismans. Fan Dash was confused at first. How could the shop allow him to buy on credit? After asking, he found out that it was Chun Sancho who took the initiative to help him put a small sum of money in the wine shop. Fan Dash asked how much money was left. It would have been better if he did not ask. Once he asked, he felt sad. Since he had already started, he went all out. It was rare for him to ask for a few pots of wine from the Green Immortal Mountain, so he simply drank until he was dead drunk. The two youths of the same age who had become long-term workers of the wine shop, Zhang Jiajin from the Lingxi Alley and Jiang Chu from the Straw Hat Alley, had now become friends with everything. They talked about their dreams in private, but they were not big. The storyteller on the bench appeared less and less frequently. The storyteller also told fewer and fewer stories about the mountains and rivers, the child who had the pottery jar, and the secret stash of money. The child whose father helped the wine shop make Yangchun noodles felt that it was not a good thing to go on like this. The stories were not good, but they were stories after all. If it did not work out, he would spend money to buy stories from the storyteller. Would 1 copper coin be enough? Now that his father had made a lot of money, he gave him 2 or 3 copper coins every now and then. In at most a year, Fong Kengel's pottery jar would be full. Therefore, he was rich and bold. Fong Kengel held the pottery jar, summoned his courage, and secretly ran to the street of the Ning Mansion that he had never been to before. He wandered around for a long time without daring to knock on the door. The door was too big, and the child was too young. Fong Kengel felt that even if he knocked hard on the door, the people inside would not hear him. When the storyteller sat on the bench, the child, who was the first to greet and talk to the second shopkeeper, was not afraid at all. However, when the storyteller hid behind the high walls of the Ning Mansion, the child became scared. Therefore, he squatted at the foot of the wall and basked in the sun for a long time. Before dark, he left the bluestone street that could be used as a mirror. The child secretly twisted his ankle, and the soles of his shoes would squeak. After walking for a while, he would play once. He did not dare to play more than once, for fear that he would disturb someone and be beaten. When he walked all the way to the yellow mud road of his own alley, he did not have this kind of fun. If he stepped on dirty shoes, his father would not care, and his mother would care. It was fun to have his but hurt. Many times when his mother beat him, he would cry. His father would always squat at the door and not say anything. At that time, the child felt most wronged and hurt. What was wrong with her parents? How could adults like his parents be more unreasonable than children who hadn't grown up yet? Fong Kengel returned to his own alley. There were many children there who were looking forward to it. They were all hoping that tomorrow they would be able to hear the free stories that happened in the distant hometown again. Fong Kengel had no choice. He could not say that he was timid. He only saw the door, but did not see the storyteller. Therefore, he muttered a few words of apology to the storyteller in his heart. Then he bitterly lamented that the second shopkeeper was too stingy and thought that the money in his clay pot was too little. Now, he was not willing to tell stories. This guy only cared about money and did not have a conscience. The children followed Foam Kangle and scolded him. In the end, the children were not very angry, but more regretful. After all, the previous story wasn't finished yet. He was talking about how the mountain deity forced a marriage, and how the scholar beat the drum and wronged the city god's pavilion. In any case, he should finish the story. Did that scholar manage to save his beloved and pitiful girl? Was the second shopkeeper not afraid that the scholar would beat the drum nonstop and break the big drum in front of the city god's house? The little girl, who was not very good-looking but would always bring enough melon seeds, was the most disappointed. This was because, after the storyteller took her melon seeds many times, when she played house, she became the wife sitting in the sedan chair. Foam Kangle and the others used their hands to prop up the sedan chair. She sat on it and wobbled. However, after the storyteller did not appear with a wooden stool and bamboo stick for a long time, she became the girl that Foam Kangle and the others liked. As for herself, she could only become a maidservant that accompanied the dowry. Moreover, the storyteller had secretly promised her that the next time it snowed, he would stand by her side. How could he not keep his word? She spent a lot of effort to get her parents to buy more melon seeds. She could not bear to eat them and kept them for the new year. However, in her hometown, it seemed that there was no difference whether it was the new year or not. It was not the hometown that the storyteller talked about. It was very lively. The children could wear new clothes, receive red packets from their parents and elders, and put up spring festival couplets on the door of every household. However, every time he finished telling a story or a short part of it, the second shopkeeper, who liked to tell scary stories about mountains and rivers but was not scary himself, would say some words that were destined to be ignored. For example, he would talk about how good the Great Wall of Sword Chi was and how he could drink wine with a group of sword immortals. When he turned around, the sword immortals would be eating yangchun noodles and pickled vegetables. It was very rare. No matter where in the world, this kind of scene could not be seen. No matter how much money one spent, it would not be enough. Then he would say that of all the places in the world, regardless of whether it was better or worse than their hometown, there would always be only one hometown. It was the place that reminded people the most. Unfortunately, once the story was finished, the birds and beasts would scatter. No one liked to listen to such things. These were the most trivial things in the world. The small alley that the children lived in was too small and could not hold too much. It was just a little bit of wind and rain. When the rain fell or the wind blew, it would all be gone. The children could not even remember it themselves, let alone others. After all, it wasn't like the stories told by the stool storyteller. Even the mountain spirits and water monsters who carried the palanquin for the mountain god had to come up with a name. Furthermore, they had to talk about the clothes and the opportunities to show their faces in public. Even the origin of the winter pickles and how crispy they were would have to be told, making the children drool. After all, even though the Great Wall of Sword Chi didn't celebrate the new year, everyone still had to go through the freezing winter. At the Great Wall of Sword Chi that was next to the wilderness, there were layers of clouds beneath their feet. It was like a staircase built by a drunk craftsman. Every word and action of the sword immortals here was a big deal. Of course, for example, the female sword immortal, Zhou Cheng, who swung on the swing year after year, Miyu, who slept soundly on the rosy cloud bed, Zhao Yao, and Cheng Quan, who spat at each other after drinking wine, were indeed not a big deal. Many sword immortals from the large sects, including the Tai Hui sword sect, were already preparing to withdraw from the Great Wall of Sword Chi in batches. Chun, Dong, Chi, and a few other sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi had no objections. After all, They had fought alongside the native sword immortals once. That was enough. It was just that the two recent wars were too close to each other, which delayed the return of the foreigners to their hometowns. There was once a person who joked that the relationship between the sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was the most worthless relationship in the world. Don't take it seriously. Whoever took it seriously was a fool. However, the scoundrel who said such nonsense was the one who might not have killed the most demons, but was definitely the most big one. If that big demon was not important enough, how could he carve the newest big word on the wall? However, not all of the sword immortals from the northern continent returned to their hometowns. For example, the Tai Hui sword sect master, Han Huizi, stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The other sword immortals from the northern continent were no exception. Those who left were all young people, and those who stayed behind were all old people with high cultivation levels. Of course, there were also those who rushed here alone, like Fu Duckweed, Sword Lake, Ji Kai, and South Swirl Continent's sword immortal Yuan Qingshu. Other than sword immortals, many Earth immortal sword immortals from different sects in the 9 great continents also stayed behind. Fortunately, the Stacked Peaks wine shop grew bigger and bigger. It took over the 2 shops next door, and there were 2 additional walls that were specially used to hang uneventful signboards. Therefore, the sword immortals from the northern continent, especially the disciples of the Tai Hui sword sect, wrote their names and words at the wine shop. When these people went there to drink, they would often bring along local sword immortals who had fought 2 great battles with them. Therefore, this group of people brought about a new atmosphere. On the 2 sides of an uneventful signboard, there were pairs of sword immortals and local sword immortals who had gone through life and death together. They each wrote one side of the uneventful signboard. Some of them were polite words, some of them were vulgar words, and some of them were just words of drunken madness. There were also some that were directly copied from the Sword Immortal Seal Manual or the Folding Fan. There were all kinds of strange things. One of the uneventful signboards had a young golden core sword immortal from the Fuyao continent, who was a direct disciple of the sect master, engraved his name on the front. He also wrote, "I've seen all the uneventful signboards. If I may be so bold as to say that I am a sword immortal of the world, so what if my sword arts are inferior to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? However, my handwriting is much better." On the back was the name and words of a nascent soul sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. His name was written properly, but the rest of the words on the uneventful signboard were immediately exposed. They were engraved crookedly. In the world, there are people like you who don't know how to write, and those like the second manager who doesn't know how to sell wine. Give us another dozen of them at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Left and right were sharing their insights on sword arts with Wei Jin. When eldest sword immortal appeared, Wei Jin was about to leave. However, Chun Qingdo waved his hand. "Just stay. In my eyes, your sword arts are about the same level." Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Eldest sword immortal, if you want to make senior left and right feel more confident, don't drag me into it." Chun Qingdo went straight to the point. "Actually, I have something to ask of you. It's not quite right to call it a request. One is your teacher's order, and the other is my hope. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. After I follow you, I will follow my sword." Wei Jin was helpless. There was no room for discussion. At least, that was the case for him. It was hard to say what senior left and right would decide for the time being. Left and right asked, "Why didn't Sir tell me yourself?" Chun Qingdo laughed. "If Sir said something that I wouldn't listen to, what else could I say? If I heard it, would the most reasonable old scholar in the world be punished for being unable to discipline him?" Left and right said, "Indeed, it's my student who has made Sir worry. As long as he said something good about his teacher, it would work on left and right. The only thing that worked was the most effective. Chun Qingdao turned to speak to Wei Jin. Wei Jin, if I advise you now, you might not be willing. Therefore, you can fight another battle. After that, listen to me, and leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When the time comes, there will be 3 places for you to choose from: South Swirl Continent, Fuyao Continent, and Golden Armor Continent. Treat it as a sightseeing trip. Treasure Vase Continent's windy snow temples Wei Jin shouldn't be a love-struck fool. Besides, it doesn't matter where you are sad. There's no need to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's too far away, and the girl you like won't be able to see you. Chun Qingdao laughed. The reason I'm being so impolite with you is naturally because your sword arts are lower than left and rights. Therefore, when you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the future, remember to practice your swordsmanship well. If your sword arts are high, you can catch up to left and right. I will only be more apprehensive next time. Wei Jin smiled bitterly. Eldest Sword Immortal, is that all I can do? Ooh. Chun Qingdao lifted his chin. Why are you asking me? Ask your sword. Wei Jin felt even more helpless. Eldest Sword Immortal did not keep Wei Jin when he left. Only the 2 with high sword arts were left. Chun Qingdao said, your junior brother didn't agree to light the longevity lamp, but he made a small deal with me. When he goes to the battlefield in the future, save him once, or save someone he wants to save once. Chun Qingdao laughed. He was so afraid of death, but suddenly he's not afraid of death anymore. Left and right, who are so few words, actually said so much. What are you disciples of the literary sage's lineage thinking? Left and right said, if you want to know, it's actually very simple. Naturally, he would first become a disciple of the literary sage's lineage. Chun Qingdao chuckled and said, I advise you not to say it out loud. Those martial nephews of yours are still at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In their hearts, their invincible martial uncle was beaten black and blue. How ridiculous! It was not that left and right did not mind Eldest Sword Immortal's words, but he was more concerned about an even more important matter. He asked, if he comes, what will happen? Chun Qingdao had one hand behind his back and the other on his head. He stroked the hair behind his head. The door is wide open, and guests are welcome for 10,000 years. When a sword immortal faces an enemy, he will only despise the great demon for not being strong enough. Don't you understand this? Left and right nodded. Makes sense. Chun Qingdao joked. Yo, you finally want to use your sword for yourself? Left and right said, the literary sage's lineage only talks about reason and not boasting. As the eldest martial brother and martial uncle, I will let my fellow disciples know that the title of having the highest sword skills in the world is not an exaggeration. This evaluation is still too low. Chun Qingdao laughed. Even higher? How high? Stand on your tiptoes and stretch your neck to my shoulder? Left and right said, Chun Qingdao, isolate the world and fight. Chun Qingdao left with his hands behind his back. Left and right closed his eyes again to rest and nurture his sword intent. The next battle was the most suitable for him to use his full strength. Far away, the girl, Zhou Cheng, was still swinging on the swing, humming an obscure folk song from elsewhere. Many, many years ago, when she was still a young girl, a young man from a foreign land taught her. It was not really a teaching, but he liked to sit not far from the swing and hum to himself. She did not think it sounded good at that time and did not want to learn it. It was not enough for her to practice the sword. So what was the point of learning these fancy songs? Later, Zhou Cheng heard of this saying for the first time. He also said that the reason he came here was to see the hometown in his heart. He did not have any feelings, just wanted to take a look. Great Sword Immortal Lu Ji walked to the side of the swing, reached out to hold a rope, and shook it gently. Zhou Cheng did not turn her head and asked softly, Sister Lu, Someone said that he wanted to see the hometown in his heart, even at the risk of his life. Why don't you go and see the hometown in your heart? You won't die. And besides, you have accumulated so many battle merits. Boss Sword Immortal has already promised you that once you have enough battle merits, he will not stop you. Lu Ji was a slightly thin and slender woman. Her cheeks were slightly sunken, but her skin was white. Her forehead was bright, especially bright, as if it had been storing the moonlight for years. Her appearance was not very beautiful, but her aura was strong. She stood quietly beside the swing like the unrestrained sword aura left and right. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "The reason for such an agreement is to find some thoughts for myself other than sword practice. I can do it, but I don't have to do it." Zhou Qing said no more. Lu Ji shook the swing gently. "Once I can openly go to the inverted hanging mountain, that thought will be put to rest. Now, my thoughts are to go to the south, to two very far places, to drink the horse in Yeluo, and to drag the moon mountain with my sword." Zhou Qing turned and laughed. "That guy who can't spit out anything good? You like him?" Lu Ji shook her head. "A woman doesn't have to like a man. I don't like to like anyone. I only like myself, who doesn't like anyone." Zhou Qing laughed. "Sister Lu, you really speak like someone from Haren Heaven." Zhou Qing, "If the swing is gone one day, what will you do? If he's dead, I won't care. Is it necessary to like someone? Not that many people really like him. Anyway, there's nothing left, and I'm the only one left in the sect. What else can I think about? Sister Lu is talented, so you can think about it. I can't. It's useless to think about it, so I won't think about it." Lu Ji looked to the south and said indifferently, "There are more than one sword immortals who can only wait for death. Don't you think it's funny?" Zhou Qing did not say anything, nor did he laugh. Sword deity Li Kai of the North Continent was a person who refused to stop. Today, she had a sword fight with Han Huizi of the Taihui sword sect. Tomorrow, she would go and find other sword deities. If she could not find any sword deities, she would bully nascent soul sword cultivators. She would yell that she could not even defeat a woman. Not only that, she did not even dare to fight. Was he still a sword immortal? Nascent soul sword immortals were often angry. After losing, they would call their friends. Who didn't have sword immortal friends in the great wall of sword chi? After inviting the sword immortal out of the mountain, it was fine if Li Kai won. But if she lost, she would have to look for the nascent soul sword immortal again. After a few times, the nascent soul sword immortal's face turned gloomy. His sword immortal friends were no longer willing to see him, so they told Li Kai that they could not always catch him and squeeze him to death. Hence, they secretly introduced another nascent soul sword immortal to Li Kai, saying that they should look for that guy. That guy knew even more sword immortal friends. Li Kai fell in love with the great wall of sword aura from the bottom of her heart. There were endless battles, and there was no need to worry about winning or losing. It was much better than the North Continent, where one's hands were tied, and there was no need to talk about relationships. Li Kai almost wanted to find a random man to marry and stay here without going back. However, when she had this thought, she felt a little sorry for Jiang Shangjin. Then again, a man like Jiang Shangjin would never love a woman wholeheartedly. Why would she like him? Wouldn't she be humiliating herself? However, when the female sword immortal sat on the city wall or recuperated in the ravine residence, she could not help but fall in love with him. This made Li Kai so worried that she wanted to drink herself to death. The ravine residence that Li Kai temporarily stayed in was not far from the Taihui sword sect's armory, which had already become a private residence. It was even closer to the Lingyun residence, which was made entirely of jade. Li Kai sent a letter to Jiang Shangjin, asking him to buy it. She was worried that he would not be willing to pay, so she doubled the price in the letter. There was a skinny old man with a brandy nose. He rarely left his residence, so he walked unsteadily on the city wall, looking at the scenery. He did not come here often as the wind was too strong. He passed by the unpolished jade realm sword cultivator, who dragged his sword. The city wall was too wide, so the two of them were actually very far away. However, Wu Qingpei, who was originally absent-minded, suddenly turned his head and stared at the old man. His eyes were red as he scolded, "Old bastard, get lost!" The old man was nicknamed Old Deaf in the Great Wall of Sword, Aura. His nickname was not awe-inspiring, but he was one of the top 10 people in the Great Wall of Sword, Aura. Not to mention, his ranking was even higher than Naren Xiaowei and Lu Ji. To put it bluntly, in the Great Wall of Sword, Aura, where everyone's temper was bad, just Wu Qingpei's offensive words alone was enough for the old man to draw his sword. Whoever tried to stop him would suffer together with him. However, Old Deaf was really like a deaf person. Not only did he not say anything, he really quickened his footsteps and disappeared like smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Wu Qingpei continue to walk with his head lowered. Old Deaf walked and stopped. Some people greeted him, some ignored him. The old man did not say anything. Only when he reached the monks did he stand still and said with a hoarse voice, "Talk about Dharma again. I can't hear you anyway." The monks, who were already sitting at the end of the city wall, began to talk about Dharma. Outside the monks' praying mat was a vast white fog. Occasionally, a smear of golden light would suddenly light up and dissipate. That was the mysterious scene of the river of time being obstructed by an invisible object and splashing water. The monks stretched out their hands as though they were scooping water, but they were still slower than the smear of golden light. They retracted their hands, returning without any success. Old Deaf then went to the scholarly saint who was once a son of Buddha. He was at the other end of the city wall. The old man said something similar, and the scholarly saint also said something. Old Deaf nodded and went to find the old Taoist in the sea of clouds, who was extremely high up. He was the eldest disciple of the eldest disciple of Tao ancestor. After the old Taoist said something, Old Deaf then left the city wall and went to the prison that he had been in charge of suppressing for thousands of years. The prison had no name, which was strange. The higher the realm of the great demon, the closer it was to the ground. When Old Deaf passed by the cages, he couldn't hear the cursing and ridicule. As for the great demon's anger that caused the entire prison to tremble, the old man ignored it. The hunchbacked old man didn't even raise his head, so he didn't see the gazes of hatred that were etched into his bones. Finally, he went to the lowest level to look at the demons whose realms weren't high. It didn't matter whether they learned or not, since they were all going to die. Who would be more fortunate if they died sooner or later? It was hard to say. Boss Sword Immortal had previously instructed him to do something. On the day he needed to go to the city wall to fight, other than the 3 golden core lives that he had exchanged with his contributions, he could leave them behind according to the agreement. However, he couldn't forget to slaughter all the demons in the prison. If he didn't listen to that, he would really be deaf. How could a dead Ascendant Realm great demon not be deaf? Old Deaf didn't feel that there was anything to be resentful about. For thousands of years, he had chosen 3 demons one after another. The only problem was that no matter how good their aptitude was, no matter how much they could suppress their realms, they would have no choice but to break through after a long time. The reason was very simple. If their realms weren't high enough, how could they live for hundreds of years? Live for thousands of years? They would naturally die. Therefore, every time a few of them died in history, Old Deaf would feel sorry for them. He would wait and wait, just like that. Of the 3 nameless disciples who were still alive, countless senior brothers who had quietly passed away while learning the sword had already died. Among the three of them, one was only in the cave abode realm, one was in the Dragon Gate realm, and the last one was at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm, almost going crazy. Old Death was very open about the matter of accepting disciples. They were his disciples. Once they reached the nascent soul realm, they would have to die. Therefore, when it came to breaking through, they had to weigh it themselves. Outside of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the city, other than the Mirage in the north, there were also mansions left behind by sword immortals like the Armor Warehouse, Myriad Ravine Residence, and Lingyun Inn. In fact, there were also some places that were barely better in appearance. However, there were actually 3 places that could be considered forbidden. Putting aside the prison that Old Death was in charge of, there were actually the sword workshop that Dong family was in charge of, the clothing workshop that Chi family was in charge of, and the pill workshop that Chen family was in charge of. The swords forged by the sword workshop were never good. They were just standard swords that couldn't even be considered magic treasures. Sword immortals didn't care whether they wanted them or not. As long as they were sword cultivators who ascended the city, they would be given one. The heirs of rich families and disciples of large clans could rely on their family's inheritance or spend a lot of money to buy them from the vast world. As long as they could get a good sword elsewhere, it was all a skill. In fact, many sword immortals really liked to hang their swords from the sword workshop and used it to kill countless demons. The robes woven by the clothing workshop weren't of high quality either. It looked like child's play. However, there was no doubt that these 2 places were the most indispensable existences of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were no sword immortals who fell from the sky. They were all sword cultivators who walked up one realm after another. The only difference was that there was a difference in speed, but the realm was always there. The function of the pill workshop was even simpler. It was to peel the skin and pull out the tendons of the demon corpses that died on the city walls and the battlefield in the south, making the best use of everything. Not only that, the pill workshop was a place where all kinds of people were mixed together. The cultivators of the pill, refinement faction, and talisman faction were the most numerous. Some of them came here on their own accord to sign a contract. They stayed here for 100 years or a few hundred years, earning enough money before leaving. Some of them were simply foreigners who were forcefully abducted. Some of them were experts from the vast world who hid here to hide from disasters. The Great Wall of Sword Chi relied on this pill workshop to do business with the many cross-continent ferries that stopped at the inverted mountain crossing. The pill workshop was also closely related to the prison where Old Death was locked up. After all, the blood, bones, and fragments of demon cores of many great demons were all supreme treasures on the mountain. These 3 forbidden grounds had strict rules and even more shocking security. It was easy for anyone to enter, but difficult for anyone to leave. Sword immortals were no exception. Among the huge characters carved on the city walls in the south, there was a type of sword cultivator. Regardless of their age or cultivation, they were the furthest away from the troubles of the city. They would occasionally go to the city walls and the north, but they would always travel back and forth silently. They were in charge of going to the wilderness to pick up money. They were similar to the border army scouts of the secular dynasties of the vast world. Therefore, no matter how low their realms were, they were still sword cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm. Every time they went to the south, there would be a sword immortal leading the team. In his early years, Chan Sancho, the son of a wealthy family, and his good friend Little Cricket, who struggled to rise up in the poor marketplace, were 2 young sword cultivators with completely different backgrounds. At that time, their biggest wish was to go to the south to pick up money. The sword cultivator who picked up money the most and went the furthest away liked to call himself a swordsman. He liked to say that the reason why he was so dissolute wasn't to attract the attention of women and girls, but because he purely liked the jianghu. The wilderness in the south was a huge jianghu where he could encounter many interesting things. However, every time he finished saying these bold words that swayed the hearts of the juniors, he would go to the center to drink that day. He would go wherever there were more women looking. Every time he came back drunk and reeking of alcohol, he would talk to some little bastards who didn't like him. He would smile and say that they were almost calling him father or even elder ancestor. Luckily, he was able to control himself and was full of righteousness, making it difficult for beauties to get close to him. If there were children who talked back, he, who never lost, would say that they were not even considered beauties based on their faces. However, it didn't matter. In his eyes, if there were women who had good eyesight and secretly liked him, even if they weren't beauties, they were still beauties. What's more, their willowy waists, their long legs that were like two bamboo poles snuggling against each other, and their magnificent peaks and valleys. As long as one had the heart to discover, how could the scenery be lacking? Don't understand? Come, I'll help you open your third eye. This is the unique supernatural power of the vast world, and it's not easily taught to outsiders. It was just that after every joke on the way to the south to pick up the money, there would often be one or a few listeners missing, or it could be said that the whole group was wiped out. When the living people gathered again, they would never see those faces again, those who did not understand before, or those who pretended not to understand at that time, could no longer say that they understood. At that time, that person would be a little quieter and drink alone. Once, when the sword cultivators returned one after another, that person squatted at a certain place. However, in the end, he did not meet a group that he was familiar with, only a great demon. That great demon held a spear in his hand and raised it high like it was holding a stick of candied hawthorns. He stopped extremely far away from the great wall of sword chi, called out a name, and then with a smile tossed the spear to a certain place on the southern wall of the great wall of sword chi. That person caught the spear and gently handed it to his subordinates. Then he traveled thousands of li, heading alone for the heart of the world. He used his sword at Moon-Bearing Mountain. He used his sword at the Yelyo. Wherever there were great demons, he used his sword. Recently, Sword Immortal Ku Xia's naturally bitter face finally showed a hint of a smile. Lin Junbai had captured 2 strands of pure sword, intent left behind by an ancient sword immortal. They were of extremely high quality and possessed both luck, opportunity, and skill. What should have been his would have been his sooner or later. However, in just a short period of time, he had obtained not just 1 strand, but 2. This still exceeded Sword Immortal Ku Xia's expectations. A mysterious fortune like the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not something that could be seized by force just because one was a sword immortal. The slightest carelessness would result in a violent counterattack from the sword intents. It was not as if there had never been pitiful foreign sword immortals who had been surrounded and killed by sword intents. The danger was no less than that of a reckless cave-dwelling realm cultivator who still swaggered to the top of the wall and opened his gate wide. Yan Lv and Jin Jinming had also obtained something. Yan Lv had relied more on luck to retain that strand of gentle sword intent. His fate was compatible, and he was close to the great Tao. Jin Jinming seemed to have relied more on his Jindan realm to retain that unruly sword intent. As long as Sword Immortal Ku Xia did not involve himself in the ways of the world, and only talked about matters related to the sword, he had an extremely good eye. In the end, he was still Zhou Xinji's martial nephew. If he did not have any true ability, his sword heart would have been shattered by Zhou Xinji's scolding. From Sword Immortal Ku Xia's point of view, Jin Jinming was a taciturn junior with a deep heart and lofty ambitions. That pure sword intent with heavy killing intent had chosen the gentle Jin Jinming. It was not a coincidence. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Jin Jinming had gained the favor of that sword intent because of his sincerity. That intense conflict that occurred in Jin Jinming's Qi abode, where the external sword intent drew in the sword Qi of the lesser heaven and earth to visit, appeared to be perilous, but it was actually a superficial test. It was enough to eliminate the many flaws in Jin Jinming's soul. If he could not pass this test, Jin Jinming could only accept his fate even if his cultivation level dropped. Other than sword immortal Ku Xia, these Shao Yuan dynasty geniuses were not sword immortals. But even among them, many would not become sword immortals of the upper 5 realms in the future. Compared to the trivial matters in the northern city, even if they did not obtain the fortune that Lin Junbai and the other two had, they had still accumulated bits and pieces of benefits on the path of cultivation. When they reached the Shao Yuan dynasty of the central divine continent, it was no small matter. Walking down the mountain, they could easily decide the life and death of others, and decide the glory of others' families. Other than Lin Junbai, Yanlu was still fine. Even Jin Jinming had obtained a great fortune. The sword cultivator Jiang Guanqing was a little anxious. Many people felt the same as Jiang Guanqing. Even though Lin Junbai had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, the other sword cultivators did not feel too aggrieved. However, Yan Lu had obtained it, so he felt uncomfortable. Now, even someone like Jin Jinming, who only had a high cultivation level but no comprehension, had obtained it. Jiang Guanqing and the others could not stand it. Zhu Mei was still indifferent. Whenever she was free, she would look for Yu Zhuanfu, whom she had nicknamed Zaishi Zaishi. After all, it was just idle chatter. Yu Zhuanfu did not speak at all. It was all the young girl talking. It was rare for Yu Zhuanfu to speak more. He argued with Zhu Mei about the tablet or the scroll, the saber or the brush. Zhu Mei purposely argued endlessly. After arguing for a long time, she finally admitted defeat with a grin. So she had won just because Yu Zhuanfu spoke more. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was in a good mood. When he returned to the Sun residence, he took the initiative to drink with Sun Jiyuan. But he realized that Sun Jiyuan did not have the immortal wine cup and was only drinking from the wine jug. Sun Jiyuan seemed unwilling to speak, so Sword Immortal Ku Xia spoke his mind. I'm just a sword cultivator. After ascending the mountain, I only know how to practice the sword. So there are many things that I do not care about. Even if I don't want to, I can't. Sun Jiyuan glanced at the sincere foreign sword immortal and nodded. I don't have any opinion of you. Even if I did, it would be a good opinion. Sun Jiyuan sat in the corridor and bent one knee. He reached out and patted his knee. Cultivators live apart from the masses. One stays away from the secular world and cleans oneself. What more can one ask for? It's very good. Sword Immortal Ku Xia said wistfully, but any large sect will be bustling with activity. Once it matures, it will be too lively, and it will no longer be as simple as a single person cultivating. This is also the fundamental reason why I'm unwilling to establish a sect. I only know how to practice the sword and not impart the Tao. I'm afraid that I will teach many disciples whose sword arts reach the pinnacle and whose hearts are like water. I'm not a reasonable person to begin with, so wouldn't that be worse? My uncle master is very good. His sword arts are high enough. All his disciples and grand disciples, regardless of their temperament, have to obediently try to figure out his thoughts. There's no need for him to impart the Tao. Sun Jiyuan shook his head and leaned against the wall. He gently swirled the wine jug. Ku Xia, oh Ku Xia, you don't even know how strong your uncle master is. I advise you not to establish a sect for the rest of your life. You really don't have the ability. Sword Immortal Ku Xia's good mood was wiped away by Sun Jiyuan's words. He wore a bitter expression. Sun Jiyuan looked into the distance and said softly, It would be great if all the people on the mountains of the vast world could be like you. They don't talk much and do nothing. Sword Immortal Ku Xia extended his hand. Give me a jug of wine. I'll drink some too. Sun Jiun flipped his wrist and threw a jug of wine over. Sword Immortal Ku Xia's expression turned even more bitter. This was because it was a jug of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was a place where one could joke around the most. This was because if one could joke around with one's own life, what else would one not dare do? However, the Great Wall of Sword Chi was ultimately the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were no messy rules written on paper. At the same time, there were some unwritten rules that were inconceivable and should not be considered rules elsewhere. If a sword cultivator of the Middle Five Realms saw a particular sword immortal displeasing him, regardless of whether he was drinking or not, he would curse incessantly. As long as the sword immortal ignored him, he would ignore everyone else. However, as long as the sword immortal paid attention to him, he would accept it. For outsiders who came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to practice their swordsmanship or enjoy the scenery, regardless of their disciples or grand disciples, regardless of how good they were in the vast world, the sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi would not think highly of them or look down on them. Everything was done with the sword. To be able to gain face from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a matter of ability. If one were to lose face here and feel unhappy, they could say whatever they wanted in the vast world. It was fine as long as they never came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi again. It was best if they did not approach the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Throughout history, there were many sword immortals and sword cultivators who were all alone before they died in battle. After they died, if they did not leave behind any last words, everything they left behind would be ownerless. If there were any last words, someone would take them all. No matter how big a sum of money it was, or even the sword immortal's sword, even if it was a sword cultivator of the lower five realms, no one would fight for it. They did not dare to do it openly, but those who did it secretly should not treat the hidden official's lineage as fools. Many clans who almost moved to Taixiang Street or Yuhu Street suffered great losses because of this. The rules were very simple. If they were not disciplined strictly, anyone who dared to touch them would die. In the family, the person with the highest realm would first be beaten half to death by Luo Shan or the bamboo, nunnery sword immortal. If they could not do it, it was fine. The hidden official was more than happy to help. In the end, they would be able to keep half of their lives. After all, they still had to kill demons. In the next great battle, this person would be the last to retreat from the battlefield. If they survived with their own abilities, they would be written off. However, they could forget about the share of the profits that the sword, clothing, and pill shops would send to the residents after the battle. Therefore, in such a place where many sword immortals died without a grave to lie in, how could there be the New Year's atmosphere of the spring festival couplet door gods, hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of years later? All sword cultivators had gotten used to the thatched cottage on the city wall and the eldest sword immortal who almost never came down from the city wall. It was as if the eldest sword immortal did not flip the almanac, or it was as if the almanac had never existed. The gentleman Wang Zai of the Sage of Right's lineage came to the wine shop today. This was the first time Wang Zai had come here to buy wine. However, the noisy sword cultivator drinkers did not look too good at this Confucian gentleman. Firstly, he was a scholar with a reputation and title in the world. Secondly, they had heard that Wang Zai had nothing better to do and was unwilling to let go of the time when the second shopkeeper killed someone with one punch. He insisted on writing a moral treatise, working even harder than the supervisor of sword immortals of the hidden official lineage. They found it strange. It was one thing for the Sage of Right's lineage to beat the second shopkeeper to death, but why did the Sage of Right's lineage join in the fun and hit him when he was down? Wang Zai's expression was calm. He took out some money to buy wine and left with the wine. He did not eat the bowl of yangchun noodles and the plate of pickled vegetables, nor did he follow the sword cultivator's example and squat by the roadside to drink wine. Wang Zai smiled in his heart, feeling that the second shopkeeper really should treat him to a meal. Wang Zai did not go back the way he came, but carried the wine to the corner of an empty street. Wang Zai stopped at the place where there should have been a small stool and a young man in green robes. He laughed softly and said, "A gentleman stands by his words. He is noble and fair, and especially noble and refined." Wang Zai, who was about to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, remembered something and went back the way he came. He went to the wine shop and found a blank nameplate. He wrote down his place of origin and name, and then wrote a sentence on the back of the nameplate. "Treat others leniently, but treat yourself strictly. Use reason to convince others and restrict yourself with morality. The world is at peace, and there is nothing to worry about." After Wang Zai finished writing, he hung the nameplate on the wall and flipped through the contents of the other nameplates. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was a nameplate that would probably be gilded with gold by someone in the wine shop. It was the heartfelt words of a sword immortal of the golden armor continent. "The second shopkeeper who never cheats others, Qin Pingan, has unparalleled wine quality." It was obvious that he did not intend to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the time being. There was another nameplate that the second shopkeeper of the wine shop would definitely think of as words of conscience written by a kind and honest person. The lineage of the literary sage is not shallow, and his skin is even thicker. If second shopkeeper comes to my drifting dawn continent in the future, I will treat you to real wine. Clearly, he was a person like Wang Zai, who was going to the inverted mountain. Wang Zai muttered to himself, if it was him, he would say something. Such a good person is actually only at the nascent soul realm. It doesn't make sense. The unpolished jade realm is too low, and the immortal realm shouldn't be considered high. Wang Zai smiled and said, "However, if second shopkeeper said such words, it would be likable. If someone like me said it, it would be like putting rouge on an old woman's face. It would be annoying. Not all outsiders could be like Qin Pingan and become a part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi's sword cultivators' hearts." Wang Zai felt happy for Qin Pingan, but he also felt a little sad. Wang Zai hesitated for a moment, and then wrote a small sentence on his nameplate. To be benevolent, one must be benevolent. If one desires benevolence, benevolence will come. I hope that one with such a heart will have no worries in everything. Wang Zai discovered that not far away, there was a young man who came to the shop to carry wine. His name was Jiang Chu, and he came from Straw Hat Alley. Wang Zai turned around and smiled at the young man. "Tell your second shopkeeper that the wine tastes good. Try to sell more of it. It's righteous and open." Jiang Chu smiled shyly and nodded vigorously. Wang Zai finished the wine in the pot in one gulp and then placed the empty pot on the counter. He left with a big laugh. When he went out, he cupped his fists at the many sword cultivators on the table in the roadside and said loudly, "Sword wine is sold. Who dares to buy? I'll drink 1,000 cups for free." The surroundings were silent, as expected. Wang Zai laughed and said, "Then I'll change my words and be more straightforward. I hope that one day, when sword cultivators come here to drink wine, the customers will be like a whale sucking in the rivers. The shopkeeper won't take a single divine coin." No one appreciated it. Someone sneered, "Lord gentleman, don't tell me you've poisoned the wine?" No matter how bad the second shopkeeper's character is, he can't do such a thing. As a gentleman and a sage, you shouldn't trick the second shopkeeper. Wang Zai didn't refute and left with a smile. After he was far away, he raised his arm high and gave a thumbs up. "It's nice to meet you sword cultivators." For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the wine shop. Is he possessed by the second shopkeeper? Or is he just pretending to be the second shopkeeper? This method is too much, too much. The second shopkeeper is amazing. Even a gentleman of the sacred rites lineage can be converted to a fellow Taoist. He's most likely a scholar with some conscience left. The gentleman Wang Zai left the wine shop and walked in the alley. He took out a simple seal made of white stone that was as bright as jade. It was given to him by Chen Pingan in private. It had a side stamp, and the year it was signed. The side stamp read, "The road is muddy, and the people are weary. Heroes don't write about thieves. A true scholar is not romantic, but a big stone stands upright in the sky." The seal text read, "So he's a gentleman." Pei Qian finally came to her senses. In hindsight, she wanted to make up for the time she had squandered by practicing martial arts more. She went to soak in medicine and lay on the bed again and again. After she recovered, she went to the old maid to learn martial arts. The old maid didn't want to teach her son-in-law heavy martial arts, but she was very willing to teach this little girl. It wasn't that she didn't like Pei Qian. On the contrary, Bai Lianshuang liked Pei Qian the most among her son-in-law's disciples. She looked timid, but there was the fiercest meaning in the little girl's eyes. Guizhuzhou was no longer grounded, so she often came here. She would watch Pei Qian being beaten down again and again at the martial arts field. When Pei Qian couldn't get up for the last time, she would run over and gently carry Pei Qian. Occasionally, when Guizhuzhou had nothing to do, she would ask the old man about the martial arts. One day, when Pei Qian woke up, Guizhuzhou sat by the door and chatted with her senior sister, who couldn't walk for the time being to relieve her boredom. As for whether Grand Senior Sister wanted to talk to her, Guizhuzhou didn't care. She was sure that Grand Senior Sister was willing to talk to her. When she got tired of talking, Guizhuzhou would pick up the inkstone and take a deep breath to show off. That day, the white-haired old man passed by the house again. The door wasn't closed, so the white-haired old man didn't dare to be unlucky and quickly walked past. Guizhuzhou lowered her voice and asked, "Little senior sister, don't you think the white-haired old man likes you?" Pei Qian was shocked. "What?" Guizhuzhou was surprised. "You can't tell? Do you believe that if I ask the white-haired old man, he will definitely say no? But you've heard of a saying, the words that come out of a man's mouth are all ghosts that bask in the sun in broad daylight." Pei Qian didn't care about what Guizhuzhou said. The white-haired old man seemed to say yes or no. It was a small matter. Pei Qian punched the bed. "I'm so angry." Guizhuzhou lowered her head and wiped the inkstone. She sighed. "I also know an old girl who often said that a married girl is a spilled water. Then in the future, even if the senior sister is a member of the Taihui sword sect, the seat of the senior sister in the ancestral hall in Master's hometown will be empty. Wouldn't it be a group of dragons without a leader other than Master? It's worrying." Pei Qian angrily said, "Don't you think you can usurp the throne? My seat is pasted with a name written on it. Except for Master, no one can sit on it." Guizhuzhou said, "Oh, then we'll talk about it later. There's no hurry." Pei Qian suddenly said, "Why doesn't the white-haired old man like you?" Guizhuzhou raised her head and said seriously, "He's not blind. He doesn't like such a good senior sister and comes to like me?" Pei Qian crossed her arms and laughed. "That's hard to say." Guizhuzhou giggled and said, "I was just joking with senior sister. Whoever believes it will fall down." Pei Qian twitched the corner of her mouth. Pei Qian asked softly, "Guizhuzhou, when are you going to Luopa Mountain to play with me?" Guizhuzhou was a little dispirited. "I don't have the final say. Father and mother care too much. What can I do?" Pei Qian was silent for a moment and smiled. "Good intentions are hard to listen to. Even if you don't like to hear it, don't not listen. Anyway, your parents and elders can't say much about you. If you say too much, they will not be willing to part with you." Guizhuzhou thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. After a moment of silence, Guizhuzhou glanced at the mountain walking stick on the table, taking advantage of the fact that the senior sister was unconscious and not sleeping. She helped to wipe the mountain walking stick. She spat on it, wiped the sleeves, and finally even used her face. She was very sincere. Elda senior sister, can you lend me your small bamboo box? Why? It looks good on your back. Senior sister, why don't you use your brain when you speak? What a smart brain. Why doesn't it listen to me? Pei Qian felt that talking to Guizhuzhou was tiring. Senior sister, is stinky tofu really that delicious? It smells good. Is it because after eating stinky tofu, even your farts are fragrant? Guizhuzhou, aren't you annoying? Then Pei Qian saw that girl sitting at the threshold. Her mouth did not stop, and she kept speaking in sign language. Even if Pei Qian deliberately did not look at her, she still enjoyed it. When he accidentally glanced at her, she became even more excited. Pei Qian said helplessly, "You'd better speak again. It's better to be annoyed by you than have a headache." Guizhuzhou suddenly said, "If one day I can't talk to you, you will always be annoyed whenever you think of me. Annoyed. Then you can remember more." Ooh. Pei Qian looked at the smiling girl and was speechless. A man in a green robe sat at the threshold and gestured for Pei Qian to lie down. Chun Pingan sat beside Guizhuzhou and said with a smile, "Young people are not allowed to say such things. Master didn't even say it, so how could it be your turn?" You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.